Hello everyone and welcome to the playoffs of the WardiTV Festival. How are we doing today? Welcome one, welcome all. We are just about ready to get started, get in game, cast some Starcraft. Gonna be a bunch of great matches. I think we're gonna have a great time. And I hope you're all looking forward to it with me as we get ready to kick this off. So, Starcraft 2 begins right here. Let me just reset my thingy quickly because I got a donation at the very end of the day yesterday. And reset that, and then we can pretty much be fully good to go. Hope everyone's doing great today. Happy weekend to you all. We made it to the weekend, yes. It's been a busy week for us. We've been live every single day, which is obviously awesome. It's been great to get so much SC2 up and on the screens again. We've been absolutely loving it. So hopefully you guys have been as well. My playoffs are looking absolutely hot, as we have ourselves, to start things off, Rogue versus Creator. Winner plays against Cure. Then later on, we're going to be having Nightmare versus Ryung. The winner plays ShoWTimE in the round of 8. Trap versus Gumiho. Winner ends up against Shin. The match against Shin will at least be tomorrow. But then Clem, MaxPax to round out our day. Winner of that plays Beyond tomorrow in the round of 8, as well as tomorrow we'll wrap up the round of 8, round of 4, and finals. So 6 best of 5s coming your way today. The way these matches have gone the last few days, you can actually sit back and expect some long games because these guys are being absolutely playing their hearts out in the group stages. The groups have been absolutely fascinating so far, so it should be a very good time, as we are going to start the day off with ZVP Rogue versus Creator. Getting that up and running, ready to begin in just a few moments. And yeah, excited to see what's going on. What's up, Terranzoid, who's over in the YouTube chat, because we got YouTube live as well today. We are going to be live. Yeah, I mean, we stopped doing the YouTube live streams simply because I was trying to do like 1 or 2 a week, and then I was trying to make sure it was only like the best games that we had on the YouTube, so it wasn't like just spamming like, you know, just any old event we casted. But we kind of just fell out of faith with it a little bit because there wasn't as much good Starcraft going on, and I think that's the first real kind of really good thing we've cast in a while. But we might put the Monday Cups on the YouTube as well. We might be live the next few days on the YouTube, in fact. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, hello everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Super excited to get things underway here. Can't imagine it's going to take us too long, as our first videos are already underway. We've got some great matches lined up. It's going to be a full day of StarCraft 2. Just super exciting across the board. Really not much else to say other than to gush over how good we think these matches are going to be. Why don't we just stream everything on the YouTube? Yeah, it's kind of weird, but basically YouTube doesn't like your regular uploads anymore if you then stream as well. So streaming every day kind of reduces the algorithm's just dumb, basically. It doesn't like benefit you from streaming every day. It's really silly. So yeah, we just introduced 1 or 2 streams a week. Maybe we can eventually up it as well, but when I try to stream a lot more already, then yeah, maybe we build up to an algorithm learns to accept it. I don't know. Oceanborn going to be our first map, so we're actually going to have this host up in a second, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Let the sub get this on the way, and we should be good to go in a moment. So Oceanborn, Gold Nora. I forgot that obviously it's best of 5, so vetoes are done very quickly. Side Delta, 2 gold, 3 sides. We also have... What else do we actually have in this? Dynasty vetoed, Alcyone vetoed, Post-Youth vetoed. I'm forgetting what the maps are. What's that 4th map? What is the possibility for our 4th map, even? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Why, I'm completely blanking on the maps. Golden Aura, Alcyone, Ghost River, Ghost Youth, Amphion 4 and 5. Chris has 5 Dynasty, but Dynasty was vetoed. What should map 5 actually be? Would be good just to have that sorted. Ay, close that. Crimson. Alright. Couldn't remember Crimson Court for the life of me. Alright, guys, I think we're actually ready to go. Players are in the lobby. As we can ready up, we've got a ton of casters in here as well. We've got players, people covering in all sorts of different languages and across the board. So, I mean, we're just excited for a good weekend of Starcraft 2. Gonna double check Rogue is ready and make sure of that, and we'll be able to kick off. Go, go. Yeah, perfect. Alright, we are off and away, guys. Welcome to the WardiTV Festival Playoffs. As we get ready to rumble. Gonna be getting into Oceanborn. Let's put our audio up. Get the Starcraft sounds going. Get the Starcraft 2 rolling. The loading screen is going to be done here in just a second. And we are heading into Oceanborn to start off this series and to start off our day. Like I say, 6 best of 5s. They're looking to be good. Super excited for it. Hoping for a great day. I do just want to say, just before this starts, a little sellout because we sell out a little bit this weekend because A, we're trying to run more tournaments. We're trying to, make as much StarCraft 2 happen as we can in the off-season of StarCraft. We're trying to run as many events as possible. We want to keep you guys full of StarCraft 2 action. So just want to sell out a little bit because it's actually September on Twitch, and there is a deal where if you gift 5 subs, Twitch will gift 1 or more subs for free on top of the 5. So if you're feeling generous, if you're loving the tournament, if you've been enjoying the games this week, you want to support, it's a great way to support because it means that, yeah, it's just a deal you don't get probably for the rest of the next year. So make advantage of that if you do so wish. That's my little sellout for the moment. We're going to mention that a few times through the day. I'm kind of obligated to try and make some money for these events as we do have. In the top left-hand corner, though, time to kick this off with our blue Protoss player. This is Creator. He had a stumble and a fall in the group stage. He did not have a good time getting to the playoffs. He only just made it as he took an additional map off of one of his opponents, and he just snooked in on the map score there with a 1-3 scoreline. He lost in Nico Ract. It just wasn't his day. It wasn't Creator's day at all the other day in their groups, hoping that he comes into day swinging. I've seen him, he's been off hiking today with Bjorn, so maybe a little bit of outdoor time is going to make him play some of his best StarCraft. We can only hope. Excited to see what he has to show us as we get him on at the top left of Oceanborn. Bottom right-hand side, the military returnee over the last few months. He's been a really fun player to watch. His progress has been fascinating, but he came back really good. He's actually had some really good series. He's still not quite at the level he left us at, but he is really playing great StarCraft 2 again, and that makes every match of his fun to watch because he still has little elements of that absolute greatness, surrounded by like a flood of just very solid gameplay, and then a couple of mismanagement moments of the game as well, but it kind of makes him a very entertaining player to watch if he wasn't already before. It's Rogue in the bottom right corner of the map here as we get Oceanborn up and ready to go. Nexus, Cybercore building up from Creator. My intro is long enough to almost take us to the tech choice of the Protoss, which is where PvZ does obviously take a little bit of an interesting turn typically. So obviously get that Nexus coming through, and it is going to be the Stargate as our tech choice. So immediately a choice which is obviously very normal. It is a best of 5 though, and expect Creator throughout this best of 5 to do a few different things. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Creator open Void Ray. He's one of the players that does enjoy a Void Ray based opening off a Stargate, but expect that to be mixed in with triple Oracle plays, probably Resonating Glaives at some point in this series unless it's a faster 3-0 and he doesn't feel the need to dive into it. This is going to be kind of Creator opening the PvZ playbook. He doesn't have another Zerg really in his section of the bracket either, and hence there's not really anything to hold back for, right? Like, sometimes we're like, well, we may not be another Zerg in this tournament, but there's other tournaments going on. Right now there just isn't, actually, sadly. There's not other tournaments going on. That's why we're doing such a big push to try and raise funds to run as many events as we can. But yeah, he doesn't have anything to hold back for. So like I say, open the playbook, pick anything you want. There's nothing really worth hiding right now. As Paramount came in with a fresh new subscription as well. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate it. As a couple of devs come through, a few Lings are going to take a couple of shots there. So some damage being dealt. The devs are going to turn back away towards the upper left-hand side, pulling away for the moment. I actually lost a couple of probes. So a couple of probes going down as a few Lings fell. And that will be an early few moments that look pretty regular here. I find Inu, he's actually such a good observer while casting. It's actually incredible. But I, yeah, such a good observer while casting. I always like the Steelers cam. It lets me focus a little bit more on the game rather than trying to stare at the mini-map where I honestly fail a lot of the time as well. Oh, Terran Sword with the 20 euros on the YouTube stream. I don't even know what that's called. Is that like a super chat or something? I should really get the notifications aligned from the YouTube onto the channel as well, so if something happens on YouTube, it pops up. Thank you so much for the 20 euros on the YouTube. I freaking appreciate it. YouTube stream, happy face. Yeah, don't worry. We're definitely planning on doing more. I just, I got a little bit lazy with it, like I say. Yeah, I'm a little bit paranoid about putting not the best quality stuff on YouTube, but definitely planning to do more and trying to get... excited for more, as we do have our Void coming about. Oracle's going to dive in. I mentioned that Void Ray, man. It's something which Creator does not mind opening up with, because it does go through and it does deny Overlords. It allows you to put some interesting pressure on and does hide a lot of your follow-ups. If Creator does this throughout the series, scouting for Rogue is going to be an issue, and then Creator mixing it up into glaives and stuff like that can 100% become a real big issue for the Zerg player. It's going to become a much more difficult game for him to figure out what's going on, for him to scout, and all of that kind of stuff. And we've seen 5 drones going down, so the harassment is adding up. I think this is going to be one of Rogue's bigger challenges in the game. If you can get through the early game without taking too many hits, and without taking too many economic losses, I think he's going to actually have a really terrifying mid-game. He's still so good running by with units all over the place, making the game extremely active and making it extremely difficult for a Protoss player to really ever feel comfortable. Just like this, there you go, Ling's already getting in, so yes, he's taking some damage across the map, but he's going to get in over here. There's a lot of probes going down Creator. I mean, he turns to fight it, which I don't disagree with. There's probes in the main base going down too. A few Lings split away there, so it's going to take even longer to defend. Disastrous damage for Creator as 16 probes go down, and Rogue is going to strike, and strike hard. 16 dead workers. Wow, that is absolutely brutal here for Creator as a couple of Oracles continue to fly through. A few drones still going down, going to drop a Hydra Den around the back. I mean, okay, at least we got a few more drones. Creator is going to try and keep up, but the thing is, all the damage he's now done is just playing catch-up instead of him taking an edge, taking a lead, just putting himself where a Protoss should be against a Zerg player, and that's a big issue. So Creator is in trouble. Here in game 1, a few Lings slip through. You cannot let that wall be imperfect. You've got to have that set up. So the Adepts continue together. Just going to be seeing the Oracles still chilling here as well. We're going to knock down some group humans, get some damage done. And the Oracles have actually been fantastic. They come through again here now. I'm just going to look for another couple of zaps, another couple of drones going down. I mean, it really is these Oracles. If Kratos survives in this game, it really has been these Oracles just finding so much damage. The fact they've been able to find so much damage is such a big deal. It's 100% on these Oracles. You know, credit to them. They have been the absolute heroes and champions of this early game for Creator. And once again, Rogue is saying, I mean, that's 7 more drones lost. He's now lost 21 drones himself in this game. So, again, Rogue was actually fortunate to find that run by because he has not had a good early game at all. He has obviously, you know, it still did slow Creator down, and so he is on his way to Hive and Lurkaden without really being harassed otherwise outside of the Oracles. But man, like I say, it could have been a runaway victory for Rogue if his defense was a little bit better back at home. Instead, it's still an advantage. I think the damage done really does stifle the production and the setup of the Protoss in a big way, and that's something you can't really get over just by doing damage yourself. But it's definitely Creator still kind of hanging on to this game. He's not going to let go of it just yet, and it has been those Oracles to create the handhold. Now he knocked down a Zerglin to the side, and Nexus will place here. Creator gets a 4th base up and running for Oceanborn, and, well, a Robo Bay has been established. I'm actually going to see a little bit of a fun combo. A Colossus and a Disruptor on the way at the same time here. There's going to have to be another Warp in behind that Stalker. We will kill the Stalker if the Prism doesn't lift it. Rogue turned around after he actually left it alive. He does kill an Oracle at the same time as the Hydras get revenge for all of those drones that went down throughout the early stages. And I think that's actually both the Oracles dead now, which is a little bit of a shame. All 3 Oracles have indeed died. A little sad because, like I say, it does mean that now you don't have stable detection against those Lurkers. In fact, we have no detection against the Lurkers. We do not currently have an Observer. We're sending full Colossus production on the Robo facilities. And like I say, even beyond that, having an Oracle is really nice because if you drop a Revelation, you know those lurkers aren't going to disappear if your Observer gets sniped. You have a guaranteed window in which you can see those lurkers burrowed and you can fight them. So it's usually really nice to actually have an Oracle on the map. Losing them, but all the damage they did, yes, they did great, but it's actually a different stage of the game now where I think if you'd lost those even earlier, you wouldn't have been surprised to see one rebuilt. Surely Creator gets some sort of detection up here soon because those lurkers are powering up. Uh-oh. Prism is going to be found here. The Hydras are going to see it. Rogue doesn't really see it in time. Okay, he does just about turn around with everything to get the pick off in the end, noticing at the last second what was going on. Observer coming up, so Creator will have some detection, but like I say, if that dies in the fight for some reason, then that can still create issues. There's not anything that's really going to be great at sniping Observers. Obviously just the Hydras, but are the Hydras going to get forward enough to snipe the Obs? I guess that depends where the Observer is positioned, right? So if it goes floating forwards in the fight, it could end up in a bad spot, so things to think on. As Storm comes up, Extended Thermal Lance and +2 attack all coming up as well. Going to be seeing the army of Creator still settling as we knock down a creep tumor or two. Again, Storm on the way, Thermal Lance coming up, +2 attack coming by. The Nexus and the Immortals still building here on the side of Creators, just bringing all of those into play. As our Lings now look, is going to get across here, going to get those burrowed up. Cannon's going to start taking some hefty damage. We're just going to be seeing the Colossus coming down this ramp. A couple of disruptor shots there. Going to hit those lurkers a little bit as well. Now having Ling Hydra latching onto that Nexus and really dealing some damage. It's going to go down. So Nexus will fall. A few Lings jumping onto the probes. Hydra's knock down a Void Ray as we go. There's a lot of probes dying, so Rogue's already succeeding there, and his defense at home is looking great. He's going to have lurkers actually coming in for full surround. Cross Army's going to have to escape out the right-hand side, so the north and the south angles are covered. The east is an escape, but yeah, Creator's not going to have enough there. Has to type out GG, and Rogue is going to net himself Game 1 victory in this best of 5. So Rogue comes in at a flying start here in the series and is going to be looking to try and obviously capitalize on that momentum going into Game 2 on Golden Aura. Big map, though, and that's the sort of map which I think you're going to like. Here's a Protoss, difficult map for the Zerg to really kill you on. So unless you're going to end up making some mistakes, I think this is one where Creator definitely looks at and he's like, okay, yeah, not a great first game for me, but hey, I can turn this around. I can play a little bit better on this map now. This is definitely my map to play well on too. There's definitely a big bonus. We have so many casters in here today, my goodness. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players in the lobby. That's incredible. 10! We've got 10 people in the lobby. My goodness, people want to cast this today, huh? Jeez. Imagine that. Hey, I just saw Zaun online on my friends list. That's awesome. If you didn't hear, Zaun just returned from the military, and it looks as though he's back and playing some games. So, Zaun, he's actually been playing some games, some ladder, pretty consistently while he's been gone, apparently. So, yeah, apparently he's been playing. Okay, over the last month, he's been playing a little bit here and there, so it seems as though he's working his way back up as Rogue and Creator are both ready, and we're going to dive straight into a game number 2 here in this best of 5 series. Our first match of the day, Rogue and Creator, already a great one to start on. The winner plays Cure. The bracket actually worked out brilliantly. I didn't draw it on stream because I had to make sure there was potentially scheduling issues. I might have had to rejig the bracket because of the scheduling issues, but it worked out beautifully because A, very minimal mirror matchups, in fact no mirror matchup to start out with, and B, we actually had perfect scheduling. All the people who had scheduling requests all slotted in against players that either had no scheduling requests or their scheduling requests aligned. It was amazing. As a tournament organizer, this was a thing of beauty. I'm actually sad I didn't stream it to explain just how great it was. Like, as I rolled the players, because I randomized the players' names to kind of figure out the order they drop into the bracket. There's a couple of certain rules that mean that certain people can't play certain people until later. So there's, once the first 4 randomized, it's already set a little bit what else can happen. But man, every time I rolled names to kind of determine, who goes on this position and who goes on that position, I was just like, oh my god, it's perfect! It just works so well. So that's been, that was pretty awesome. Just me geeking out over scheduling, don't mind me, guys. Bottom right side, Rogue is our red Zerg player. He takes on Creator in the top left, our blue Protoss. What's up, SM Hen in the YouTube chat? Love you, Wardy. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much for the kind words, mate. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube stream today. Appreciate it. If you are over on the YouTube, or even if you're in the Twitch and you just want to find a cheap, easy, completely free way, never mind cheap, to support, you can head on over to the YouTube stream. Drop a quick little like on the YouTube channel video on the live stream. That will tell the algorithm that, hey, people like this stuff. So then it's going to send it to more people. And if it sends it to more people end up watching StarCraft, and we get to run more of these events in the future. So a great way to support if you're over on that YouTube already. Right, okay, I feel like I'm on 100 miles an hour. I probably need to slow it down a little bit. I'm coming into today pretty hyped. I need to kind of slow it down a little bit, because today could be a grind. 6 best of 5s absolutely has the potential to go long. We don't want to run out of energy halfway through, so maybe we should chill a little. It's been a long week as well. I mean, we have been live every day since Monday, and we are obviously going to be live today, tomorrow, Monday as well. WardiTV Mondays. In case you're not aware, we're currently filling in the lacking ESL Open Cups, as they are on pause indefinitely until we hear more about a circuit. But we got very used to doing our little Open Cup on a Monday, so we have been putting the WardiTV Mondays on along the side some of the community, Winter Loco, and OSC. So we'll be live on Monday for that as well. Been having some great participants and actually some really fun matches where there's been a few upsets as well. They've been really good cups. So excited to be back on Monday for that as well. I'll finally be taking a day off again on Tuesday. So love the geeking out over scheduling. It's the little things in life, and it's just like I just always like to, you know, try and help the players out. The players are usually pretty good to me, right? You know, sometimes I think they're a pain in my ass, but a lot of the time they're pretty good, and you know, their requests aren't ridiculous. They're like, can I play last? Or hey, you know, Saturday is really tough for me. Like, if I'm only going to play one match on Saturday, can I just shove it to Sunday? Like, is that possible? Like, and not everyone requests it all the time, right? You know, sometimes things just going on, and obviously we wanted to make it easy for the players to play in, because if we make it easy for them to play, and if we keep them happy, they come and play more tournaments, right? So I'm always like trying to do my best, and sometimes I gotta come back like, man, I'm sorry, it's just not possible, and whatever, and it always sucks. And this time it's just like everything worked. Everyone just got exactly what they wanted. Incredible stuff. Honestly, it makes me so happy. Dark Shrine coming in. I mentioned that Korea's going to have to open the full playbook here against Rogue, and that there's no reason not to, because he's unlikely to play another Zerg in this event. The only other Zerg he could play would be Shin in the Grand Finals. He's on the completely other side of the bracket, so that would obviously be not an impossibility, but you know, Korea has to go all the way first. Shin would have to go all the way. So there's not really much reason to kind of keep back with your Zerg build order or your versus Zerg build orders here. You may as well unleash those onto the world. As you do have a few gates coming up, the Dark Shrine as well. It's going to be 4 gates, so we can get a few DTs in. That turns into an Archon drop once you're done harassing with the Dark Templar. And that's going to be how you maintain map control throughout the early stages of the game. So that's going to be the plan from Creator. We can see exactly where he is going to. It's a little bit of an older school style. It's not something that everybody loves doing anymore. A lot of people just don't think it's that good of a build where you can kind of have a good time with the DTs, and it just doesn't really give you that much of a lead anyway, because the Zergs can be very greedy against this to some extent, and that kind of undoes a lot of the work you do. Let's just see that Dark Shrine is going to be finishing. So we'll see what Creator can do with it. The Dark Shrine is done. The Prism's moving into position. Warpin should be ready to go in a second. First Spore Crawler coming up. Of course, spores are going to be essential here. I say first is actually the third, so we're going to have 1 spore on each base. And there are our 4 Dark Templar making their way into the main. They're going to split 2 and 2, but there's a spore in reach there, and actually spore in reach everywhere. We're going to get the Queens to hit some damage onto the Prism as well. 1 DT fell. That was a disaster for Creator. That is not what he was looking for in the early stages, as that is going to be a complete fall apart for him. As he's just going to recall the Prism, the Archon, the DT back. I'm not sure if he really needed to recall the units there. I'm not sure what he thought was happening, or if he thought... I mean, I can only assume he felt as though he was under some pressure, but... I mean, we could very much see that he just wasn't under pressure, so... Alright. Well... moving through, just going to be having an Archon coming on in. We have ourselves the Immortal, the Sentry, Charge, building up as well. A little bit of everything currently being added on in here. Prism comes down to the bottom side. A couple of Archons inside are going to try and get a move along, see what they can do. And just going to start getting the Cryptones. Yeah, I don't really feel like he needed the recall at all, but... yeah. Archons will continue to fight. Queen goes down, the Archon's still fighting, Queen's still taking some shots, Roche is going to be there. Drone's mining it up. Forge on the way. Mortal charge coming through as well. Archon's going about, just going to get some more of that creep spread. Just going to be seeing the Ravager and the Roach is still gathering. Observer going to take a few shots as well. Protection on that, and is going to just get pushed back. Here's the thing, I mean, Creator has not really, like I say, slowed Rogue down at all. These DTs have kind of floundered. The Archons have got a queen or so. I mean, a queen and 8 lings, a couple of overlords. It's just not that great, right? Mortal Sentries are going to come around. The Prism on the right side hanging about as well. Hive continues up. A few Hydras on the way. +1 missiles. Groove Spines coming up. A couple Archons will fight. Just going to be seeing those Roaches taking some shots. And +1 missiles and Groove Spines coming in as well. Still got the Hive coming online. The Hydra Den pumping out a few Hydras. The Lings also continuing in production currently. As Gates and the Fleet Beacon coming in. +1 attack coming in on the Forge as well. Just going to be seeing the game continue to move around. We see our Nexus coming through at the front as well. Just get that on the go. Hallucination gets knocked. A couple carriers on the way. Mothership building as well. +1 attack. The air weapons coming in also. You see the Ling Roach coming through. Hydra's gathering as well. Still got ourselves a couple of carriers, like I say. Creator just attacking straight into the air attack. Not taking any slowdown at all. A couple of hallucinations going to get caught. Whoa, this army getting caught on the left side. He has to recall in desperation. It's getting a little bit messy for Creator, just losing units here and there, and I mean, I guess he's kind of getting away with the carrier switch, though. I see those Immortals gathering up, a few Zealots and the Archon continue to gather in. Carriers still producing through. Storm coming up, +2 out. Attack on the ground. I mean, there's a Spire from Rogues. He will start again, answer to the carriers. So that's a big step in the right direction for him. Being able to deal with those carriers is obviously one of the main priorities at the moment. Storm +2 attack still on the way. +2 air weapons coming up as well. Carrier's going to get rid of an Overseer nice and quick. Let's see how Ling's going to wrap around. A couple of those Zealots begin to drop immediately. Ling, Roach, Hydra, Lurker moving up this ramp. I'm just going to be getting straight on in. Cannon gets picked off right there. Interceptors flying through. The Zealots are just chilling. Carriers are just an issue. You got to get yourself some Corruptors up to deal with that. Now this was good because we got rid of a base, we got rid of 16 probes, and now we can get Corruptors up to deal with the carriers on a follow-up to that, so I think that's going to be kind of alright, to be honest. I think it's going to be pretty okay as our units continue up the left-hand side. Carriers are going to come across. Mothership gathering. Zealot Immortal joining. Lurker's just going to pop up for the moment. The Overseers and the Overlords continue to move onto the map. A lot of corruptors continue to come through. +1 flyer attack is coming in. Just going to see the extra spore crawlers coming in as well. Simple Stalker just going to go poking at the Overlord and the army coming up to the top here. Ling, Roach, Hydra starting to run through. A couple of Zealots are taking damage. Shots coming out. Just going to be having the cannons continue to fire back as well. Like they're going to chill on the side. Interceptors putting some work out. Roach, Hydra, Lurker pushing back for the moment. Lurker. I'm just going to stay on the left-hand side as well, trying to keep those bases from coming back. The thing from Creator is that anytime he's moved on the map, it's been really not good for him, right? Every time he moves out, it's been a little bit bad. And so Rogue is getting away with, I mean, expanding bottom left, expanding far right side, creep still, you know, sitting strong up through the middle. And these are all things that are just going to be concerns for Creator going on. If he doesn't start doing something about them soon, then he's going to be in trouble, plain and simple. And the army from Creator on the right-hand side still on the move. Hong Kong's Mortals carriers all pressing forward. Those Lurkers going to move up and Lurker on the other side. Putting some damage in as well. So we've seen a storm or two coming down. Roaches, Hydras. Oh my goodness, this is wild because the storms are coming down on top of the Corruptors. They kind of have to. The Corruptors are going to get rid of the carriers. Creator's supply is dropping heavily, but so is Rogues. A few Lurkers standing strong at the end. Are they going to be enough? Do we actually get rid of the last carrier? I think we've got to commit for it. The Corruptors do. They get it. A couple Lurkers left here. Rogue has 50 Lings and 20 Hydras on the production tab. That should be enough to close this out because I don't think there's ever an army here from Creator which is going to be looking good there. He's taking probe damage. There's Nidus coming up in his main base. There are issues he does not have supply to deal with, especially when this army is going to get dealt with right now. No recall coming through, and Rogue is going to storm forward to a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Rogue off to a fantastic start here as we get ready for more Starcraft 2 coming up in a couple of moments. Alright, get this hosted up, and I got a couple shoutouts to do, so give me 1 second, guys. Let me just get the game hosted first. We got a lot of casters today, so priority is getting the game hosted so we can get everyone in the lobby ASAP and try and minimize downtime for the players and everyone as well. It will take a little while for everyone to get in. And yeah, thank you so much. I can't read your name because it's all symbols to me, but it says thank you so much for organizing the tournament and dropping the donation on the YouTube chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the event. Glad you're enjoying. No worries for organizing it. Again, super appreciate the support because, as I will always say, we cannot be here without the support of you guys. You guys really are the life and the blood of these streams and these tournaments. So I really do appreciate it when you can drop some love and support. It really does go a long way. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright guys, we're just waiting for this next map to come around then and get back into a game 3 of this series. Rogue leads 2-0. Creator asking for just a moment. No worries on that one. Again, the winner of this will move on to play against yeah, we'll move on to play against the Pure in the next round. There's our second match of the day. Then we move over to Nightmare Young. The winner of that plays ShoWTimE. And then we look toward Trap versus Gumiho and Clem versus MaxPax. Rogue is ready. Creator's ready. Let's click the start. Alright, let's go, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get this underway. More StarCraft 2 continues to come on by right here and right now as we kick off into more action. Side Delta and a game number 3. Rogue leads 2-0. Is he going to sweep our first series of the day? Honestly, being a cool game. It's not like a sweep where Rogue has been dominant, but it's not been like uninteresting to watch, right? Sometimes you're like, 3-0. Was that really worth checking out? This has been a fun series to watch, actually. It's been very fun, as Rogue has been getting into good positions in the early stages, and he's really been capitalizing on those good positions by playing real good, solid StarCraft, creating opportunities for himself, taking every inch that he gets from it. In the bottom right side of our map, with a very well-deserved 2-0 lead, our blue Zerg player is Rogue. Top left, I have Red Protoss, Creator. Looking to bring this back and get back on track. Have I got a cat or a dog? Yeah, I've got a dog. You can probably see all the hair on me. She's been wrestling me this morning. The black hoodie does no favors with the golden retriever. I can tell you that much. The thing is, I would make an effort to get it all off, but I know fine well she's gonna come jump on me in a break or something, and then it's just gonna be there again. So, such is life. I live in hair. Such is life. Alright, we get going on side Delta then. Game number 3 again. Thank you for that donation on the YouTube. Again, I will say this quite a few times today, guys, so I apologize if you're going to get bored of hearing it, but it is September on Twitch, and the best deal of the month is here. If you give 5 subs on Twitch, Twitch will add at least 1 gifted sub for free to that, so if you give 5, you will guaranteed give 6. Yesterday, someone gifted 5, and Twitch added 3 extra for free. So it's a fantastic time to spread some love in the chat and give some subs, support the channel. Again, our focus right now is raising some money to put on as much StarCraft 2 as possible to fund tournaments. I'm already looking into running it. I looked at the schedule. It's very empty next week, so I'm already looking to try and run something next week over the next couple of weeks so we can have even more games and just stay alive. Pretty much, I mean, the goal is to really be live kind of every day. There's a couple of days I'm going to be taking off here and there, but like the goal is to just be live. We want to put out StarCraft 2 for you guys. We want to give you guys constantly something to watch, so that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, we do that with the help of you guys. If you can afford a sub, or if you've got a Prime sub available or anything, it's always greatly appreciated. Will Ellie make an appearance during the cast today? If she shows up, probably when I get food. I probably get some food in like a couple of hours, and she'll probably sit and stare at me. We'll put her on the stream during food times. It's actually really good if I put her on the stream when I've got food, because she actually sits very still and just stares. So it looks like she's just interested in the stream, but really she's just drooling over the fact that she might get a teeny piece of bread or something. Always a good trick. Couple of Lings moving away, the Adept coming across, the Warp Gate Stalker, Stargate coming by as well. Yo, KSteel88, thank you so much for the resub on the Prime, coming in for 8 months. Hell yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I could probably summon Ellie right now if I rustled, like, I've got an empty packet of crisps on the side. If I rustled that, she'd probably show up in an instant, but I don't want to bait her. Helen's out, so she's probably just sleeping downstairs, chilling. I don't want to disturb her. Later, though, she'll definitely be here, I'm sure. Alright, this game has not been super interesting to talk about early. It's actually one of the most standard games we've seen so far, right? Simply for the fact it is just going to be Oracles off the bat, no Void Ray, no Dark Shrine. Creator's build is very much so the bread and butter of PvZ. And Rogue's not doing anything himself to make us kind of gasp in awe or kind of wonder what the heck the plan is. This really is plain and simple at the moment, right? Just plain simple, no reason to kind of make it too interesting. Very normal StarCraft 2. And both these players seem to be very happy just getting set up into some very normal StarCraft 2. So away we go with that. As a couple queens come up, that road drone's going to be about halfway done as well. The Overlord coming in, a few additional drones coming by. A couple of creep tumors coming up on the side of Rogue. So getting those creep tumors up and running. The Oracle is also in production. Adepts just shading by as the Oracle's overhead. The Adepts coming with them. Heading down to the bottom right at the moment. Again, Twilight Council and Forge both building. The Oracle's finishing up. 2 Spore Crawls on the way from Rogue. And the Lings and the Drones will produce along with that as well. The Oracle's going to actually attempt to go for a Queen here. No transfusion available. That's a good kill. Easy kill. Barely even loses much more than shields on the first Oracle. So, yeah, grabs a Queen super early on. But that is a very solid way to get things underway. It's just going to fight. Oracle's going to take some damage. It's going to be seeing the +1 blink still coming through. Again, the ladder's on the way up. The drones are still coming by. Yeah, a few drones went down so far. Just going to be seeing the, again, +1 blink both continuing to produce. And Nexus will be building on the 3rd base. Our gateway is coming by. The robotics facility coming online. Double creep demons, extractors coming up as well. The Oracle's going to keep on moving as we come around down the bottom side there. The Queen is coming up. The drone's on the way. Tractors coming by as well. Chilling for the moment. Really. Very chilled. Obviously, not a lot happening. The first game we had that run by. In the second game we had the DTs and Archons harassing. This really is probably the most standard that we've seen it so far. Gonna see that last finishing up as well. A couple of queens are gonna be there. The Oracle taking a shot once more. We've seen a +1 blink continuing through, the obs and the cannon coming up as well. A few stalkers coming through, the roach speed and the +1 missiles coming up. We actually have an infestation pit and a Hydra den on the way too, so just continue to bring that out. The spore crawler being brought in. Just gonna see +1 blink, both coming through for the moment. Getting that going. Yeah, continue to move around a little bit. He's just going to get on top of this hatchery already. A few lings start to go down. In fact, quite a lot of lings going down. So pretty successful start here from Creator, who is going to bunch through. This push is looking very good for him. I mean, talking about a very uninteresting game, but it has just been Creator setting up well. And I think one thing that Creator's done extremely well, actually, is he's put himself in this kind of position where because he's kind of just not done much, he's just been very focused on building up. And when he does attack, it's with that very powerful timing. And I think Rogue's almost been lured into this false sense of security of, hey, I can just tech. Hive. Look, Den. It's a little bit greedy. And that's what he got away with in the first games because he got advantages. He defended well, had a lead. He did a good draw. He did a good run by, had a lead. This time, the aggression from Creator, I think, is catching Rogue a little off guard. We're about to have a lurker, Den. Realistically, we have no Hydras on the field, so it's not like we're about to just pop out a couple lurkers and defend against this. It is going to be a great follow-up if Rogue survives, which is, again, our big question mark right now. He's keeping this hatch alive. A couple corrosive vials continuing to try and zone for the moment. Stalker's coming through again. A couple of Ravagers will take some damage. Corrosive Bar, Stalker still taking shots, damage being done. So now Roach Rouge are going to continue to hit, and a couple more Corrosive Vials. Ooh, just going to get dodged there as the Stalkers blink back once more. Silex Spines is halfway done currently, so we are genuinely on our way to those lurkers. Rogue has continued to hold, but the supply is waning, and this is going to be the moment where Creator is going to break on through. As we are going to get rid of a couple of Overlords, supply block city for Rogue. Stalker's going to get rid of this hatchery as well, and as that hatchery falls, this is going to be Rogue in trouble. It is going to be Creator making a bounce back in this best of 5. He's going to stand up and fight back. Just fantastic to see. Stalker's going to keep on coming through. A couple of Ravagers getting cancelled up. Our Queens and our Roaches moving around as well. So just going to have the Overlords also on the move at the moment. Yeah, just trying to see what's else going on. Trying to see a Lurker being added in. A few more Lings coming up. Roach, Ling, Ravager continue to push. The Stalker's going to take some more shots. The Oracle's getting shoved away for a little bit as well. It's just going to pull back a few more units there. The Oracle's really desperate. Is going to get through. Is going to pick off a single Ravager. Now he's going to be seeing a couple more Corrosive Vials still coming down as well. Drones are going to get pulled. this is obviously unholdable at this point for Rogue. Trying his best, trying to hold on. Would have loved to just basically be able to finish this series here, but he's going to be forced to play a map number 4 as Creator comes through strong on side Delta. Like I say, Rogue being a bit greedy, Creator just waiting for the one big attack. Still Rogue trying to pull drones and roaches to try and fend this off. Process what just happened here, figure out what he's maybe going to switch up for the next game as well. As our Stalkers continue to come through and just pick away at anything, everything. Stalkers coming again, going to grab a lurker at the end. Going to get another lurker. Roach is taking damage, drone still taking shots. GG's, and Creator is indeed going to take game number 3, so we are back on track for our Protoss player. Alright, back on track for the Protoss player. Creator steps up in the series. He is going to bring it back a game. 2 more to go if he wants to really do the full reversal, but let's see. As we jump on into Amphion for our map number 4, so we'll get that going immediately here. And like I say, try and keep the games going in general. As Hawk spending the 50k channel points, picking Creator as the GOAT of SC2. Oof. So, that's a statement. Well, he's our GOAT right now because he gave us an extra game of Starcraft, which is, in itself, fantastic. Can't complain there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2 players. Creator's going to go to the bathroom quickly, guys. So Creator going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to take a moment for him. And then we'll be able to go into Amphion for game number 4. Rogue, like I said, getting caught a little bit greedy in that last game. Something for him to try and fix going into this next one. Definitely something to think on. Alrighty. Awesome. Some fun blink micro from Creator. Suck my Marine, how you doing? You almost missed me? You did not almost miss me, I promise you that. We are going to be here for the next few hours. This is our first series of the day. It's been Creator just now turning it around. Rogue was looking pretty great in the first 2 games. It'll be fun to see if Creator can keep up that momentum going into game 4. If Rogue is going to refine that ability to kind of just dominate early and to kind of really just develop on through from there. So definitely some questions to be asked. Suck my Marine, gonna gift a sub out to Oh Lord Jeebus. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Players are ready as we will count down into Creator Rogue game number 4. Thought Rogue retired at some point. He went to the military, but he finished his military service and he returned. Has been back at least, I want to say at least about half a year now. Not sure when the first games of Rogue came back around, but it's probably been about 6 months because he was in Dallas and looking good in Dallas, and that was in June. I reckon it's been about 6 months that he's been back. Alright, let's kick off. Let's get this going. We are going to have in the top left-hand corner of the map, the blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map, we are going to have Creator. Game 4 of our best of 5 Amphion in itself is just a pretty fun map. I mean, this map alone is very interesting, fun layout, definitely introduces a whole lot of different possibilities when it comes to ways in which you can expand and all the rest. So going to be having the hatch coming through, the overlord is coming in, again the gate and the gas coming up alongside that as well. For these early stages, away we go. He's gonna probe nibbling up. Obviously, gonna try and throw a few drones off their mining patterns. Nothing too major just yet, though. We're pretty chill right now. Just getting set. And settled to see where we're gonna go. We'll finish this from Rogue. He has not started mine gas. He's only just now putting a worker into that extractor, so gonna be a little setup starting up there. As we do have the Nexus and the Seb Corp continue to come about. A couple of Queens and the Lings all coming through as well. So all of that on the way. Nexus still building on the natural. Adept Chrono boosting here from Creator as well. The Stargate coming up. Get that started. A couple of Lings gonna go after the probe as well. Gonna try and nibble for as much as they can. Yo, ShoWTime, I'm gonna drop the 5 gifted subs. And that's what we've been talking about. 5 gifted subs and Twitch adds 1 free. Thanks so much for essentially gifting 6. Going out to Prelisk, Tyson C82, Ella Tindra, Jabochi, Ruff, Geo, that's a name. And Clem is love. Thanks so much to ShoWTime, taking advantage of the September deal. Making Twitch pay extra gifty subs. Thanks so much, mate. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for helping the channel out, helping the tournaments out. Old Queen's still hanging around. We do have the Oracle out. It's going to be into that Void Ray again from Creator. Looking to go Overlord hunting, looking to deny information. Last time he did this, he didn't really do anything too crazy on the follow-up. There wasn't really kind of some wild twist kind of mixed into this or anything. Wondering if this time around he maybe does throw down a Twilight Council quickly and maybe go into Glaives or something along those lines, right? Definitely feels like something along those lines could be a cool possibility, perhaps. So maybe something to look for. As yo, SNT, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Welcome back. Dropping that Wardy Hypers and the Wardy Bomb in there as well. Love to see it. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us for some games today. Queen's moving through. The Nexus, the Oracle, all coming about as well. A couple of assimilators continue to build on the side of Creator. So again, all of that up and running. Well, Adeptus is going to come through. Creep is not quite going to get to take a shot there. Yesterday, someone gifted back to Warcraft 5 subs and Twitch gifted an extra 15. Wow. We got an extra 3 one time yesterday. Guys, I'm not... I'm just saying. I was about to go very sellout mode, and I was like, I don't know if that's too sellout. I was like, I'm just saying, you know, like, we need to get some of these big gifted sub freebies on our channel too. Yay. That's crazy. They didn't even mention that was going to be a thing. They literally said like it was going to be 1 gifted sub extra per 5 gifted, but then apparently there's just extra bonuses going around all over as well. That is wild. I was saying yesterday, it's almost like a loot box. It's like you're guaranteed 1 free gifted sub, but if you buy a loot box of 5 gifted subs, you might unlock 3 or 5 extra gifted subs. Who knows? That's crazy. All right, Prism coming up. Twilight Council on the way. A couple of additional gates coming about. The probes are on the way in from Creator as well. So all of that's coming through as the Queens are going to get there. Just going to push the Void Ray back for a little bit. The couple of Oracles continue to move through as well. As the Void Ray will chill and will just be continuing to hunt again. Pushing those Overlords back, denying that information. But Creator just on his way up to the Twilight for the charge. And into the Temple Archives for the Archons. The charge on Archon, the composition to end up on. He's going to get back to killing a few of those drones. He was really good at killing the drones and harassing in the early stages of Game 1, remember? It was the Ling run-by that really killed him in that game, and that really turned things all around for him. As the Rotron and the Spire both continuing through. Oracle's activating, 5 drones going down. Now going to jump onto the extractor for a couple of moments as well. Going to be seeing the Oracle still hanging about there. The few probes continue to come by. The Oracles move through once again. Rogue on his way to that spire. Looking to try and get there for the moment as the Lings come about. The couple of Depths going to get shading back. Probe is going to get a little pick off. Let's keep on moving about. The Depth comes back a little bit. I'm going to fight. A couple of Roaches start to go down. Nice bit of harass from Creator's Rogue. A little bit struggling in the supply counts, right? 105 to 105 is not great here for our Zerg. The Prism will live as well, so the Archons will be able to escape out of here. And yeah, not bad at all. Creator having a good time in these early stages. Resources lost 1.7k to 775, which is very much so in favor of our Protoss. However, Rogue is now going to spend 1,000 gas on Mutalisks, and all of a sudden you have a bunch of Mutas on the way. And that could always be a turning point in this game. I mean, especially if the Prism doesn't realize it, and the Prism goes down very quickly, for example, and you lose out on that. It's very possible that this goes very wrong very soon. So, yeah, he does not know, otherwise he would have been able to start up a Phoenix as well. So, yeah, he's definitely blind to it. I guess the question is, Rogue, he's just flying across the map. Kratos just going to recall the Archons. I think he did see it with the units on the left side. As the Mutas are going to show up and go straight towards the main. Okay, there is a cannon. That is genuinely a help. That is a good first step towards dealing with this. So, definitely a first initial step in the right direction. A couple of gates still coming up. The Immortals still coming through. These Mutas are going to try and find some damage on Immortals. The Immortals almost run towards the Mutalisks. I guess they were running toward the battery, but it looked like they were kind of giving the Mutas an even easier time of getting damage done. He's going to come through again. We see the pylon goes down, the gateway going to get hit. Just going to see a couple of Archons coming over too. Things, Roaches opening up those rocks. Just going to be seeing the Mutas trying to find whatever they can, but so far it's been pretty good defense. We've really limited damage being taken from these Mutalisks, right? And maybe now we finally get the Mutas to actually make a big pickoff, getting an Immortal, maybe getting two. That's much nicer than what we've seen so far, too. One Immortal and a Phoenix. I think Roach now gathering up as Rogue's plan is going to be to keep causing chaos and keep looking to take big fights. So sword pops, just going to see a few Lings caught, the army coming back across. Predator has been great so far defensively, but it does not mean he is out of the woods. He's going to lose his Stargate, so no more Phoenix production is actually a little scary, especially when Rogue is doubling down on more and more Mutalisks. If this was, 10 meters and then back away, whatever, a few Phoenix is fine, but actually this is a scenario where I think a second Stargate would have been a called for Predator, and we wouldn't have really kind of hated that at all. I think we would have loved a second Stargate and even more Phoenix, especially as the Phoenix keep going down. Ling Roach in the natural. We're going to dive here. The Mutas are going to commit. These Archons will go down quickly. The splash damage is going to disappear. There's another Archon here. We can jump on. Prism will micro it. As we get rid of the Prism, we get rid of the Archon. Now we're going to start diving on these Stalkers. Creator in some trouble because there's Ling Roach still on his natural, picking away at some of the units that are on their way to try and help against all of this. Super Battery will be a target here as well. We knock that down. We turn around, maybe get a few more probes, another Stalker. Any unit you're grabbing right now is great. The cannon will go down, weakening this position for future engagements. Void Ray goes down, another Archon we're going to go onto, man. We're taking a lot of splash on these Mutas, but they are still alive and somewhat healthy. I mean, Ling's over here. I'm going to get a few more kills. Actually going to start killing off those Immortals would be huge. Yeah, Kreia trying to go across the map, but it's just not really working. It looks like Rogue has caused enough chaos in this game as the stream of Lings is eventually going to more or less clean this up. There's a couple units left over. Still an Archon here getting picked off again. We just don't have enough anti-air ever being made or added on. That one Phoenix is likely going to go down here as well. That was some of the only consistent damage we had left. Well, I was going to say the Zealots might be an issue, but obviously Mutas will deal with Zealots eventually as Rogue is going to take it. Game 4 is his. 3-1 victory, and Rogue advances to the the quarterfinals, where he will be taking on Cure today. So Rogue looks to take on Cure in the round of 8, and that's actually up next for us. So we're going to get that Cure Rogue series on the way in just a few and keep going with some more StarCraft 2. Cure's already here, and if Rogue wants a couple minutes, he can have a couple, and that will then lead us into that next best of 5, guys. We're going to get that ready to go in just a couple moments. Alright, Rogue can take a couple minutes if he does so wish. Thank you for joining us, guys. Again, appreciate all the subs and stuff. We're almost at 600 subs. I put our sub goal at 700 because 700 is where we were kind of averaging for a while before we had the big sub drop off. This is actually our first time above 500 subs in a few months now. So I appreciate all the support. Appreciate you guys taking advantage of obviously the September deal as well with the gift 5, get some for free as well. Do continue to check that out. They really do help us out. Again, our goal right now, I say it again, we want to put on as much StarCraft 2 as possible. We want to make events. We want to have tournaments. We just do not want it to stop. We want to make sure there's enough StarCraft for people to keep on playing in, enough StarCraft for people to keep on participating in. We want people to play this game while there's no other tournaments really going on. So do consider supporting the channel. Pretty much everything we do right now is focused on just putting money towards tournaments. Obviously, I mentioned the gifting subs, obviously Prime subs, etc. great as well. The other thing I want to mention just quickly is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. The Patreon has always worked like this, but just to express it right now, 100% of what you pledge on Patreon is going to go directly into tournament prize pools. So if you pledge $20 on Patreon, that will be $20 straight into a StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools. That is a guarantee. So if you want to check out guaranteed way to put money into prize pools, I mean, like I say, we take a bunch of the sub money and put it into prize pools too. For the Patreon, 100% of what you put in. No cuts matter. You know, if there's a slight transaction fee, we cover that as well. So you guys can check that out. So yeah, check out the Patreon as well. As we already have maps being picked here. Oceanborn going to be map 1. We'll host this up and get this ready to go. As Rogue only just got done dispatching of Crater, he is ready to already go into Ocean, then Golden, then Crimson, then Side Delta, then Alcyone. No post-youth in this series. Very happy with that because Rogue's played some interesting games on post-youth, and I'm kind of intrigued why the Terran players keep letting it come into series as well. It's been interesting to see that development as of late. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're missing a caster. Who's missing? Check my friends list. There we go. Found him. Alrighty. Oh, this really was a a speedy switch into our next matchup, guys. Alright, just missing one caster. Once they join the lobby, we will be good to go into our second best of 5 of the day as Rogue takes on Kira in the quarterfinals. Bum, bum. Caster just AFK, guys. Alright, couple moments, we'll get ready to resume again. Thank you so much for joining us again. Hope everyone's feeling great. We still have our own ads going on, so it's not terrible that we can't start, but I'm just very aware. Obviously, it doesn't take much to get off schedule on these days, so... Do. We're gonna give it another 30 seconds, guys. Then we're gonna go without because players are indeed ready. Give him 30 seconds. 3 juicy PvDs coming up as well. We got just loads of great games coming up, man. Yeah, Trap Gumiho should be fun. That seems like a great matchup. We have Night Match. I think it's a great draw in this bracket as well. To me, that's the kind of draw which is just like, okay. Like, that can go any which way as well. I feel like that's a great draw for both of them. I think they both look at that and say, wow, great chance for us to make round of 8. Yo, Fles Redelic, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Man, people saying people getting like 10 gifted subs free and 15. We're still only getting 1. We're getting scammed by Twitch, aren't we? Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, which goes up to 6 with the Twitch September deal. Going out to Wilhelm 2468, Swans Go Moo, Jevimka, Random Guy 0405, Remy Sabi, and Condor 6630. Just gonna double check the players already here. We're gonna kick this off and get this going. As around the barn, gonna drop the 5 gifted subs as well to throw us into a sub train. Going out to Cosmo 6655, INJTL 159, Shikars, Mutu Pandi, RJ Pebble, and Wowzer DK. Bam! Oh, Bam. Oh, your name is Bam, not Bon. I said Bon. Day 9 said Bon as well. I just don't know why. I guess I just saw the M. It looks like an R and an N. I think going around something. I think Bon apparently. All right, we're going to go in game, guys. We're missing a caster, but they've had their time. So they're unfortunately going to miss out. Around the Bam, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, plus the 1. Pleasure Delic, thank you so much as well. Bit of a sub-train to get us into our first quarterfinal of the WardiTV Festival. We are heading into Oceanborn. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That actually pushed us up to 600 subs. Incredible. The road to 700 begins now. Go wild, guys. Go wild. Don't worry. I am happy to sell out all day. It's one of those weekends. This tournament was made with the intention of selling out with this September deal. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get into it. Top left-hand corner of the map, our blue Terran player representing Team Liquid, of course. One of the strongest out there in Korea. Very consistent. Maybe hasn't been perfect in TVZ as of late, but definitely a player that we always enjoy watching because he's so solid. It is Cure in the top left corner of Oceanborn to start off this best of 5. He is taking on the Red Zerg, who we just saw dismantling his opponent in ZVP. One of only 2 Zergs in the playoffs. How far can he go? Can he continue to give a Zerg representation through to day 2 guaranteed with the semifinals appearance? It's Rogue in the bottom right. As what's up, Chillwind Jedi doing your part with the resub as well. Coming in for the 81 months, but also for 6 months in advance. Always a shout out to that one. Thank you so much for having the faith and dropping in the big resub. Thank you so much for 81. And Suck My Marine. Oh my god. We did it, guys. We got +3 instead of just +1. See, I told you it existed. I told you it existed. Suck My Marine with the 5 gifted subs, which becomes 8. Going now to John Kraus 05, BBQ 93, Lazugi, Piranha AR, Vlad Slymore, Beak Geek, Make Me Reeb, and S Gang 53. Thank you so much, Suck My Marine, for the essentially 8 gifted sub. Oh my god, we are more G's as we have more G's coming in for the 5 gifted subs as well, which becomes 6. Going out to Lil RD ECP, Mr. Stefan, Chowsy 44, Pumper Stew, Fire Lily, and Alt 461. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What's the highest possible bonus? Someone said they saw 15 bonus, which is kind of wild. So, yeah, we've only seen 3 bonus. That's the highest we've seen on our channel, but apparently other streams have seen 10, 15. I've heard of a 10 and I've heard of a 15. That's crazy. Thank you so much, guys. On the hype train as well. Oh my god, you're going to get a hype chest. You're going to get an emote if you subscribe right now. Could I make it any more of an offer? Probably not. Real talk, though, we do have multi-Rax Reaper on the way up from Cure. So, 3 Reapers on the way. 3 Rax, very committed. You know, the 2 Rax Reapers committed in the first place. The 3 Rax Reaper is a step beyond, right? This is to go even further. And he goes Super Saiyan 3 with 3 Rax Reaper instead of just playing the 2 Rax Reaper as our Link Speed starts up on the side of Rogue. So he's going to have Link Speed to fight against this, and that's obviously going to be important. He didn't play greedy. He didn't stay gasless or anything. And so just going to be seeing a couple of Queens and a few Lings all coming up. The Reapers, for the moment, going to get pushed back initially. You're getting ready to expand. I mean, you need to do big damage if you're going to go for the 3 Rax Reaper, because 3 Rax Reaper commitment is just that much more. So that really does... yeah, that really does require you to, at the very least, keep that third base down from the opponent for quite some time. I wouldn't be surprised if, when we do place that as Rogue, Kua does have an attempt to try and take it down. It's scary because Link Speed's now done, but these Reapers should be able to hold their own with grenades, and Rogue seeing this nice. And man, you've got so many Reapers. Why the hell aren't you up in my face? It's a fantastic question as well. Yo, Thorn, thank you so much for the Prime for the 9 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it, man. Actually kicks us over to the level 3 hype train. Someone said there was a 50 bonus sub. That's wild. That's actually wild. As these Lings are going to try and fight, but the Reapers are going to be able to get into the corner. Good grenade so far. Lings are going to continue to come in. Reapers continue to fight. The Lings will all go down. Queen's going to capitalize, though. They actually kill a couple of Reapers on the end. That makes it not quite as bad. Yo, Suck My Marine, you've got the lucky touch, apparently. Gifts 5 subs, gets another +3. Man, Twitch really loves Suck My Marine, apparently. Going out to SSU63 and... Oh, God. Sorry, it's moving. And Sekwa, Linux Sauna, QQ Tower, Aceman WTF, Huron Emu, J2, and Sir Trousers. Thank you so much, Suck My Marine. He's figured it out, man. He literally makes... You know, they say money doesn't grow on trees. Suck My Marine makes subs grow on his gifts or something. Okay, I don't know where this is going. Reapers, Lings continue to gather up. Fights will come about, but I mean, the Reapers will just sit safe behind the wall. The resources lost, like, pretty even. It's actually not too bad. We only lost 4 Reapers. We lost a few Lings, but we didn't lose much more than that. As around the BAM, not the barn, coming out with another 5 gifted subs to turn into 6. Going out to Max Biagi. No, you can't have nice things. Melatupi, Minim, 84 Joker, and Sietsa Damstra. Sietsa Damstra. You might need to try once more. Want to see if your account's actually just the lucky one. Right, thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate all the support. Again, we are going to do our absolute best to keep on running as much StarCraft 2 as possible. I promise you guys, donations and sub-gifts and so on are going to a great place. We will make our best to make that happen. There's a few Marines coming in, a couple Lings going down, Stimpack, +1, Medivacs all coming through as well. And just going to be seeing the lair coming through about halfway done from Rogue, so that tech up is happening. My concern in these TVZs for Rogue is going to be, I feel like Kua's going to throw a few aggressive things at him, and I'm afraid Rogue's not going to have the preparations in place in time to deal with those, you know, things, whatever they may be. I'm a little bit afraid that that might be the case, right? I'm a little bit afraid that that might be how this kind of turns out in the long run, so I suppose we shall see. Good community here? Hell yeah. Suck My Marine. Bro, I mean, it's not quite +3, but it's still +2 instead of just +1. Yo, thank you so much for another 5 gifted going out to Sophia Burns, Amibis1156, Chris N929011, Tan Vinhao, Jimmy Hidef, and then the 2 extra. One of them goes to Bjorn. Wow, Bjorn not even supporting the own tournaments he plays in. And Steampack90. Thank you so much, Suck My Marine. Have a great tournament, dude. No, dude, thank you so much. I hope you have a great tournament watching. Thank you so much for the support and going above and beyond. Thank you, everyone who's throwing the subs out. I appreciate it. We are about a sub away from hitting the final level of the hype train, guys. So if anyone does just have a Prime available, you may as well drop that in now. Get yourself a cool hype train emote unlock. And otherwise, let's get back to this game, because I feel like we're getting into the very fun, juicy part. Rogue's already trying to find some counter-attacking damage, trying to find some openings with some units on the map. Just needs to be careful he doesn't get caught off guard and kind of has these units caught completely. He is bringing his army on the map back toward his reinforcements, and as Rogue is about to hit Baneling speed here, it's going to be counter-attack time. You might have noticed there's no third CC from Kua, so he's 2 base committed. Oh, that's cute. He's going to build a secondary wall, but there's enough Banes to bust through there. Still, the Lings will stream forwards. Liberator sieges up. All these SCVs going down. Well, this is all great. You now must deliver on the other side, though. You must clean up this army. Rogue has to get rid of this. He is killing reinforcements, so he is going to stop some of the potential power of it. As away we go, just going to be seeing 20 SCVs killed. Oh, he's going to get on top of the tanks quickly. The Banes, though, do go down. Siege tanks will... No! One of them survives. The Queens wanted it, but they will not get it. I think Rogue dies. I don't think he has enough units to deal with this over here. He went too soon. He pulled the trigger, and his gun wasn't loaded. Kua is going to have a 1-0 lead in this series as he just holds on. He just has enough across the map. And he is just going to get rid of everything that Rogue had there. Woohoo! My goodness, what was that? Going crazy in the chat, guys. Obviously, thank you so much for all the support. Kions0001 coming in with the Prime sub. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. And Seed and Chaos going to drop the 10 gifted subs, and Twitch going to scam us and only give the +2. Wow. Honestly, I swear, Twitch, you've just seen what's going on in the lifestyle. No, right? If your name's not Suck My Marine, you ain't getting bonuses. Yo, thank you so much, Seed and Chaos, for the 10 gifted subs. That becomes 12. Going out to Devasso, Adian85, Mr. Calculon, Dalsim85, Toxanic, Akron Twitch, Mick Sunil, Wayne850410, Porf2020, Twisted1, and Nasty Butler 33, and Toad Elcher 1. I'm probably murdering that one. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the love, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Taking advantage of the September deal and all the rest of it. Creating some ad-free viewing for a bunch of people. Every sub gets ad-free viewing, guys, which is great on my stream because you guys know I love to hit that ad button. So thank you so much for showing some love, spreading the love. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Last caster just joined. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. All right, guys. We are ready for game number 2 here. Kua leads the series 1-0. Heading into a game number 2 right now as we kick this off and we get this underway. 653 subs is incredible. On our way to the 700, man. All right, maybe we need a. If we hit 700, maybe we set up a little fun challenge goal. I mean, next week's kind of quiet. Maybe we run a tournament just straight up next week. Maybe just like Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. Maybe we just run like a tournament. Maybe. In the top left, though. I should probably focus on this one for now. We do have the red Zerg in the top left corner. This is Rogue. As in the bottom right, our blue Terran from Team Liquid. It is Cure. That'd be awesome. Yeah, maybe, like, I'm just looking and, like, I just locked in a couple of casts for Wednesday and Thursday this next week, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are kind of empty. Maybe we run a little 3-day event. Invite a few players, have some fun. What could we do? We could do, like, a little 16-player event and just do, like, little 4-player groups, double elim. Make it 10 best of 3s a day or something like that. I like it. Kind of like the plan. Level 4 train, I know. We never... it's actually... My hype train settings are set to be quite high. It's actually very difficult for us to reach, like, different levels of a hype train. As you can see, the support's been crazy. We're only on level 4. Some people have it on, like, the lowest setting. It gets set off by, like, 2 subs and then, like, you know, a few subs and they max us out. But I've always had my hype train on a higher setting because it genuinely is then kind of exciting when you're on a level 4 hype train. We probably hit level 4 hype train... what, 3 times a year, maybe? If I had to guess, like 2-3 times a year. Like, it's not a common occurrence. So, today's been crazy so far, guys. Thank you so much for the support and generosity. We are here on Golden Aura, which means that we probably have a couple minutes of setting up. Unlikely to see anything too crazy happen over the next, or over the first couple of minutes. And we can kind of see that that's kind of being the case here as well. As we just have an Overlord heading down to the bottom right. Yo, Barry BP gonna drop the 5 and the +2 from Twitch. Okay, okay. Going out to Blau, Bosch, Boob, Davy Wen, Silent Necro, Zero Call 1234, Soulcry 78, Rosie Lutu, Rosie Lutu, and Bobo 1942. 5 + 2. Nice, nice, nice. Good job, guys. Alright, SCV gonna throw down a command center then, so that's gonna be on the way up. The factory is coming in as well, so we bring that into play. Link speed about halfway done. A couple of links coming up. Queen producing. Hype train's about to end, guys. I want to see what's in my hype chest. Hype chest is actually kind of fun. I genuinely, for the first time in a long time, excited for a hype train because I can open the hype chest. Let's see what we get. I got the rock outer mode. That looks not like the... There was a cute dog one. I didn't get the cute dog one. God damn it. Alright. Choo choo. Alright, well, Reaper comes in. Things chilling out in the chat a little bit. We can focus up on the game a little bit more. Nothing lost. Feelings on the other side. Reaper popping about. We do have a third hatchery coming down as well, so we get that on the way. And as the feelings are thinking about the idea of maybe coming up this ramp and trying to get a little bit active. Marine is going to be there to turn the Lings around, and the Lings are going to go back onto the orbital for a couple of moments. Work onto that right away. Orbital command drops onto the natural. And again, a few drones coming up. The Queen's on the way. Overlord is producing. Well, Hellions on the way up, the Viking building as well. Again, Queens, drones, Overlord all coming through. The Reaper of Cure coming down that right-hand side and going to be sitting at the front. There's a couple more Hellions are coming in. The drone production continues. The Queens are in production. The Crypt Tumors are added on. Just got ourselves settled here for game number 2. It is best of 5, of course. Plenty of time for Rogue to turn this around. Golden Aura will be his map pick as well, so now on the map he will feel more comfortable on. And he made it very close in that previous game too. I actually think I understood the idea of he wanted to just jump on those tanks, but what he did across the map was really a situation where it's like, because he did so much damage across the map, he'd already shut down reinforcements. He had time to just wait, force Cure to come forward another step or two, another siege or two, buy time, and then go with even more units. That would have been the secret to Rogue having enough to close that out in that game number 2. Couple of Hellions just roasting, as we do have the Hellions trying to maintain map control. The Viking coming around the top. Overlord hunting. I don't imagine he's ever going to drop in and try and kill some drones on the ground. Although never say never. These Terran players and their Vikings, they do more than you ever thought they would. There's a couple of Reapers and Hellions hitting the Crypt Tumor there as well. So a bit more damage being dealt. The Banshee on the way up from Curious are going to get a second Banshee out and at the front. A couple of barracks and engineering base still building by. How's that Spore Crawler? Will burrow up as well. Hellions and the Reaper still gathering. Again, 1-1 coming through. Stimpack in production as well. The Hellions and the Reaper come around that left side. Again, Laz about to finish up here. The hatchery and a couple of Evo chambers are coming up as well. More drones coming through, the Burrow coming up, the Overseer coming in. Still just got that Burrow and the Bane Speed coming online as well. A few more Lings coming into production. A depot at the front. The Viking going to try and hit the Overlord a little bit. And try and do some damage over there where possible. Hatchery on the front, as we do have the Banshee still moving around the left-hand side. Going to go for a couple more Crypt Tumors. You know, obviously Rogue just getting straight up toward 5 bases, so starting to look very comfortable on his setup. Looking pretty good across the board. The Marines pull across here, going to grab themselves an Overseer. Just going to get a little pick off on that one. Overseer will go down. Have that Bane Speed coming online. The melee upgrades are still coming up. Our units of QH going to move out the left-hand side. Got a little supply lead on his opponent right now. Going to have an upgrade timing window here as well. Could be a good moment to get forward and maybe make something happen. Loathing Bane going to come through. Oh, Siege Tank going to fire up a bunch of Banes. And knocked down very quickly. The Queen's going to stay there. The Siege Tank going to get grabbed as well. Just going to get that Overseer. A couple of Queens also getting jumped on as we speak. The Ling Bane continues through. The few Banes starting to crash in. A couple of Hellbats will do some of the tanking. Queens are going to stem up again, and the Queens are going to get chased away. Kua, he has way too much. Rogue is not really ready. This is exactly what I felt like Rogue was going to struggle with in this series. I mentioned it last game, and then he kind of had that counterattack, and it was, you know, became hopeful in that game 1. But just timing windows early in the game where Kira is just going to be so good at executing, it's going to be tough to have enough up on the side of It's going to be tough to have enough up on the side of Rogue to deal with these. If you make any kind of a slip up at any point, you're going to have to be so careful. Link Bane still joining up. We have our Banshees in. The +2 carapace going up. Is never going to come to see the light of day. And Kua is going to take game number 2 here against Rogue. And is going to be off to the races in this one. So Kua going to get up to the 2-0 lead and a map away already. Scary. A map away from just advancing straight through to those semi-finals tomorrow. And this side of the bracket could become quite Terran heavy if MaxPax isn't able to step up. MaxPax plays Clem later, and yeah, the winner of that plays Bjorn. So potential to be very Terran heavy. Pop the lobby link down, get this hosted, guys. I got some message I need to send off to someone quickly. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Using all my fingers to get up to our numbers. As everyone's ready, we can go. Alright, count into Crimson Court. Get this underway. Get this started. And get this ready to rumble. Alrighty, let's go. Crimson Court coming through for our game number 3, guys. Do you think that Rogue can take a game? I feel like the potential is there, but I think if Kua plays well-rounded and kind of succinct in his build, I think Kua is going to be the one that remains in just a big favored position. Like a massively favored position, to be honest. He's the blue Terran player, bottom left from Team Liquid. Kua, I think Rogue is maybe even going to have to do something early to kind of get under Kua's builds a little bit and kind of get into the, to kind of throw them off a little. I think something a little funky has to happen early game. Are Twitch bonus subs paid at the prime rate? Do the gift subs get reimbursed at a gift sub rate? I think the Twitch bonus subs genuinely just act as a gifted sub from whatever location the person's from. But I don't see why they would refer to the prime rate. I would imagine it because gift subs work off of your percentage deal with Twitch, so I would imagine it's based like that. Probably a set amount, but yeah. Not sure. Good question. Well, Hatch Gas and Pool coming in. Get ourselves onto the Inu cam. Best observant in the business. Look at that! Look at that! Instant zoom on the SCV. Beautiful. No one can zoom in on the workers like Inu, I swear. Yeah, I mean, we wait to see where this goes. Is this a good Terra map? Crimson Court is absolutely the kind of map which is, you got a lot of good pushing positions on this map as the Terran, so there's definitely danger territory for Rogue. Maybe even more reason to kind of mix something up early in this game, get an advantage, take away the fact that Kua is kind of getting advantages, and then also take away the fact that it's meant to be Kua's map benefit as well. Reaper will begin the trade with these Zerglings, some damage being done right off the bat. Queen's coming back over. Queen gonna pop out as well. It's gonna come through for a couple of moments. As our CCs come in, factory, reactor, building right now. Reaper hops up to the high ground. I'm gonna go down. A couple queens, the ling's all gonna get there. So just gonna be able to clean that up, push that back. That's a fast left. Asked Rogue to mix it up. He is gonna mix it up. I like it. I think fast left, fast a little bit of a mix-up or so here makes a lot of sense and absolutely can deliver in a big way. Max is going to drop down onto the reactor. I think he's just going to chill out the front. Roach speed is going to be coming up as well, so we get that on the go. Orbital going to come over. Starport is about to finish. The couple of refineries coming up. Reactor about to be done. Stim pack about halfway. Roach speed. And Overlord speed as well coming, so definitely feels the Rogue as he's just building roaches. Is perhaps prepping to bring the aggression here in this game number 3. Bit of a rollercoaster day for Rogue, right? He kind of looks dominant against Creator, and he comes up against Cure, and suddenly it's like he's playing against, you know, he's hit a brick wall. Playing against someone that's definitely just able to look so freaking good as that Dropper Lord comes through. The Roaches and Ravagers still coming up. Medevac's gonna load back up into the Marine's gonna load up into those Medevacs, but yeah, this attack is coming in great. Yeah, Kyo could not know less about it. He's completely blind. I mean, if there's ever a time to die, this is it, because the only thing I will say is that the drop across the map may do some damage, but your preparation against this current Roach Ravager attack is absolutely zero. These Marines are gonna stim in, they're gonna hit the third hatch, which has no drones on it, and then Kyo probably going to realize that he's in some serious trouble. The Hellions back at home probably not going to do much. We will have, I mean, like I said, these Marines can cause chaos. And maybe chaos is the best that Kyo can hope for right now as Roach Ravager will break down the first depot. Queen's going to drop to the high ground, start fighting against some of the Hellions. Siege Tank has popped out. Drones are going to pull to try and fight against this drop. The Roach is there as well to turn this around. Obviously, you can afford to lose a lot of workers because you're killing every single worker on the other side of the map. Siege Tank is putting some work in, though, as we are going to be forced to turn back. And for the moment, Rogue will just have to sit on the low ground. Will not be able to break up to that high ground position just yet. Depots continue to go down. The Ravager's putting in some work. The Marine's going to go for one more Overlord kill as well. Yeah, I mean, the Roach is finally cleaning up on the other side. QA is coming out of this 20 workers behind. Obviously, he's about, though, to have 1-1 upgrades. Combat Shield. Am I crazy for believing? Marines tank is going to be coming about. It's going to be seeing the Roach Ravager setting up. The Overlord coming around. Going to be seeing that Marines going to start fighting. Roach Ravager going to fight again. It's going to be seeing the Siege Tank going down. I mean, the upgrades are definitely going to help you here, and I don't know if Rogue can really do much else. A couple more Marines getting shot at. Q down at what, 37 supply. Not exactly looking great. Just going to be seeing a tank getting jumped on as well. This tank is going to get grabbed. A couple tanks taking shots. GG is going to get called, and Kyo is going to win it because Rogue just apparently is not going to try any further. So there's kind of an interesting moment of GG. So let's take a little rewind, because you don't think that Kua should win this, right? And I don't necessarily think he should win it in this moment. But Rogue is completely resistant to the idea of building workers and just playing the longer game. So he's continuing to do nothing but build roaches and ravages. And like I say, the upgrades come into play from Kua. So when he takes this fight here, there's 2 siege tanks, and he fights. I mean, Q is still down 12 SCVs. His third base is not landed. Corrosive Balls will be good enough to more or less get rid of this. I mean, we're going to lose every bit of Roach Ravager here. I mean, the problem is he's just built another 7 Roaches that are going to do nothing. Like, all these Roaches don't do anything, right? Q is going to be able to live off through that. But the thing is, like, Q just doesn't have any workers, so I just don't think you should GG at any point here. No? Overlord's going down, so you're going to lose high ground vision. Like, I mean, he tries to break up. The tank does a lot of damage. He loses a ton of units trying to break through here. He doesn't even kill that siege tank on the high ground. And he just thinks that that means he's never going to get in. Which, to be fair, if he slows down, he's going to take a ton of damage to the drops. It's one of those crazy ones. You should probably play it, right? Is what it comes down to. You should probably play it. I do see a way Kua gets back in that game. We've seen Terran players recover from way worse situations than that. You know, way worse situations than that. But you should still play it, because there's a chance that it doesn't go the way that you think it's going to go. So, yeah. Yeah, kind of a wild one, like you say. Maybe I should have stayed in it a little bit longer. But sometimes that's the way it is, guys. I mean, sometimes it's the way it is. He's still ahead in workers. He is, but he will be up against Triple Mule. He does not have lair tech. He does not have upgrades. Like, to be fair, if he doesn't kill the Terran, generally we would say, okay, yeah, Kua has won this. Because the worker difference doesn't matter. Because Kua can just build SCVs or triple CC and undo that worker difference anyway. He had lair? Oh, yeah, actually. Oh, okay, maybe he had lair. Because, yeah, Queen drop, yeah. But he didn't have any tech off the lair, and he wasn't investing into it. Honestly, probably would have been fine if he just stopped making roaches like a minute before and just started droning. But then he probably felt like he'd overcommitted, thinking he was going to break through. I mean, I'm trying to defend it. I'm not saying it was necessarily the right decision. I'm just trying to say what he thought from his point of view, right? Alright, Nightmare Young going to be coming up next, guys. I think we're going to go to our first break screen of the day. I've been on camera the entire time, or in-game the entire time so far. So just going to take a couple minutes here, come back for more Starcraft 2. We appreciate you all tuning in so far, guys. And I'll see you all very shortly for more Starcraft. I'll see you after this quick break. And I'll see you for more SC2 when we return. I'll see you guys after this. Welcome back. Just like that, I'm going to cut the music and we're going to get ready to go into Nightmare versus Ryung. If our players are ready, Ryung said go, go, go. Just waiting for Nightmare to give us a go, go, go as well. Nope, he needs a minute. Perfect. Well, not perfect. I'd rather go in game, but that's okay. I can talk to you guys for a minute. I don't know what I'm going to talk to you guys about. Yeah, I've got no idea what I'm going to talk to you guys about, but I guess I could talk to you guys for a minute. Hi. Hey, ho, yo. So yeah, we're just waiting for Nightmare. And once Nightmare is ready, we can begin. Yeah, I really don't have anything to say. Putting all my words out into the cast, I guess, but it's okay. At least we have things to say during the games, right, guys? 2 best of 5s are down, and of course we have Nightmare versus Ryung up next. The winner of this goes straight up against ShoWTimE after, then Clem versus MaxPax, and Gumiho versus Trap. We did adjust the order slightly, guys. Clem MaxPax will move forwards, while Trap Gumiho will go back. Just moving those series around a little bit of a scheduling thing. There's a Home Story Cup qualifier today, so one player mentioned they would like to play in that. And we've already preemptively sorted out another series problems on that as well, so that's the thing. Just a little switcheroo for later on. Alright, let's hop into it. As we have got in the top left corner of the map, our Blue Protoss player here in this best of 5 fresh series is going to be our Blue Protoss player Nightmare. As in the bottom left, our Red Terran player from Vitality is Ryung. Get this going. Did they teach me about the nuclear facility in Cumbria that caught fire? I have no idea about anything like that. How did I get into casting SCT? You used to watch a lot of SCT in the beginning days, and then you took a break, and when you came back, there's WardiTV. It goes way back to, the TLDR is, I made a practice group called SC2 Improve. It was a chat channel on Battle.net where people could come and find practice partners. We started to run little tournaments in our group. I got involved with another organization that ran events. Eventually, I kept on running tournaments. I made them a bit bigger. I streamed a bit more, and that just kind of knocked on to me continuing to cast and stream and run events. I've basically been doing the same thing in my life for like 10 years now. Well, longer. I mean full time for 10 years next year is kind of crazy, but yeah, I ran my first event in what, like 2012? Because I only got into Starcraft use in 2011. And so it was like 2012 we ran our first SC2 Improved Weekly. So, well, you know, we're at like 12 and a half years of running tournaments. But yeah, I never set out to be like, you know what, I love this game called Starcraft, I'm going to be a caster. It's very much so a case of, we had a little tournament, it was like, well, some people want to watch this, so I guess I'll figure out how to stream. And if you go back and listen to the original Wardy VODs, they are not pretty. I mean, you can even if you go to the first ones on YouTube, they're kind of like, ugh, you know, like they're brutal. Yeah, I will give you a sneak peek of what happens if you go way back to the OG Wardy days. 11 years ago.
With the barracks, so I'm very interested to see what we're going to see out of this.
Oh
And
my
this,
God.
again, this is another map which is good for TEM because with all the surface area at the edge of the base, it's very, very strong for Marine Hellion elevators. Dropping the Hellions in, then the Marines.
Oh my God. You know, I couldn't even talk. Like, I don't know why anyone watched me stream. It's actually incredible that anybody listened to that. It really is. Like, you know when people are like, how did you make it? I don't actually know. Whoa, what happened here? Why is there a game going on? Oh my God. I'm trying to talk to chat and answer questions and freaking this stuff dying. Sorry, guys. 2 Stalkers and an Adept have denied the bunker, denying the CC, and dealing serious damages. Ryung just dead. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, maybe so. As we do see 10, 11 SCVs going down. Yeah, that's probably game-ending damage. Like, that's way more damage than should ever really be dealt this early in the game. Game may not end because obviously the Cyclone's on its way now. The bunker does get filled, but this is obviously horrendous. A proxy gateway, and Nightmare is just going to run away with the game. Sorry, guys, I really did not pay attention. I thought I was unfolding someone's camera, and I just wasn't, so I didn't watch the game while I was reading chat and stuff. My bad, guys. Cast the game! Yeah, well, see, at least 11 years old, Wardy, back then. Not 11 years old, but 11 years ago, Wardy. At least I casted the game and didn't get distracted by chat and stuff. Ah, haha, yeah, so funny, making fun of myself. At least that Wardy paid attention, huh? Unbelievable. CC will not get cancelled, right? But you're still at a significant worker deficit. Yeah, the Pros player delayed their expansion, but that is now up and running already still. That's going to be a dead Cyclone, but it costs us 2 Stalkers, so... I mean, you can look at that 2 ways. It's like, well, we got 2 Stalkers, or you can look at that as like, well, hey, at least I got the Cyclone, because that's going to be less defense for a little while as well. I think Ryung is just dead in this first game, guys. I think this one might just be on its way to being done and dusted super early and super quickly. There's Nightmare. Trying to boost up a Blink. Wolfgate and a Stalker on the way out, or a couple Stalkers on the way out. We see now a couple of Cyclones going about as well. And we've seen a couple of SCVs and the Mule coming around, the Marauder on the way with concussive shells. I mean, Ryung's got to try and get back in this and maybe getting some concussive shells up. It allows him to get some snipes and some kills. Perhaps that's something we can look towards. Thing coming up, concussive shells on the way, Marauder coming through and a couple Cyclones still building. Cyclone's going to get that. Pick up a Stalker. We're going to pull the SCVs. To be fair, this is going to be Ryung's best chance at winning something, but Blink is going to be good. Cyclone's going to try and fight, but yeah, with Blink up, that should be the efficiency you need on this Army of Nightmare just to close this out. And to net yourself a Game 1 victory, Super Battery will activate, Probe goes down. SCVs are still pulling in, Marines and the Cyclones, couple Marauders going to come through. And we are going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to push that away, so those Marines still going down, still being chased. Is going to get caught by Ryung. Nightmare is going to take game 1 of this best of 5. Well, from listening to old school Wardy to suddenly Ryung dying, that game kind of had it all. And it's actually getting crazy. So, just getting to game 2 of this then. It's going to be Ghost River for a second map, and yeah, Nightmare comes out All guns are blazing. Looking to set up our potentially first mirror match of the tournament. If he wins this, he would take on ShoWTimE, of course. So something worth mentioning. Throw our lobby link down. We should just be a moment or two, guys. We'll kick this off. Just need everyone to join the lobby. Takes a moment or two, and we'll be going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we're missing someone. It's not here. Found you. I found them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. We've got 10 people. We've got 2 players that are ready. And we are going to go in game. Alright, guys. The WardiTV Festival playoffs resume as Nightmare takes on Ryung with a second game. Now, a very quick win on Amphion to start the series off for Nightmare. Expecting Ryung to bounce back. Ryung grinded through Cristiano and Trigger yesterday to advance 1 and 3 in the group. Him and Creator both advanced 1 and 3. The 2 players to advance 1 and 3 out of groups. And, well, Creator got 3-1'd earlier. Ryung, can you put up more of a fight after going 1-3 in groups? We'll be finding out around about now as we get into this. In the top left side of the map, our red Protoss player, this is Nightmare, and he leads the series 1-0. Up against in the top right corner of the map, our blue Terran. It is Ryung from Vitality. And talking about throwback and obviously the idea of you know, all these years gone by and how long we've been doing this for, it is kind of crazy because we've come such a long way. We've obviously learned to talk properly, cast a lot better. We've ran a lot of great events. Pretty cool to look back on and kind of see something that we've, you know, the journey we've been on. You can look through all the old Wardi tournaments, and it's one of the cool things about Wikipedia. You can go on like WardiTV events and just look back through all the old events and tournaments and stuff. ShoWTimE weeklies events, like before we were even called WardiTV. WardiTV itself is nearly 10 years old, by the way. WardiTV will be 10 in 2026. And again, before then, I was just branded as ShoWTimE. WardiTV was a name change that kind of came with being. It was after I'd been full time for about a year or so. Just kind of made sense to be like, let's make this a bit of a better. Because we weren't really about a practice community anymore, you know. Was I active in the Brood War community? No. Never touched Brood War. I didn't even know about Starcraft 2 until... I mean, my story for buying Starcraft 2 is I was playing WoW. My WoW guildmates were like, hey, they were talking about playing like tower defense or something like in Starcraft 2. And then when I went to the shop the next day and actually saw this game, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy it because I heard my WoW friends talking about playing it and stuff. So I was like, I'm gonna buy it. So I bought it and I played tower defense or whatever it was they were playing. I'd never played tower defense before either. And I was like, holy shit, this is terrible. I was like, what a waste of money. Like, this is so bad. And I was so annoyed that I'd spent money on the game. I was like, well, I guess I may as well try and see what the actual 1v1 is like or something, or what the actual like game is like. And so then I started playing 1v1. Didn't play the campaign at all, by the way. Just dove headfirst into 1v1, and then I found out about like the eSports part of it and the competitions. Then I started to try and figure it out and learn it and get better, and never really looked back. Never really looked back. Reaper in the main. Gonna drop a little grenade down. Oh, that's a dead probe if we can stick around long enough, which we can, so the probe will fall. ShoWTimE was me? Yeah. Yeah. That was my thing. Way back when. Engage my disappointment. Yeah, I mean, I just, like, tower defense wasn't my thing. Even nowadays, I'm not really into tower defense or anything. But, yeah, I started playing the actual game, and I got freaking hooked. I mean, like, I was, like, on my way home from, like, I'm trying to think where I was at, because I want to be on my way home from school. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it was, Maybe I did find it just like on the tail end of my exams or something at school, but then I played it through the summer before I went to university. I guess that does make sense. But yeah, I just remember being like on the train home and stuff. I was like trying to look up like unit counters and how things worked, and then I started to find builds, and I saw someone doing like a proxy 2 barracks guide, and I remember at the time I didn't understand the whole concept of like how precise you had to be with these builds. I was like, oh, if I just build my barracks on his side of the map, I can just kill him. So I was like, brilliant. So like, I watched this guy, I didn't listen to anything of it apart from build 2 barracks on the other side of the map, and I still lost. I was like, this is terrible. How can this ever win a game? Yeah, it's so funny. I remember one of my earliest memories of playing Starcraft as well was on Tal'Darim Altar. And obviously, you know, I was a freaking noob, so I was like, I'm just gonna build up a massive fleet of battle cruisers, you know? And I remember thinking, he's like, I had like mass BCs, I was maxed out, and basically he was just killing my bases. I was like, well, that's okay, because you can never kill my battle cruisers. I didn't know that you lost the game if you lost all your buildings. So I'm just like flying around the map with my BCs, having the time of my life, and then it's like, defeated. I'm like, what? I'm so mad. Yeah. My other funny one as well is, I must have played a little bit on my computer at home, and then I went to university. And then when I came home from university at Christmas, I looked back at my replays, and obviously in those 3 months, I'd actually done, like, I'd improved a lot. I went from, like, Silver League to, like, Platinum or, like, Low Diamond or something. And I looked back at my replays to, like, laugh, and I was, like, dying to, like, 4 meters, and I was, like, raging in the chat, like, man, playing meters is like cheating. Meters are just, you're like a dick because you're playing meters. I was like, oh my god, like, my low diamond brain can see how bad myself, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, some classic StarCraft memories there. This game's happening, by the way, in the background. We're reminiscing, but we do have TVP going here. Ryung just grabbed himself an observer. But, yeah, a couple of SCVs down. He's lost 2 SCVs, a few Marines. He's killed quite a few Adepts this game, to be honest. So able to, kind of nullify that. Going to try and drop through the top side with the hurting medevac. Going to get into the back of this natural where obviously a few probes might know we're currently. Stimpack Combat Shield +1 all coming up as well. Going to start dropping through, and those few probes already taking some shots. Probes do pull away. The Immortal's going to turn back around onto it. Big shots. Thank you so much to the Prime sub, mate. Coming through the Prime. Thank you very much indeed. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for supporting the stream today. There's our Stimpack Combat and +1 all coming through on the side of Ryung, so he's getting those upgrades up and running. He's going to have another siege tank coming down to the front. I mean, defensively, Ryung is set up well. He's about to hit his bio upgrades. And because Nightmare kind of played Robo first, and all these gateways that have now kind of flunked and not done much, Nightmare is going to be in a bit of a rough spot. Like, if Ryung attacks with bio, like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of warp-ins available, but unupgraded gateway units... I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever played Protoss, but if you have unupgraded gateway units, you know how much they suck, right? So, yeah, they are not good units to have right here. I can only imagine that's going to be something of a factor as our bio comes through. Pylon will go down. A couple of Zards are going to come through. Oh, great force fields. I guess the 3 Immortals are kind of the buffer here for Nightmare. Actually having some kind of tech in this army is a big deal. Gathering out the front, just going to be having the Colossus Corona boosted on the Robo facility. Widowmine's going to try and come through. Nice little Widowmine shot there, actually hitting a unit as well. Like I say, I feel like Ryung should have a good army right now. He's pulling the SCV, so he wants to send this. It's going to be 1 Colossus out, so a little bit of splash damage available, but maybe not too much. It's going to come across over that left-hand side. Bio4 is going to get all the way to the left here. Going to take a stim forward, try and catch an Immortal. It's actually awkward because by killing these rocks, we're actually going to allow the Terran an easier time to get up. Widowmine's burrow, a few SCVs already going down. There's SCVs down on the other side of the map as Nightmare's also attacking into the natural. So Ryung, we already knew he's going to be very committed here, but absolutely going to be doubled down on that by Nightmare's aggression that is landing. Ryung is actually going to, as he gets cleaned up in the main base, he's going to make a dive in toward his opponent's natural as well. So starting to set up between the natural and third base, but not on top of either of them, so Nightmare has a little bit of time here to wait and make this work for himself. Oh, it does catch that Colossus, though, which is neat. Here we go. Zeld's going to start charging through. Widow Mines have all been used. This Colossus is not going to last very long, but the tank stopped target firing it. We're actually going to pull it back and get it into range of a super battery, but Nightmare's army supply is not going to hold. And it looks as though Ryung is going to have enough to push through this. Stalkers are going to get out of that tank. Is there a defense at all from Nightmare available here? I just don't think so. Ryung has basically no workers left, but he's got the units to keep on pressuring. Battery goes down. The third base is going to be in trouble. And he's just still rallying across the map here. The few Zealots that are out are obviously not going to make much of a difference. The Stalk Warping does nothing. The Robo is inactive, so no tech units being added back on into play either. The Colossus shows up from the north. Sorry, so there is a Colossus here, but unsupported, it's not going to last very long at all. And without batteries or anything, you can just see these gateway units are not really going to be able to do much. There's actually batteries there too. I'm saying so many things that are just not right, but yeah. The grand point of this is that it's 48 to 6 army supply. A 40 army supply difference in those sort of ratios is obviously ridiculously good for the Terran. His army's hurting. I mean, to be fair, like, this is low HP units. The medevacs are completely drained of energy. Like, he doesn't have a lot of life left on these, but yeah, probably just about enough as more warpins come through. The Zealot Sentry Stalker coming about. Just gonna see the bio diving through. Just gonna get the pylon there. Disruptor. And get taken out as well. Okay, well, that was the only disruptor. Robo depowered, Sentry's dying, battery dead before it comes online. The Zealots are going to melt. Ryung is going to tie this series up one apiece. He fights back on Ghost River. And, yeah, I guess we're going to have to snap out of reminiscent mode because we do have a real proper series in the here and now ready to play because Ryung and Nightmare is going to be fully tied up at 1-1. All right. We've not had a series go to 1-1 today. It's always been a 2-0 lead from one player before the other guy strikes back, or doesn't strike back at all. In case of our previous series, Golden Aura are going to be map number 3, so someone to take the lead here and to establish a chance to win it all in game number 4. As Nightmare and Ryung come through in this round of 12 matchup again as ShoWTimE waits in the quarterfinals. I'm very excited to see ShoWTimE, by the way, because ShoWTimE was so good in the group stages. 8-0 in maps, 4-0 in series. I mean, Björn went 4-0, 8-1, but looked a bit shaky getting there. Cure, kind of a similar story. Honestly, I mean, I guess, like, ShoWTimE just looked super convincing, though. He looked good from minute 1 to minute to GG in each and every one of his games. I'm super excited to see how he plays in these playoffs today. I think he's got a good bracket to actually maybe go on a good run. ShoWTimE can make the finals of this event, to be honest. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 10 casters, 2 players, and 1,250 of you watching in the streams. Welcome, guys, to the WardiTV Festival Playoffs. It's day 1 today. Day 2 will be played tomorrow. We'll wrap this whole tournament up tomorrow as well. So good to see you guys. If you are enjoying, do consider supporting the channel. You can follow the stream. You can, if you're on the YouTube, you can like the stream as well. That helps out a whole bunch. You can subscribe, donate, cheer, all the usual stuff. There's the Twitch September deal right now. If you give 5 subs, then there'll be 1 or more gifted subs given out free on top of that. All of it helps out a lot. We're actually so close to 700 subs, which is amazing, because if we can get back there, that would be great. Like I say, if we get to 700, maybe we set up a little goal for tomorrow and Monday, and maybe we can use that little goal to help push out a tournament next weekend. As we have got in the bottom right corner of the map, the blue Terran player from Vitality. Tying the series up, bringing it back, and not going down without a fight. It is Ryung in the bottom right. I wasn't convinced his army was going to be good enough at the end of that last game to get it done, but it was good enough indeed. In the top left-hand side, our Red Bros player wasted no time getting going in game number 1. It was Nightmare. Just couldn't quite hold on in that game number 2. ShoWTimE Home Story Cup Revenge match versus Gumiho in the final. Home Story Cup and also the eSports World Cup Revenge match, maybe. He smashed Gumiho in the group stage, though. We hyped that story up in the group stage, and that did not last long at all. ShoWTimE just had his way with him. It's actually really cool because I feel like we know ShoWTimE's been at a very high level, and this is ShoWTimE kind of showing us that very high level. Recently, it's been cool to see those games come out from him. Yes, if he chases the probe, it goes running around the command center. Marine will get there to pick that off. Adept coming up, we'll get on the way. I'm just going to see that Nexus coming through as well. Get all of this settled down for a couple of moments here in this game number 3. Just following this round, we can go and jump onto a proper obs. Good guy, you know. Always obs. This man never slacks. You know, talk about, you know, I make all these excuses. I was reading chat and this and that. This guy doesn't do any of it. He just go, go, go. Never ending. Just perfect casting, observing. Incredible. And game 3 coming up, Golden Aura coming through. We got our Twilight Council coming in, the Warp Gate coming by. Adept just gonna go shaving through a little bit. The Widow Mine coming through as well as we get settled. Robot facility coming online. Blink is coming through. Stalker's going to push a Hellion away. Hellion gets up into the main as you do see a couple of probes taking some damage. And the Stalker's just going to get that. Going to pick that off. Blink still coming through. A couple of probes, a couple of Stalkers all coming in. Robot facility is about halfway done as well. Power batteries building from Nightmare. As, yeah, our Stalker's just going to come across and clear out some rocks on their own natural. Very slow going opener, nothing really too wild. Do you just have the prism making its way up to the top? Sorry, not the prism, the medevac. God, my words are suddenly getting all over the place. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers. Trying to shoot the Widow Mine down. I'm going to lose a Stalker here at the very least. Oh no, we have Blink. Oh, that's sad for Ryung. Blink just finishing there on time. Get the Stalkers out of trouble, and that means that 2 Widow Mines and a Hellion go for 2 probes and an Adept in the game. The medevac's obviously in the back. We'll try and rescue that at some stage, I imagine, but definitely not quite the opening that you were hoping and dreaming of here, unfortunately. Was there any ESL update on this during the past month? Nope. Just waiting. Might be a little while they figure it all out. Marines still gathering in. We're just going to be having our engineering bay coming up. Our barracks is coming through. Refinery still coming online. Access dropping into place with the Temple Archives also in production. The Observer is going to take a step forward as well. Get into this main, try and see what else is going on. Charges on the way up. Temple Archives and the gates continuing through as well. Nexus coming up. Storm and charge. Continue to build in. Nexus halfway done. The extra gates coming up. We have again our upgrades coming through on the side of Ryung. So Stim Pack and Combat Shield all coming about. All the turrets on the other side as the Raven's going to get active. Let's see a couple of probes going down. The probes continue to run around there. Storm and the charge coming online. Nightmare is trailing a lot of army supply. I'm a little worried for this timing window where Ryung attacks, although I guess that's always the case for Storm, right? If you're playing Storm, you're going to have a lack of units initially. You're going to put a lot of reliance on those initial Storms. If those storms do nothing, you probably just lose, but it's a very high reward strategy, because if you do get to the storms and the storms start doing well, you're going to have a fantastic time. And it starts feeling very good for you, so... Storm is about to be done, charge coming up. Siege tanks getting sieged. Ryung's about to finish up +1. That's the last bio upgrade to be waiting on, so if you wanted to try and start going across the map, make something happen, this would be the time. It's cold, Nora. It's a big map to move on. There's Stalkers. Wait, they blink. Not quite enough for the instant kill, but good enough, more or less the same. The medevac threatens the idea of coming back to get the bio, but Ryung just loses about, what, 12 supply there very quickly. Probably about 14, I think, in total, so not much gain there. The rest of the army does not decide to go across the map. It's going to hang back for the moment. Having our High Templar still building. I mean, Nightmare says, you know what, I just got a bunch of supply. Maybe it's time for me to make a bit of a move now. Rose going down is going to be seeing the Templar moving about, Auto dropping in. And Probe's taking some damage. Firework is going down. I mean, nice harassment from Ryung. Harassment is good, it's all the rest of it that's not being so hard. There's a Ghost Academy coming online from Ryung as well. The Viking Marauder Marine coming up, +1 armor and concussor shells. Also on the way. Prism comes around the back of this natural. Ready to unload and fire up some High Templars and some Storm Drops. Good pull. Quick reaction from Ryung. Trying to avoid the possibility of getting stormed here. Probably going to have to recall this Prism. The Vikings pop. Recall goes down. Vikings won't kill it, of course, but not bad to chase and put a little bit more damage out. 1-1 upgrades coming through on the side of Nightmare. So 1-1 coming through. The Robo Bay coming up and online. Bio is going to get there for a little bit more damage. Bio going to come around a couple different directions here. The Zealots and the Stalkers taking some shots. Stalkers going to get jumped on and grabbed. A few Zealots move up and toward the main base. Just going to see those Zealots going to try and go after that Ghost already, where the Ghost is going to go down pretty quickly. Stalkers going to get here. Bio just going to get there. Medevacs overhead. You still have the 1-1 upgrades coming through on the side of Nightmare, still bringing that up as well. You just have the Ghost on the way, the 1-1 upgrades on the way. So Zealots all producing. Fire Force of Ryung is going to head towards the upper left, and as he heads towards the upper left, there's a Prism nearby. That's actually a nice thing to get your units on top of. Get the Vikings on that and chase those High Templars down. Maybe didn't go about that in the best possible direction. Vikings have lost track of it, so Prism is going to get away with that. Gonna find a Zealot on the Watchtower at least, cleans that up. Ryung not pushing the issue any further just yet. As our +2 attack and +2 armor start on the side of Nightmare. Ryung is still waiting on his armory to be done so he can start up his own 2-2 upgrades. An EMP and a Widowmine. And push those Zealots back. Bio gets down, Observer gets picked up. Ob's just sitting overhead, just going to be seen again the 2-2 coming around as well. +2 attack is on the way. Ghost, Medevacs, Marines, Barracks, Starport, Planetary Fortress all building up here. We got those 2-2 upgrades coming through from Nightmare and extended thermal lens coming by. Make this a whole lot more cozy. Dem's going to come dropping in. Just going to be seeing the bio chased away there. And again, the 2-2 still coming around. The Ghosts as well. It's going to be seeing the orbs coming around. It's going to be seeing the Bioforce moving. And the Marine Marauder is going to fight the Zealots for a few moments on that one as well. So just getting a little bit more damage done. Force gathers up, Zealot Stalk on the upper right hand side. Just going to move around, just going to get past the Watchtower. I mean, the main force of Nightmare on the map here, as we're both pretty much maxed out. I don't know if Nightmare has an army that can really push into these Terran bases, though, or these positions. I think he actually needs to be careful as the couple High Templars drop out the prism. Of course, those storms could be huge, but could be is the main part of that. As the 3-3 continues up as well. The turret's still going to work here, still getting some more damage done. Just those cannons moving about. Just let me see the army of Nightmare still settling in the center. 3-3, gonna be huge upgrades as Ryung has definitely not been the fastest on his upgrades. We've got some Ghosts there that could drop some EMPs down. He does hit some of the High Templar. Some Storms already getting off. Army on the right side for Ryung is looking very powerful. It needs to come down this ramp and join the main fight. It's not stimmed like everything else is. Now we're gonna start chasing. This is where Ryung might be able to get something done. A few more Zealots trying to buy time for the Colossus to do the damage. Of course, if the Bio gets on top of the Stalker Colossus, it can melt so quickly. And then still on the way up, we continue to come through with that. Colossus and Stalkers and Zealots gathering on the left-hand side. Still got the extra Libs and the Bio and the Ghosts and the Lib range coming through as well. The Zealots continue to come by now. Just one ship weapons on the way up as well. Still got advanced ballistics coming through. Liberator, Marauder, Ghost in production. 3-3 upgrades coming out from Nightmare. Gonna be seeing a couple of Marines coming down this ramp, gonna get shot at. Zealots are gonna charge forward. Marauder Marine taking hits. Liberator gonna come through again. As that Bio's gonna come down this ramp. Planetary Fortress is gonna be repaired to try and hold on. Ryung stops because he's afraid of walking into the storms, rightfully so. Once those storms drop, it's terrifying for him. And it's those High Templars that are gonna keep this Terran army at bay. No EMPs coming through on them. There's still one storm available here as I don't think Nightmare wants to go up this ramp and fight into another base and another planetary and a choke point. The High Templar Nelly having the wrong way of a planetary fortress there. Another anti-armor missile comes down. Storms coming through. The Bio taking big hits. Marine Marauder coming about. A Bio gets over to kill the Colossus off. The Stalker still taking damage as well. Another storm coming down. Zealots will charge through with the Stalkers, pushing about as best they can here. Another storm drops in again. Libs, Marines, Marauders all coming through. Having ourselves the extra Liberators all coming up. A couple of Orbitals are on the way in as well, so bringing those out. The Orbitals, the Liberators, a couple of Ghosts coming by. Even get that Medevac upgrade off the Fusion Core as Ryung tries to just play this into as late of a game as possible here. Two more Colossus from Nightmare. I mean, his tech is not stopping, and of course, he's not had any economic issues. Ryung's not done anything on Nightmare's side of the map, so. Factory is going to be starting up there in a second, so get that on the way. Libs and the Ghosts still coming through. Colossus and Stalkers come about. Libs are going to siege across the front. The Stalkers are going to get there, intercept the Raven, take that out with immediate effect. Going to be a nice catch. We're just going to shoot. The Zealots get chased away. 3 upgrades and a +2 ship weapons coming through on the side of Ryung. Couple of Libs, man. Still on the way. Marine Marauder being brought in with this. 2 more Stargates. Fleet Beacon on the way as well. We're seeing the Liberator sieging up nicely. Just going to see Zealot Stalk again push back. Zealot's going to get jumped on there as well. Well, Ryung is going to be what? 5 bases at the moment. Well, Liberator siege on his bottom side. Ryung has gone himself to this composition that's obviously going to force Nightmare to play a bit differently. The Tempests are coming through from Nightmare, so getting those set up, it's going to be very important. Plus 2 ship weapons coming through. The 3-3 still about halfway done as well. Still a bit more bio coming through, the ghosts coming in, the Templars continue to gather. Just going to be having ourselves the Liberators over here. Actually, 2 of them going to fire up for a bunch of probes. Nightmare has got the Tempest, and that's going to be necessary to deal with the Liberators in these high numbers. Right base coming in. That's still the issue. That Ryung's army may be getting better. He's still not doing anything to slow down the Protoss economy. And now 4K, 2K in the bank. Nightmare is pretty darn rich at the moment, so has absolutely got to be feeling pretty good about that. A little bit of bio will unload in the upper right-hand side. Just going to get bio jumping on in. Next is going to be grabbed. Pylon going to be the next target. 3-3 about to finish from Ryung, so at least finally adding on and catching up with those upgrades should be a big factor for him. The big thing he can focus on is the Protoss army. Taking some steps forwards. Liberators are going to siege up. Ghosts. Take some damage. Standby, just going to get that. A couple of cannons. It's going to get grabbed immediately, so cannons will go down. Another storm comes in. The bio steps back once more. Four Vikings now building out of time as Run continues to build into the Sky Terran. Again, essential probably because the Colossus and Tempest, I guess, are the biggest threats. He's got the Liberator count already, so Vikings really do answer all the other issues. Let me see that bio. Still chilling. Continue to fly, just gonna see a little EMP going down. That was firing up, a couple probes taking damage. Like I say, those Liberators have been such a frustration, and they're also just something you gotta pull back and deal with all the time as Nightmares, so he has to go, stop what he's doing, go back, deal with those, pick those off. Now I'm going to start really taking advantage of the fact that the further bases now are spread out. So just going to jump onto that top right base, got the Nexus, got the Pylon. Clock Ghost going to get some EMPs off. This will finish off those lives, but like I say, that's still the Tempest having to go so out of their way just to be able to clean that up and to push those back. So we'll get that push back, but again, didn't come easily as it takes a bit of investment. Stalkers, Archons, and Colossus moving forward as well now. And Liberator's getting sieged up though. Vikings Ghost in the bio, gathering up as well. Everything's settling for a few moments. Going to be seeing our army comes back across. The Tempests maybe have an opportunity here, guys. Storm That's one of the issues for Ryung, is that storms are still going to be deadly. He's going to have to stay very well split apart, himself in a fairly safe position. Tempest Gathering, Prism, CCs, and Ghosts all continue to come through. That's coming through. The Ghost's gonna have to step away. Vikings Liberator setting up. Vikings gonna actually come through and trying to jump onto those Tempests again. They were thinking about it for sure. And Leb's gonna get there, pick off some probes in the bottom left corner. Again, just gonna try and deny gold-based mining. I mean, I'm looking at Ryung, who's sitting on 6 bases, so he's got the base count. He's looking okay in that regard at the very least. Revelation comes in, just going to be seeing +3 ship weapons, +3 ship armor. Really getting those Tempests as powerful as they possibly can be. You can see that right now. Big army of Nightmare going to move around the upper right hand side. It's going to be bringing that across as well, so just going to get that in position here. As we drop another scan down also. Some Vikings coming through. Seeing the army still hanging back for the moment, so just having this force continuing to come through for the moment. There's the +3 armor on the way. I mean, it honestly really will just be very powerful in this, guys. Oh, look who's back. It's the Liberators sieging up another mineral line. Ryung's had so many of those libs just sieging mineral lines and taking control of the game. And just trying to stop mining. So much of this gold-based mining is just being disallowed by that. 10k, 5k in the bank from Nightmare. This is a game we really thought was going to be... Yeah, I guess this was a game we really expected to be very, kind of short, I guess, with how it was starting. It was very aggressive early on, and Ryung was kind of falling flat. It felt like some of Nightmare's attacks had huge potential. Ryung was able to macro and turtle it up to this point now. Chasing away some of those air units just previously. This Liberator's going to get away from this Tempest as well. Ryung already is on max upgrades outside of... He's missing +3 vehicle planes, so... be the one thing he could add on to make this better as the Vikings get to work. And... well, no storms available, no stalkers fighting back. Those Vikings will make quick work of units when given the opportunity. Couple of levels sieging again, gonna unsiege now. Bio still moving around. Couple libs is gonna get some more probes, is gonna get some more damage done. Libra is gonna siege up the right side. Ryung making a much better play towards actually denying this base top right. Deny that again, maybe actually try and take that for himself. He's actually got the CC nearby to land on location. I can only imagine that's gonna be a part of his plan currently. Tempest on the left side, gonna get a lib as well. Why not put a couple cannons in the back of each mineral line? I think the Liberators with range can outrange a cannon in the back of the mineral line. I think it's just because even if you put cannons, even if they don't, the cannons would zone certain areas. So for example, if you have a cannon here and here, what if the libs just siege up here? Or here? You know? So, I would imagine that's probably why. It's just expensive / ineffective. Resources lost 29k each, 200 difference, but generally, considering the stage of the game, about the same. Remember that Nightmare has a bigger bank, But I think has a worse army. When these fights happen, it is going to be Ryung that's taking way better trades. I mean, this is just deleting anything in the sky. Vikings getting rid of Tempest and Colossus alike. Didn't really care what it looked like. If it was flying, the Vikings hit it and the Vikings killed it. So that's the issue. Nightmare actually needs to get an army that can actually start winning some fights. Because his supply was good, his bank was good. But every time they fight, it seems like Ryung is getting the better turn of the trades here. Coming up to being about 30 minutes deep here on Gold Nora. That's a real long game of the day. Real long game of these playoffs. Get to sink our teeth in a little bit. Couple hubs coming through, the +3 vehicle plane. About to finish up as we do have our bio gonna fight. A couple of zealots going down. Quick and easy on those as the liberators continue to siege. EMPs drop, the bio still stepping forward, another storm comes in. Another storm, a little bit more bio going out. High Templar's taking some damage as well. 137 to 140. Army supply. 24 Stalkers, 5 Tempests, 15 High Templar. And a few Archons mixed in versus the 17-13 Viking Liberator split. A little bit of bio sprinkled through with 13 Ghosts supporting. Fortress coming in, looking to be something that's a bit more consistent perhaps against those air units once they close the distance. I think that's the issue, right? Understanding the idea of like, hey, Fortress can maybe do well if these units do kind of just jump on me. They can do more consistent damage than the Tempest can in a straight-up fight, but that's still scary that those straight-up fights might happen. Viking Liberator is going to chase, and once again in the skies we're getting demolished. The Stalkers will not stand strong on their own. They are fighting back, they are dealing damage, but once again I think these are trades which Ryung is very happy with. He's about 3,000 resources lost better off now, so he's definitely been trading effectively out of these fights. I mean, the challenge for Nightmare is figuring out what the hell he's going to do to start trading more efficiently himself. He still has 13 High Templars that are apparently just nowhere to be seen with these armies. Where are the 13 High Templars? 1, 2, 3 down there, 4 here, 5, 6. Man, they're just all over the map defensively, but that's so much tech investment defensively rather than up in the face of the fights, which is where you're losing this game at the moment. Some of those High Templar need to go join the main force, right? If you don't do that, I think we're in a bad time. Fire coming out, Stalker's getting chased. Landry Fortress. Oh, the mules! The mules! Obviously kind of cute. They can get to mining afterwards, but obviously if the Stalker's already blinked, they couldn't blink to the other side. So they block a little bit. They probably cost his life for the Stalker, so why the hell not? Hey, when you can down to the bottom left-hand side, we're going to aim for some cannons and just start to make our way through one of these bases here. I mean, Ryung has established the top right base, so gets that mining on the way in his favor as well is a big deal. As that storm comes through, that's not going to be enough. Cannons and the High Templar go down. At least the High Templar got one final storm off, but yeah, that's not exactly enough to change things there, as the bio will take the watchtower and continue to settle into the top. A few more Liberators just going to be sieging up. Disruptor shot will miss as our bio splits. Disruptors haven't been added on, I think, is such a great addition from Nightmare, but obviously, you ought to still use them correctly as the bio right now closing the distance. Actually going to be able to come forward. Storm does come in. To be fair, I don't even know if we needed the Disruptors versus just actually having the High Templars in the army will have a similar effect. Disruptors and High Templars often find very similar things for one another. It's unlucky. They often find very similar things for one another in terms of like how they fight, because they kind of stop units from chasing into you. So Storms and Disruptors kind of have a big crossover of kind of effectiveness. By the way, as this game goes on, Ryung has way less gas banked up than Nightmare. Their mineral counts has become the same, but Ryung is down 1.2k gas versus the 6.8 of Nightmare, so... Yeah, guys, Rex has been casting today. He asked if he could jump in and cast, and Hopes said, yeah, absolutely. We are not against anyone casting, pretty much. If people want to come cast some games and let more people see them, then go, go, go. Alright, gonna count this down. just going to be seeing our Stalkers continue to move about. Just going to be seeing a Marine Marauder Liberator still in production at the moment as well. So continue to bring all of that through. A few more libs coming in. The Bioforce coming up. Smart Service on the way as well, as these two are going to be very reluctant to fight each other. I don't think there's going to be many moments where they're going to go diving into these engagements. Just having our extra Liberators on the way up, so bring that through. Get that going. Stalker's going to try and fight in, Bio going to get there. Stalkers get turned around. Again, extra libs coming up. We're going to get some of those libs around the top side. Stalker Disruptor through to the south. We're just going to see those Liberators beginning to siege. The Bio going to get there. Another Disruptor shot fires through. Ghosts obviously will want an EMP to soften everything up and let those Liberators go to work. Another nuke to the bottom left-hand side. This time the Observer's already there though, so the Ghost will be seen and tempested down. It does not last long at all. That's a quick pick up as we do have our couple of libs figuring out where they're going to go next. More lib sieging here. Stalker's coming through. Marauder goes down already. Atlante Fortress going to be picking away through the Stalkers, just getting rid of a bunch of those. Yeah, Stalker's taking some heavy shots. A little SCV still going down. The Liberator's going to siege up on the other side. Once again, the Stalker's just going to get picked away at. We get pushed back. All those SCVs are still dropping here. Libs will siege up. Our Stalker's still trading. SCVs dropping. I mean, that's nice to get rid of some SCVs right in a game like this. It's really been about the... I feel like it's been about the Terran kind of denying workers, but... 54 to 39 dead. Both players have had their fair share of worker kills. The gateways in the main of the Protoss. There's a lot of those bases. I mean, we're 33 minutes deep. A lot of these bases are going to be mined out and all the rest. Emperor's Siege again. Nuke going to line up topside. See, High Templars here, for example, is just such a waste. Why? I mean, do we really need 2 High Templars to protect a base that you're basically not even utilizing anymore? Not really. The High Templars see it too late. One of them goes down. And we just pick through a little bit of that stack defense there. As Nightmare is very close to being out of income. Very close to be losing out on having enough to stay in this. As Nuke is still coming through. The Sin Star still setting up. Marine Marauder on production. Now the EMP comes down. The Stalkers have no choice but to just blink away from that. 35 minutes here now. 35. Wow, I mean... We had some longer games yesterday in TVPs as well. And did kind of come down to, not quite like this, but similar ideas of like really reliant on the temp, on the Liberators and so on to be able to win through as Liberators and Vikings pull back to the right. Just going to siege up. Stalkers blink away. Disruptors his own probes. It's not a mistake. That's because he wants to clear up supply, because the probes have nothing to do anymore. So he wants to clear up supply. He's going to add in carriers to his army composition currently. So just going to get that on the way up now. Bring those carriers into play. A few moments of calm here currently. And this is going to be seeing Stalkers press forward. The Liberators are going to be there. Try and fight those Stalkers back. The Nuke trying to catch the Stalkers on the retreat. I don't think it's going to work out, unfortunately. No? Ooh, well, rally. Nuke and Ellie actually caught the Stalkers turning back around as Ryung begins to go through the middle of the map. So through the center we go. Again, carriers all joining up together. The Vikings, Liberators getting settled here. The Libs are going to siege up en masse. As our Bioforce continues through, he's going to get all these Liberators coming by. He's going to be having the Bioforce going to fight. A couple Stalkers getting pushed back. Ryung on the shove across the map. Well, again, the siege up is great. He's going to eat a storm already on the left-hand side as well. That's a lot more Stalkers warping in, but that's where Nightmare's going to spend his money. Ryung's supply It's holding on a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Disruptor's coming in from the other side as well. It looks as though Nightmare is going to win this fairly convincingly in the end. Well. Actually, I mean, it looked as though it was going very well for him, but he's actually kind of running out of tech units, I guess. We land the Vikings in storms. Oh, no. Ryung might have just lost a little bit because of that move. Lips and Vikings retreat away. Nightmare just still has more in production. That's why I was worried for Ryung initially. There was more in production for Nightmare over Ryung. Oh no, more money in the bank. And at the moment, it kind of felt as though maybe it didn't matter because Ryung was just going to start winning the fight anyway. But obviously, it did matter. Game settles a few moments. Nightmare is starting to come on offense to the other side. Heading down toward the bottom, the SCVs in the top right. Running out of minerals to mine from Ryung. Doesn't have a lot of resources left to get. He's obviously gas-starved at the moment is his issue. And Planetary Fortress killing off probes. He is mining more than his opponent, but obviously mining more versus just having it out ready to go right now is the issue. He does still have 12 Vikings, 5 Liberators, so he's still got some of those air units up that are likely going to be a very important part of this tale. Stalker step up. The Liberators are going to say no, turning those around immediately again. It's going to be having another Disruptor Shot 2 coming off. Carrier, Colossus and Marauders on the way. I mean, again, look at one guy's production. It's Colossus versus the other guy building up freaking Marauders. It's not really comparable as the Stalkers blink in, but they do eat an EMP and they do eat some Liberator shots. But of course, we're at the point where replacing Liberators is very difficult. And so each Liberator you get rid of now is probably one less Liberator you'll ever see in this game again. We still have 12 High Temple on the map as well. I mean, I've criticized those being kind of all over the place and stuff, but we dropped mules down to try and steal some minerals. We're desperate right now as Ryung. Yeah, I criticized the High Temple staying at home so long, but in the end, they actually still alive and still able to fight. Is a big benefit too. I mean, I just wonder if the game would have been a lot easier if we'd used them before now as well. Focus on Disruptors, moving around. And Real's going to get around the bottom left. Probes are fighting mules. I mean, this base is barren now. The only mining really left for Nightmare is a few mineral patches here. 55, 120, 135. Talking about like 300. Okay, 200 minerals there. Like 600 minerals left on the map for Nightmare. Ryung still has gas income. That's the thing, Ryung has 2,500 gas in the top right. So if he actually mines all of that gas, it's kind of a big deal, because then he will have a better army, right? Like, he will have more money to spend, and eventually his army will grow. He's not really been added on a lot of great army recently. He's just been added on bio units, but maybe he can slow down and add some as the High Templar. Storms SCVs, kills itself in the storm. Oh, Bio taking a chance to dive through, getting multiple Disruptor kills. Ryung currently has an army supply advantage. Nightmare's given up all his probes. He doesn't have anything to mine from, so he's just spending his money. More Tempest, more units in the sky. Not a bad way to go, because it's not like Ryung has a ton of air units now. I actually think Ryung, as he gets gas, might want to start adding in additional Vikings. But it's so hard to make that call and to make that kind of decision. That is a really tough scenario. Tempests are still pouring out. We've passed the 14-minute marker. Talking about a true macro game. Well, we were ahead of schedule, so this one's going to put us right slap back on schedule, or a little bit behind it maybe. As our Tempests come through. Continue to move about currently. Just going to have ourselves the couple of observers coming up as well. Scanning all around the map. Just going to be seeing our 6 Vikings still in production. Like I said, that's exactly what I wanted to see. I think that's what we needed to see in terms of adding some stuff on. I think those Vikings are a big step in the right direction. Fire gathering getting set up. See a couple of oracles still coming through. The Viking, the Medivacs coming in. 5 High Templars still producing. Nightmare's pretty much out of cash, guys. And again, that's a big deal because now Ryung still has some mining left. So he's actually still improving his army off that top right base. Nightmare can't really build anything else. He doesn't even have mineral income anymore. Does he have any income? He has the tiniest amount of minerals being mined still. Tiniest amount. It's actually dropping off towards 0 now, as you actually are going to be seeing storms coming down. Preemptive storms. Extremely preemptive storms. The Ryung should have no issues dodging away from those. The Vikings going to get back and reach some of the carriers going down. Storms coming in. A couple of disruptor shots as well. EMPs have landed this army already. I don't think we've got... Okay, there's another couple High Templar. Are they storms? Yes, they have storms as well. Wow. Big fight. Ryung backs away. I mean, I think Ryung really forced the fight here. So many storms came out ahead of time from Nightmare, and it just... Ryung kind of walked into them. It's like, why are we walking into them? You know that's not going to be good for you. You don't need to go fight this right here and now. Bandit Fortress gets picked off on the bottom as Ryung will just wait for more reinforcements. Army supplies are going to be 107 to 106. It's very close here as the Oracle goes down of Nightmare, drops a final revelation. These Vikings are actually going to show themselves. Going to find an observer there. Obviously, Revelation knows where they are, so it's not sneaky the move that Ryung is making of bringing them forward right now. I mean, if you're Ryung, do you not want to go and camp out on your top right base eventually? I don't think you want to stay here forever. I think eventually you want to go and camp on the top right base so that if Nightmare takes a fight into you, it's going to be against a planetary and up a ramp. Nightmare backs it up for the moment, though. Ryung may not want to get stuck on the corner as well, is a fair thought. And Ryung is still mining, so he still actually has production available to him, so he can get a few more bits and pieces up and about. He is still 3,000 resources lost better off. No, that's basically the difference. As they're maxed out on armies right now, those resource loss difference is basically the resources Ryung is still mining in the top right. He's just been slower to mine out in the game. Stalkers trying to find their efficiency. We get an EMP versus some storm action. More Vikings on the way. Every Viking's going to count for a lot. Medevac goes down. The Tempest finds some efficiency. That's big. That's exactly what you're looking for here. As remember, it's going to be more difficult to make these kind of plays happen, though, because there's no Oracle and Revelations available any longer. Tempest still flying high in the skies. Colossus and Stalkers on the ground supporting. It's an extremely tense game. There is no guaranteed winner just yet. This can go any way, which way still. Only one medevac in the map, so Ryung's got to be careful because every stim and every storm now is not quite permanent damage, but very close to being permanent damage. Now clipping that 45-minute marker, 3/4 of an hour here in this game 3. It's 1-1. The winner's going to be a map away from advancing to the quarterfinals. Talk about getting drained out, though. I mean, the winner of this has to play ShoWTimE. That ain't going to be an easy series. Especially after you've played your hell out of this one. Sit waiting and hanging for a couple of moments here. Tempest moving about. Down to the bottom side. Just going to be having ourselves the Army of Nightmare. Thinking about what it can do. Ryung, final bits of mine. I mean, he's out of minerals, so now it's just the gas that remains. He doesn't have minerals anywhere. Oh, here. He's actually got 500 minerals here. Actually kind of important because 500 minerals would match some of the gas that he has. He's going to drop the mules, try and stick the Stalkers in. And these fights are going to be terrifying to take right now because you know every fight is going to be so important. You basically got to commit and just never look back. How many High Templars are we on? 4 HTs remain. There's Nightmare. Loses an observer. Oh, losing vision is rough as well, though. Hey, no. Now he's got no vision. He can't see anything. There's no observers left, so the ghost could just cloak and go for free damage. Oh, we are at a point. There's no production anymore. Oh, actually, Ryung could, if he realizes there's no observer, he could cloak his ghosts and just go and kill everything. Like there's no answer to that. I mean, you could storm where the ghosts are, but if you keep them split, there'll never be enough storms. But you should at least be able to just snipe down the High Templars. Ryung just needs to realize that. He's scanning around. Obviously, having the scans allows him to have a lot of information right now. Nightmare's ran away. I think Nightmare's realizing he has no detection as well, so he's ran away towards some cannons, so at least he can fall back towards the cannon detection. 47 minutes. Tempests gathering in the skies here. Everything else joining up. Just going to be seeing the Bioforce from Ryung settling in the middle as well. Raven and a few more ghosts. I mean, Raven, 6 ghosts. Oh, we got an observer! We got an observer! He is able to afford an observer. He had some minerals. And so he's able to get a new observer out. So that is a big deal. I mean, not that Ryung took advantage of it already. Will they fight is the question. I mean, are they going to risk a fight? I mean, 48 minutes. I mean, Ryung should absolutely be looking to risk a fight. I mean, his army is better, but does he identify that his army is better? It's all well and good saying it, but actually realizing it is very tough to kind of, you know, tough to action and tough to realize. Couple ghosts come over. Yep. Yeah, oh, but he hits the EMPs on the High Templar. We go, we stim, and we look to win. As we are going to see Ryung chasing through. The Tempest try and kite backwards. The Colossus are going to be trying to do what they can as the Bio tries to close the distance. Some cannons here, but an anti-armor missile strikes, and it's going to be good for Ryung with no storms available. Ryung is going to take it, and he wins game 3 to take the 2-1 advantage in this best of 5. All right, there you go, Ryung coming through and getting the victory there as we are going to get ready for game 4. When the players are ready, they might need a moment. Don't look at that set up to go. My goodness, all it took was an EMP. Yeah, I mean, he obviously had to wear his way down through a lot of High Templar before then, right? What a game. What a game. Oceanborn will be next. As we get ready for another map. Alright, a couple of moments. Obviously, players might take a minute or so here to join the lobby and everything, guys. So we'll give that a couple. And if you guys are enjoying the stream today, do consider supporting the channel. Follow, subscribe, etc. There's the September deal as well. You guys will talk a bit more about that maybe at the very start of this next game, as we just have everyone joining the lobby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I'm definitely missing someone. Nope, I'm not missing a caster. I'm missing. I knew Ryung wasn't in here, but I thought he might be. He was also in there. We had a caster in the player slot, which was I was missing a caster at least. Oh. What a game. 50 minutes of golden aura. Crazy. Alright, players are ready. Go goes gold. Game 4 is going to start up right away here. That one really came down to the wire, obviously, as we get going straight into now. Map number 4. Ryung 2-1 in the lead. Is he going to set up to play ShoWTimE then in that round of 8? Can he close this series out and get that win? ShoWTimE looked so good the other day. I don't think that's going to be an easy series at all for Ryung if he gets there. Or is Nightmare going to bounce back and bring this to a game 5? Officially back behind schedule, guys. Beautiful stuff. That's what we love to see. As we head into the bottom right corner of the map, it is going to be the blue Terran player. This is from Vitality, taking that last game down. It is Ryung. Up against our red Protoss in the top left corner of the map, it is Nightmare. Game 4 of our series. Man, what a crazy series, or what a crazy game that was. Definitely going to be the game of the day, I think. Going to be hard to top that one. Because it was actually really an exciting long game as well. Until the very end. It was really, maybe not completely action-packed all the way through, but there was always kind of question marks. The map mines out. Ryung took a long time to be able to settle into that top right map, top right base as well. We'll just take a quick moment to do the selling out, guys. Again, we're focusing on making as much StarCraft 2 as possible in the off-season of StarCraft right now. So if you are enjoying, we make these events, WardiTV events, happen with your support. So if you enjoyed the crazy 50-minute game, consider subscribing with the Prime. Consider supporting in general, like I say, following the channel, liking the video, etc. All goes a long way. It is September here on Twitch as well, which means that if you gift 5 subs, Twitch will give at least 1 additional sub out on top of your 5 gifted. So every 5 gifted is a free sub, and potentially even more, as we saw on the earlier sub trains. We saw a few +3s and so on, so fun stuff, fun stuff. Like I say, check that out if you feel so generous. Otherwise, I'm just killing some time for these first couple of minutes to develop. I'm thinking back to that the earlier game as well. Ryung got demolished in that game 1. Just about makes it happen game 2. Game 3 is wild. I think this is a really good round of 12 for these guys, for both of the players. I think they're both looking at this and like, yeah, you know what? This is a really good series for us. Like, this is a good chance for either of us to make round of 8. And they're definitely kind of playing like it as well at the moment. Deb's coming across the map as we get to a bit of scouting here. Cyclone and a few Marines on the way in. Marine's gonna fight. The Adept gets turned around, so there's some damage being done already. You're seeing the Cyclone locking on, Adept taking some damage. I'm just going to be seeing the Cyclone be able to take that Adept down. The blink coming up, Warp Gate's about to finish up here. Battery coming through. As we do obviously just have the caution being made by Nightmare, right? He's just being cautious, making sure there's a battery up. It's a very far forward battery, by the way, so it's a little interesting. That was a cancel up there as well. But yeah, interesting battery placement, because that's very susceptible to just being targeted down quickly by a frontal attack of the Terran player. And as Grunt goes into the Banshees as well, potential there. Also, that battery, because it's so far forward, doesn't cover the mineral line, so the Banshee harass could really benefit from that. Well, oh. Stalker's moving around. Blink is about to finish up. Yang Cloaking coming through. The second Banshee is producing. First Banshee heading around the left. Blink and an Observer are going to be extremely important here. We need to nullify Banshee damage. You take damage off this Banshee and this game can begin to spiral in Ryung's favor already. So you got to be super on top of this as Nightmare. Getting to that ASAP. That's the Banshee Cloaking. Not far from being done. Just going to have the Robo Bay coming up. The Nexus coming through. Couple of additional probes coming out as well. Charge coming on the line, the Observer coming by, the Robo Bay coming up as well. Still got that battery in production as the Adept moves back over to the right, and the Stalker's gonna get here. They're gonna start hitting this Cyclone for a couple of moments. The Cyclone will take a few shots. Probes going down, and as the Banshees deliver, I'm actually going to get rid of a Observer there, which is actually really nice when you're going to have more Banshee play, right? Because that every Observer you get rid of is now more Robo Facility time you have to spend rebuilding. Well, there's going to be having extended thermal lens coming through. The charge is halfway done. A couple of stalkers out the front. Engineering base still building. Stimming combat shield producing. The Banshee here going to get around the side, but there's an obs there. This Banshee's going to take shots. Are we going to commit it? I was going to say, I don't think it's worth committing it. You can get it out and potentially come in again later. Put some pressure on it at a different point. That's been good for Ryung, though. Ahead of Worker, considering he has double mule and soon to be triple mule with the third CC building up. He's got a slight army supply lead. And yeah, Pros player's going to hit charge, going to hit extended thermal lance and Colossus, but I think Ryung is very happy with this early game. He's put some good pressure on. Definitely slowed his opponent down a little. We've seen our Colossus moving across, moving around a little bit here. Banshee heading towards the top side of the map. We've seen the Stalker blinking back. Combat shield's about to finish. Couple of medevacs coming through. Banshee's going to get there, pick off that probe. And again, a few more Zealots coming about as well. Fire's going to get there again, +1 attack, because of shells, continue to come on by. Bit of bio, moves back across for the moment. Again, +1 attack coming through, Marine Marauder all coming out and about. Ryung's still on a little bit of a supply lead, but attacking into Colossus will always be dangerous, so this is fun though. Quad medevac out the left-hand side. You know, mentioned that earlier Observer going down, right? The sort of thing where maybe that Observer would have been the one to potentially spot in this direction. There's no vision towards the natural expansion, so Ryung has a huge opportunity there. He's going to start moving an army up the right side of the map as well. He scans the natural, sees the few stalks in the Observer there from earlier. Uh-oh, actually moving forward with the main army, so it's absolutely go time with that drop on the left. Ryung, yeah, immediately he sees this, he's like, okay, we go. And he's going to drop straight into the natural expansion. The recall will come down. That's probably a lift and get out then. At least he forced a recall. Forcing something here is better than nothing. That actually works quite well for Nightmare, because he pushed the army on the right side of the map back. And then it means that because he recalls over, the army on the right's not in position to take advantage. Probes go down though, the Banshees come into the main base, they get a whole ton of damage, and so keeping those alive is showing its value as well. As we come over here, that sentry is quick to fall. This is a +1 upgrade lead currently for our Terran, who gets rid of the battery, and Ryung playing two sides of the map very nicely so far, and he's getting what he's given. You know, he's not trying to make more than what's available, or take more than what's available. Nightmare's just going to give him a sentry, give him a battery. Okay, he's happy with that. He takes that, he runs away, he doesn't overcommit that drop and lose it for no good reason. So making sure to stay on top of that as the Colossus and the Zealots still gather together. So we have an bio coming through. Continue to settle in for a few moments here. Medevac's come back over. It's going to be actually rotating to the right, so we're going to have everything on the right side, knocking down these rocks to open up this area of attack into the upper right corner. Ryung is maxed as well. I mean, he definitely wants to take a fight. I can understand why. Oh, that disrupt honestly kind of misses compared to what it maybe should have been. Vikings going to have to be careful though. Plenty of stalkers. They pull back quickly. The Colossus almost pull back too far. Again, the Banshees are killing the probes. That's where the damage is being done as they come in over the side. They're going to get pylon as well. Man, these Banshees are being so freaking good. What a great play by Ryung, getting those Banshees in multiple times throughout the game to just keep killing workers. And Ryung helps to maintain his lead because of that. So again, very well done there. +2, +1 on the way up. Ship weapons coming through as well. The Fire Force going to scan one more time. This Observer's going to get nabbed. And Ryung just loading up another medevac of units, or at least he was. I think he was taking the wrong things, but he's actually going to load up and boost left. Is he going to go through this Zealot? Yeah, he is. So Nightmare's going to see this big drop to the left-hand side, and Ryung will just unload, take the Zealot down, take out some map control rather than getting greedy. He knows he's not going to make anything happen if his opponent knows what's going on, so Again, taking what he's given, which is a Zealot on the map, some denied map control. And just going to still threaten with, you know, army on the left-hand side and the army on the right-hand side. I mean, Nightmare takes a step forward as well. The issue with, I mean, Nightmare actually has 6 disruptors. So he does have a good spread of splash damage here. Mops coming up. Just going to see as a few Stalkers sat in the back. Don't mind getting a grab. The Zealot will go down. Still got this Bio on the left. Like I say, Ryung playing the split army style at the moment. Nightmare giving up a Zealot to try and spot where this army is at. Ryung scanning. We'll see what's up. Going to finish off those rocks. And again, now have another pathway you can utilize. I think Nightmare's aware of the split, of course. He knows that that's not everything on the left side. He knows what Ryung is likely to do on the right. Observer here. Has Ryung seen that? No, I don't think so. No scan, but he's going to back away anyways. Again, Nightmare doing a fantastic job of continuing to assert map control. If it wasn't for Nightmare being so consistent with putting down the observers and the zealots and all that kind of stuff, then that would be huge. As our disruptor shot comes in here, Vikings and Bio just going to have to step back a little bit. Couple zealots going down. Just going to get a little cancel on the left side. Disruptors are scary, man. They have a little bit of speed to them as we can't get away from 4 bases as Nightmare. We're stuck on the 4, can't get to 5, but for the moment, is at least getting the job done. Vikings still moving through. Focus going to come about. Disruptors hanging around. Bio coming across. +3 attack. +2 armor coming in. The +2 ship weapons also in production at the moment as our extra command centers building up as well. So disruptor going down. Another disruptor shot coming over. Again, +2 armor not far from being done from Ryung. He will have that in his favor. The +2 armor is way further behind on Nightmare. +3 attacks about the same time though, especially if you had a Chrono Boost onto Nightmares. Oh, grab the Zealot. Zealot Stalker coming through. Gonna get a Marine. On that right side, going to come through, get another Zealot as we go. Shots coming by, the Zealot's going to get grabbed. Uh-oh, this is not a good fight. This is the danger of playing against the split push Terran, because if you misjudge the split, you're going to get punished for it. I mean, danger over here. Ryung dives in. If you're winning the fight on the left, it means you probably shouldn't win on the right. And I don't know if that was a correct move or a mistake, to be honest with you. I think, that's a difficult call. I mean, is it correct or is it wrong? I mean, he killed a disruptor or 2. He lost some units. Nightmare, by the way, rich. Money in the bank, already stacking up. It's still only on 4 bases, right? Still only on 4 bases. A 5-base Terran, extra CCs and orbs coming through. The Liberator's already starting to produce. I mean, we already have +2 ship weapons as well, by the way. So Ryung did not skip a beat in terms of getting those set up. Getting those ready to roll out as well. Banshee firing DT is going to show up. Planetary Fortress is being repaired. Goes down, so the Planetary falls. Well, this is something we didn't really see in the last game. The big DT plays. EMP goes down. Okay. The DTs are great, and don't get me wrong, the damage is fantastic, but they're expensive, and losing a bunch, I mean, we don't lose them all, but we lose a bunch is painful. Probes going down. Guess who's back? It's the Liberators. You thought it was the Banshees. No, the Banshees are gone. But the Liberators are back, representing those Banshees in spirit, killing some probes, hitting a base. Advanced ballistics, obviously, really allowing them to get into some great positions with that range. And yeah, Ryung loses that base bottom side, but he can replace the base quickly. He lost a few probes that are replaceable. StarCraft down this ramp. Maybe wants to grab on these disruptors, but can't get far enough forward quickly enough here. Oh, well. Bottom left base now goes down. I mean, this is a play, right? I mean, these DTs are something which Ryung is not really dealing with very well at all just yet. So, DTs, in a big way, are going to be saving Nightmare right now here on Oceanborn, helping him out massively for the moment. We've seen our Zealot Stalker still gathering in. Well, DT's coming through again. Well, mine will go off, but yeah, he needs to have some units in position to deal with these DTs. You can't let those DTs run around the entire time. Gotta get on top of that, gotta deal with it. So Stalker still moving through. The +3 ship weapons coming up. Extra libs on the way. Command center coming by. Well, EMP is going down as well. The disruptor shot tries to come in too. Doesn't really land on much. Marauder going down as well. Stalker Disruptor trying to come up this ramp again. Still seeing the +3 ship weapons coming through. +3 armor on the way. Disruptor gets a couple of ghosts and a marauder there as well. And the Medevac's going to start boosting towards the upper left-hand side. Liberator's sieging up. The Zealot Stalker Disruptor Force turned around again. GTs are going to get through onto this orbital command here. A little scan coming in. The Stalkers not doing enough to really shut down these Medevacs, and that's a recall. Okay, recall might be very cool here, though. What we recall on pretty much everything. We could target fire down some Disruptors quickly. Didn't really do it quick enough. Ryung is going to lose a lot of units there. That's massive. He's going to kill a Disruptor on this bottom side as well. Or in the middle of the map. I guess it's not really too far on the bottom anymore, is it? Resources lost. Very even. I mean, very similar to what we've seen before. Liberators all across the board here. What are the Vikings going to do? Apparently nothing at all. Where's anything else? This is just Liberators and Vikings. The Bio Army is way behind. Extra libs showing up, but the Stalkers are making their way through the Liberators quickly here. Disaster fight for Ryung. This is not what he was looking for at all. He just missed. He didn't have the Bio there. He just did not have the Bio there at all. Like, he thought he had a Bio Army and just it doesn't exist. DTs are going to come in. They've been continuing to be an annoyance throughout this pretty much. They've been more or less just non-stop. Blinking about. Bio's still moving around. Liberator's is still firing on the Zealots. DTs are still getting caught at the front as we're not going to be seeing 12 SCVs drop, and Ryung is doing what he can. DTs going to get jumped on. Bio Force continue to do well there as those DTs will fall. Ryung is what, 100 supply and dropping still. And Nightmare should have this one. He should be able to clean this up, and this should be Nightmare's game. And we will then go to a game 5. And Ryung was playing so well too. I think Ryung really controlled this game for a lot of it. Just made. I mean, he took the fight that he was not needing to take in any way, shape, or form. And Nightmare obviously wins that fight and just goes from there. It was a close enough game that one fight is enough to determine it still. Such is the brutality of TVP a lot of the time. GG's. Alright, we're going to go game 5. One final map between these two. As Site Delta will be coming up. So we get to Site Delta. This will be our last map. And then we're going to be halfway through the games today. Coming up after this, the winner takes on ShoWTimE in the quarterfinals. Then we're going to have Clem versus MaxPax and Trap versus Gumiho still to come. So all of that happening, all of that coming through as we get into our next game in just a moment. Drop the lobby link down. Game 5 will be Site Delta as mentioned, and we're not far from getting into this. Swap the players about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Who is missing? Who isn't here? In the lobby. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 casters. 2 players, both of them ready. Korish1, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for organizing this. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting it. We cannot run these tournaments without your support, guys. So thank you so much for subbing. 666 subs now is obviously pretty incredible. We started, what did we even start today at? Like 560? It's like a plus 100 sub day already. So thank you so much for all the support today, guys. I really appreciate it. As we get ready to resume, we are counting down into... Oh. We're getting down into the wrong game. I was absolutely convinced Ryung was in the player slot, but apparently not, so give it a moment. So we'll just have this next one set up. Put the lobby link down. Make myself a referee, spectator. I absolutely convinced that Ryung was in the right spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's any nightmare. Alright, go gets gold. And we should be able to jump straight back into this. Hello, Ellie. As you can see, guys, it's food time because Ellie's shown up. You gonna come on camera for a minute, baby? People were asking about you. They're asking about you. Hello. Hi, guys. Hi. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, you're just trying to give me your paw for food, are you? I see how it is. Okay. Alright. You've been doing a terrible job at selling out today. I've been doing all the work. What have you done? You haven't been here to get anyone to subscribe. How do you think we're going to afford your treats? Huh? Just like, I can't answer that. I'm out of here. I'm out! Top left-hand side of the map. Game 5 of this series. In the top left corner, red Terran player from Vitality. It is Ryung. These two playing a grueling series to get the chance to play against ShoWTimE in the round of 8, as it is Nightmare. In the bottom right, that's our blue Protoss player. Final map of the series then. Like I say, we still got loads more games to come today, guys, so fear not, we are nowhere near being done. Might be a long Saturday of SC2. And tomorrow we obviously have the final day of this event. It's been really fun to just run this event all week long. Again, appreciate everyone that supported and everything. The calendar right now for next weekend is kind of empty as well, so maybe we'll run a little cheeky tournament for next weekend as well if you guys would be down for that. We're getting some good support on the stream and stuff, so I think it's something we might be able to get away with. So we'll try and do that for next weekend coming up. Up comes the scout. Barracks is on the way as we got some nibbles off. SCV and Probe will have a little skirmish against one another for just a moment there. A little bit of damage being done. Marine comes out, just going to push that probe away. And Ryung on his way to this bunker as well. Trying to get that set up and ready to play. We're switching up with that third CC. Much greedier play from him. And with the greedier play, yeah, maybe just accelerates him into that stage of the game he feels the best in. Perhaps that is just his goal, right? Accelerate to the later game. The later game always been good for him. I mean, to be fair, his early game harass has been pretty good as well, though. Definitely wouldn't count that out for Ryung, the way it's been going. Blink, chrono boosting up here for the moment, getting that out and underway. Obviously, if the blink pressure is a quite high amount, then that could be an issue as well. Could be one of the big problems that Ryung faces, especially as he's playing bio only, no factory. So yeah, the first moments of this blink aggression could be a problem for him. So it's going to be our first real question in this. Of can Ryung survive through some blink aggression? ShoWTimE's got to be sat there smiling, man. He's got to be thinking like, oh, I'm having a nice relaxing day. These two are grinding it out against one another. I mean, this is a draining series. It's not the kind of match that you play and you're like, you know, you feel you're 100% afterwards, right? What's up, Dave? How you doing? Thanks so much for the 25-month resub, mate. Good to see you. Playing finishes from Neymar. I was just going to be seeing a couple shots coming out. Stim pack, combat shield, and +1 all coming through. Factory is building as well. Just getting those upgrades up and online as these stalkers are gathering together. Factory is about to be finished as well. Get that completed. Gonna have ourselves again the gates, the Robo Bay continuing to come up. It's gonna got a charge on the way through as well, so all of that coming by for the moment. Couple probes just gonna come across and begin to mine on the mineral line on the third base. Just gonna get that started. I mean, Ryung has really just gotten away with this super greedy opener, super fast 3CC straight to bio. He's gonna have a hell of a bio army very soon with a couple medevacs out of support. He might start getting onto the map and really looking to push the issue a little further. So yeah, starting to look very hopeful for Ryung. As the Orbs continues to the upper left-hand side. Extended thermal lens coming through. Colossus on the way. Charge coming about. And a few gateways coming up and online from Nightmare as well. So getting those gateways up. The barracks and the combat shield and +1 armor coming through too. All of that is on the way. The Stalker's pulling back down the bottom right side. The Bio is on the move. Ryung is on a push down the map. 40 to 19 army supply. First Colossus will be out soon though. I think that's going to be enough to save the day for Nightmare. Shouldn't just die if he's got a Colossus outright. So that part at least should look pretty reasonable. I'm gonna try and dive. He thought about going for the Colossus. I don't know if he saw the super battery or what, but yeah, he's gonna go up this ramp instead. Gets another Stalker. Gets away with a few units. Kind of hard to hate it, right? You get away with a few units alive as well. Oh, misses that observer there, so that is gonna escape. Second scan. Probably worth it, right? You would scan to kill an observer at any point, so the fact you've already used one shouldn't stop you using another, but he has not done so. He's actually still running with these units, though, trying to get away. Economy is good. Army supply is fine. As he sims forwards here with the medevac support, I don't think Nightmare can come any further forward, and that should be a bit of a stopper on this for the moment. Nightmare just going to take the chance to say, cool, I've pushed you back on the map, though, and now I can get a fourth base up. Get to that very quickly and easily, and without issues. And if I can get away with that quickly, that should be great. I'm gonna fight. Stalker taking some damage. A few Zelds coming across as well. We see that Colossus coming through. A couple more shots coming about. This is Nightmare trying to take advantage of it. Having the few SCVs going down, obviously having to lift off the base, not exactly ideal. As Rune continues to pull away. We're gonna fight. A couple Stalkers gonna get chased away. Having a few Vikings still setting up at home. Ryung obviously has been really reliant on these Vikings throughout these games, and against the Colossus count, he's kind of needed to have them. Nightmare's already making that switch, though, through to the Disruptors here, so Disruptors coming online. Ryung's still competitive. Again, that economy from early is definitely the sort of thing that's been shining through from him. Definitely a big part of him being in the position he's in now. As DTs, though, start to show up, and they're going to start swiping on a couple of these mineral lines. Going to begin to get some damage done there. So a few workers begin to go down. Just going to be having the DT still putting work, and that's tech the CV's dying so far. Just going to jump in. DT going to get grabbed. 2-2 still coming up. Ship weapons coming by. And again, a couple of extra disruptors from Nightmare still on the production tab. Bunker is about to be finished up here from Ryung as he tries to get safe. But 12 SCVs is a pretty big loss. Nightmare is the first one to max. And considering the games that Ryung has won have had to be long and grueling, the fact that Nightmare is already in a great spot and looking to push might be kind of scary for Ryung, actually. Nightmare coming up this right-hand side, and quite confidently, too. We'll be down some upgrades, though. 2-2 about to finish for our Terran player, although Terran player out on the map and maybe not ready to actually pull back and defend against this. SCVs are pulling. Oh, my goodness. Ryung is pulling SCVs to go and fight across the other side, building a fourth base, though. I mean, this is wild. No, he's building the SCVs. His opponent's in position to attack. Disruptor's trying to buy time as we come across. Oh, no, it's all... Okay, it's gone horribly wrong for Ryung, as fortunately that Disruptor decides to be AFK on its journey forwards. As, I mean, he's not sending the SCVs back home, right? He's not sending those SCVs back home at all, so we are just going to sit tight here as the Bio's going to fight. The Vikings are going to get active. We are going to shoot on through. That's going to be seeing the army is going to get completely shut down. That's going to be a defense very easily made, as we are going to be seeing easy defense from Nightmare. Not sure what the plan was from Ryung here, honestly. That was not quite it. GG's, and Nightmare takes it 3-2. Is going to be victorious and is going to move on through to play ShoWTimE in the next round. Whoa, Dave, not just dropping the 5 gifted subs, but you're going to get the biggest bonus gift we've seen on the channel so far. 5 gifted subs from Twitch. Twitch just went 1-to-1 matching. Dave on the 5 gifted subs goes out to Sire IDDQD, Lovely Smart 1234, Pudgeless Balls, D Soper 22, Fruit Vendor, and then because there's 5 more, they went to ASDDD 517, Joe Mandy, Stream for Bees, Brihit 03, and Megas Dokuso. Thank you so much for the generosity, mate. Appreciate the support, appreciate the gifts. Alright, guys. We're going to swap to the NA server, get ready for ShoWTimE versus Nightmare. We'll get that set up and videoed. I'm going to go take a moment to eat some lunch. We'll be back. More StarCraft 2. We're halfway through the day. Loads of great games still to come. ShoWTimE versus Nightmare. Clem versus MaxPax. Trap versus Gumiho still coming your way. We'll be back for more after this break. PvP time in the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Festival. On the top left side of the map, I read Protoss player is going to be ShoWTimE. And in the bottom right, I blue Protoss Nightmare. As we get going for game number 1 of this best of 5. Nightmare coming out of a grueling series against Ryung. Final game, finally looking a lot more convincing. Very similar to how the first game looked in terms of how convincing it was. A lot of tough matches in the middle. ShoWTimE looked phenomenal in his group the other day. 2-0 Geralt, 2-0 Mana, 2-0 Gumiho, 2-0 Rogue. Didn't look in trouble at all. It was a very commanding performance from ShoWTimE. If he plays like this today, I think he's going to the semi-finals quite easily, honestly. But Nightmare ain't no slouch. We'll see what PvP brings us. Start on the big map of Golden Aura, so maybe we'll just fasten our seatbelts and go for a ride again as well. Never know, but PvP, of course, big map can mean big games, but then it could also mean someone just proxy something and then boom, the game doesn't last too long anyways, so see what happens. ShoWTimE looking to hide a pylon maybe. Nothing too aggressive as the Scout of Nightmare is already in the base. Couple of adepts coming through. Actually, only a single Stalker for ShoWTimE yet to use his second gateway here. Something to look at. As that Stalker Slandry comes in, a couple of adepts from Nightmare getting going for the moment. And Devs will get the probe. Now Stalker's on the way from Nightmare as a follow-up. Next is going down. Both sides. I mean, ShoWTimE's going to have the sentries to hallucinate with. It means that Nightmare has a bit more gas to work with. And he's going to build sentries too. Okay. Basically just these two adepts then to harass, and that's pretty much the difference in the game. Nightmare is going to have a little bit later scouting, but yeah, minor differences, but I guess we'll see what the tech choices are. We'll see what structures come down. That'll probably tell us the most about what happens next year, because otherwise, the ideas of just expanding and setting up are pretty even. Robo from ShoWTimE, Twilight from Nightmare. So Twilight probably means we're going down that Blink route, while the Robo facility of ShoWTimE typically, what you would then expect is a route towards the kind of Immortals and playing very safe and maybe charge on the follow-up and just playing charge on the Immortal Archon. A couple different ways to set up here. The sentries play defense at the front, and of course we'll see that Blink starting up in a few moments. Great force fields though from ShoWTimE, gonna catch a Stalker. Still doing well against those adepts too. Yeah, ShoWTimE playing well, man. Already just the first few moments, little things going his way. That's those adepts commit. He's actually gonna have to recall them, very nearly losing one in the process. And yo, JJR9, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much indeed. As that Nexus comes through, the Blink is coming up, a couple of probes getting into play. And a couple of adepts going to get there to pick off some more probes as well. That's really nice. 5 workers going down. Still on that Nexus coming up on both sides as well. So bringing that through. Focus on the enemies coming about, the hallucination coming through as well. Gonna be seeing a couple of units move about. I'm just gonna be seeing that charge and a +1 coming in. Stalker's still active here from ShoWTimE, from Nightmare Story, trying to dive up into the natural. Of course, they have Blink, so they want to try and make use of themselves, so that makes a lot of sense. That's exactly what they're gonna be trying to do here, but ShoWTimE's just been, like I say, very on point so far. Block guys coming up, extra gates on the way, +1 in charge coming through as well. It's still coming through, still getting the charge up. Again, the Robo Bay coming through from Nightmare also, so just bringing this by. Trying to get this on the go. This +1 in charge will be on the way from both, but ShoWTimE will be a bit faster to it. His army com 2 Immortals versus the additional Stalkers with that Blink. Again, an Observer here, which is neat as well. Well, look at Nightmare though. Straight to that Robo Bay with the Disruptors. Much slower to expand, but maybe with some better tech. We'll see how it goes. ShoWTimE going to throw the Stargate now. I wonder if he goes Phoenix against Disruptors. That'd be wild. Haven't seen that in a long time. Two Archons coming up, +2 attack and Blink on the way in. Focus being built. Gonna be seeing that Disruptor's about to finish up. Army is ready to move down to the bottom right. Game definitely kind of settling. I mean, there's the Phoenix on the way, so ShoWTimE is going to go Phoenix as a counter to Disruptors. There's almost like a old school PvP because of that. I say old school, I guess. Old school in terms of like early Legacy of the Void. Pushing up to Disruptors. The other guy goes Phoenix to fight those Disruptors. You can lift them off and cancel their shots. Is a big deal. Once again, just utilizing that Stalker Blink to find as much value as possible. A couple Zelds still coming out. Phoenix +2, Blink all still coming through as well. The rest of these Zelds going to go around the bottom left-hand corner. Disruptors settling in on the natural. Yeah, ShoWTimE heading towards the bottom right, chasing Nightmare away. With the super battery just going to get there, start healing up this cannon, so can going to be kept pretty healthy. Down about 30 supply at the moment, by the way. Like I said, we'll see what the Disruptors can do in the fight. As the Zealot's going to go play cleanup, so ShoWTimE having to deal with that. Big warp in a Nightmare will actually help to close the gap on supply until the Zealots die. Readying up around the bottom there. Again, extended thermal lenses on the way. The Dark Shrine is coming up. We've seen those extra cannons coming through. The Zealots all gathering. Definitely all those Zealots being picked away at for the moment. Again, Fleet Beacon's coming by. The Stargate's coming through. The Zealots will charge up and chase down another couple of Zealots. A couple of Force Wheels are going down there as well. The Zealots will continue through for the moment. More DTs coming in. Again, the Colossus and the Extended Thermal Lance coming up as well. Still got those Archons, still got those gateways. That Prism, gonna get blinked on by the Stalkers. It's gonna go down as well, so Prism will fall. Dark Shrine still coming up. Shadow Strike gonna be on the way. I'm seeing that +3 attack upgrade coming through as well. A couple of hallucinations. Just gonna get shot down. Disruptor shot from ShoWTimE is actually gonna get a disruptor of his opponent already. Nightmare the one trying to press into this. The Colossus are such a fun addition. I really do not know. It's not every day you really see Colossus in PvP, right? So I don't really know what to expect of this kind of going on from here. DT's coming over. And warped in. ShoWTimE just moving his army between bases. So close to finishing up +3 attack, +1 air weapons as well. Also coming by from ShoWTimE. And uh-oh, no, the Phoenix, no! We kind of need them, like I say. Yeah, I mean, you don't need them. Oh, he misses that disruptor by an inch, and then he actually eats a disruptor shot from it. Nightmare again, some good fights here. Like I say, maybe we don't need the Phoenix, but they do help you to take this fight because they can lift up the disruptors and negate any need to kind of be cautious. So that means you can charge forward. However, the Colossus are putting in some serious work, and ShoWTimE, who is dominant in the groups, is going to get absolutely wrecked in this fight. No answer for the Colossus. Obviously, the initiation was not great, but then the actual fight itself was just brutal. Heavily in favor of Nightmare from start to finish, and he is going to go and pretty much play cleanup here. Just figuring out where he might want to attack next. Gonna hit this base on the left side zone with the disruptors. Phoenix struggling to get involved to lift those disruptors up any further. Two more disruptors on the way. Whoa! ShoWTimE gets a nice disruptor shot. That's going to help. A couple of disruptors there going to be great for him, but he's still trying to defend against an army that is outmatching him and outsizing him. ShoWTimE has better upgrades, but just not sure if what he has necessarily matters that much against in upgrades. Oh, 12 DTs. That's a huge amount of Dark Templar. So Nightmare, if they do damage, then obviously ShoWTimE's in trouble. The one thing I would say, if they get caught, then that could be a huge move around. He's going to blink in. He's going to jump onto the cannon. Probes are going to get picked away at. Yeah, okay, well, the DTs are putting in some serious work straight away, so they've been effective. ShoWTimE's going to recall some units over there to just try and deal with the DTs quickly, or just the Observer, actually. So, just the Obs there, so some detection available. Stalkers walk across, disruptor shot. He's going to hit your own Zealots, so not quite it from ShoWTimE, as Nightmare forces his way back up this ramp. DTs dive forward again, Archon going down. We will have the Stalkers blinking back over. DTs chased away one more time. Still got 11 additional Zealots being built at the moment for Nightmare, so bringing all of that through. Also, it's just going to be firing. A couple of units going down. It's going to be seeing Nightmare continue to chase this. GG says ShoWTimE. That one's going to be done. Well, there you go. GG's. Nightmare takes game number 1. What a fight from him. The Colossus was such a cool addition. They were actually so good. They were able to add so much splash damage in that ShoWTimE's army really did just melt. As we go to Oceanborn for game number 2 here, so we can get Oceanborn coming up in a second. Get straight into this second game. So Nightmare takes the 1-0 lead with the second map coming up. Can ShoWTimE bounce back? I really feel like these guys might be able to give us some longer games as well. I really expect maybe one 20-minute game between these two. It's just kind of the style, especially if ShoWTimE usually plays quite defensively. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here goes his Nightmare. If ShoWTimE says go, go. You can start up. ShoWTimE again looked so good during the group stages. 4-0, 8-0, really had no issues. But dropped this first map of the event now to Nightmare, who did get second place in his group. Nightmare did 2-0 MaxPax and kind of embarrassed MaxPax a little bit in the matchup. The MaxPax is obviously meant to be amazing in PvP. ShoWTimE now playing against the Nightmare who did that. I think that's worth mentioning, because while that definitely wasn't MaxPax's best day, you still got to say something about the performance from Nightmare to kind of, you know, get you to that point to make that matter. So top left, it is going to be our blue Protoss. This is ShoWTimE. Down a game against Nightmare, our Korean, in the bottom right corner of the map. Oh. Game is resumed. Action goes on to get into game number 2 of this best of 5. We see a probe coming up. Let's see the gauge. There's a couple of simulators coming through. The probes continue to settle down as well, so all of that coming about. Again, Cyber Call coming up. Gateway on the way in. Going to be having our pylon setting up as well. That probe coming around the back then. Our probes will be a nibbling. And gate Cyber Core probe. All buildings. It's going to be 2 gateways each. No single gate expansions or anything just yet. Probe drops that pylon down. You see a sentry. Now an access and a warp gate coming up as well. Getting that underway. We having a couple of depth siren. Pylon taking some shots. Probe comes over there to nibble up a little bit as well, getting some damage done. Depth to depth, just gonna fight. Probe nibbling at the pylon. There is the Nexus indeed coming down as well, so we just get that all underway. Nexus coming up on the natural, just gonna get that on the go. Hallucination moving about, moving over for a little beat. Sentry's coming around again. Twilight Council coming up as well. Again, Blink coming on the line. Just going to see how Nexus is about to finish on the side of Nightmare. So we'll have that natural coming up. Adapts coming through. Stalker taking some shots. With Blink versus Blink this time around, that obviously sets us up for some fun action. Who can Blink micro better? Gonna try and figure that out. Step shade over toward the natural is going to be seen. A couple probes going down. Stalker's going to be there to hit those adepts. Blink coming by again. Nexus coming up on both sides. Battery coming in. Forge coming up, the Robo's coming down. Obviously the Blink play available now. ShoWTimE wants to try and make something happen. He'll have Blink a couple seconds sooner. He's going to get adepts on the natural at the same time, so he's going to start killing probes. ShoWTimE the one making plays to start off this game number 2 now. All workers going to be 5, maybe 6. Doesn't quite get to 6, but 5 workers killed. Doesn't need to go in with the army at the front. The adept harass alone is good enough to justify committing here for a couple of moments. Yeah, 5 probes going down, couple probes, couple gates, Nexus, Observer, all coming up as well. So we've seen that +1 attack upgrade coming through on the Forge, and those gates continue to come out for now. So I got the battery coming in from ShoWTimE. Destination is going to go moving through. Again, there is the Immortal. Going to start Chrono Boost on the Robo facility as well. Just going to bring that about. See that hallucination getting nicked. 10 +1 attack, charge, Observer coming by, hallucination still in the main base trying to see what it's going. 6 additional gateways coming up across the board. Nexus drops in towards the top side. Just going to get that 4th base underway. Hallucination moving over. And Templar Archive still building. Just going to gateways coming up. Hallucination moves into the main where it's going to be. And just flying by. Templar Archives, Immortal, Charge, +1. A little bit of everything on the way up for the moment. Dropping over the Nexus down, just going to be seeing our Charge and +1 and High Templar on the way. The Immortal and the Zealots coming through. Stalker's gathering up, hallucination up in the skies. This one attack is about to finish. There goes the hallucination up the left side. Obviously just scouting through. Nightmare looking to see what's up as ShoWTimE. Nightmare will sit a similar supplies here, 127 to 121, 131 to 121 as ShoWTimE just gets warp-ins. Nightmare's production tab a little bit more full. I mean, 4th base is a little bit later for him. +2 just now started as well. He's a little bit just behind in all aspects, I'd say. Stalker shooting, hallucination taking damage. A few more warp-ins coming in. Zealots and High Templars coming about for the moment. Just gonna run by. A couple of other Zealots being chased. Rock's gonna get knocked down as well as we open up the center of the map. We've seen that +2 coming in on both sides. An Observer up in the sky. ShoWTimE is just netting himself a lead all around. I already had little advantages here and there on the on some of the upgrade timing windows, and now I think just can further along with it all. There's a few more zealots warp in, and ShoWTimE is ready to take a fight. A fight to try and equalize this series here 1-1 as we step in. Zealot's going to charge up. Immortal in the front, Archon's in the front, taking some damage. Big push forward straight away there. Super Battery is going to activate as well. And I mean, Super Battery didn't do enough to save this just yet. There are a few Immortals. Oh, that's a great force field because the Archons can't break through because the Immortals are blocking. I think ShoWTimE +2 just finished for his opponent. ShoWTime's going to keep on going here. It's a lot of tech units from Nightmare, which is the only reason I'm afraid, because I'm worried that this is maybe meaning that ShoWTimE doesn't quite actually have the power that he thinks he does, but it's not quite true. The tech units are going to go down. The Prism actually goes down with one inside as well. There's an Archon and Immortal left. That should be something he can fight through with ease. And it looks as though ShoWTimE is going to find game 2 of the series. We're going to tie it up 1-1. And this PvP is going to be a battle as well. 1-1 tied up, going to game 3. Everything to play for as the quarterfinals go 1-1. So yeah, good quarterfinal so far. 1-1 tied up, and means that we're guaranteed just a couple more matches between these guys. Our third map will be Ghost River, so we'll get that going now. That's set up. Drop the lobby link down, and we'll get this back in action. ShoWTimE, Nightmare, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only have 8 casters. Where are you all? Come on, join the lobby. We've got games to cast. Is the next series Clem MaxPax? Yes, Clem MaxPax will be coming up straight after this, guys, so I'll be coming through as Nightmare says go. Is waiting for ShoWTimE to give us the same words here. Let us know that we can go as well. He says ready. Kick this off. All right. Let's do it as we kick this off and get this underway. Thank you for joining us, guys, here today for some WardiTV Festival action. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, do not forget to do all the usual stuff, such as following, subscribing, and liking. Help us to support more Starcraft 2 content into the future. As we go Ghost River, Game 3 of this best of 5. Top right-hand corner will be the red Protoss player, ShoWTimE, who is able to bring it back convincingly in Game 2 and tie us up in the series. Top left is going to be our blue Protoss player. This is Nightmare. Alright, then game 3, Ghost River. We get this on the way. So as soon as coming up, gateway coming through, it's gonna be having ourselves actually going on. Let's get 700. Yeah, we are very close to the 700 sub marker, which is, like I say, pretty incredible. It's been some great support today, so thank you everybody for being involved on that. It is September, guys. There's September offerings in play if you want to support. 5 gifted subs will actually have 5 gifted subs will have 1 or more subs added to it by Twitch. So fun little deal you can take advantage of. Dave just had 5 gifted subs added on top of his 5 gifted subs, so that's definitely the best that we've seen on our channel so far. So yeah, check that out if you want to support. Definitely a great way to support. Helps us to keep on running the events. Whoa! Bruno Ursa, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. And Twitch is going to add 4 onto that. Thank you so much, mate. Going out to DTCC24, Galenus, Dota James, Damon Deity, Prover Boomer, Campbell Soup, Calimero 13, Piotr Piekni, Chloridic Rick. Oh my god, I can't say that one at all. saw Sarah. I was a... God, I can't talk. Names are tough right now, apparently. I watched Forsen all day. Pro Taker, Dreamy Sora, and Christy9696. Real-time strategy rebirth. Thank you so much for the subs, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you as we get going. In this game number 3. I actually can't get over I already felt pretty good when they were like, oh yeah, if you get 5 subs, you'll get 1 free, and then like I say, now apparently just somewhat randomly they will just add more than the 1 free, and I'm like, what? It's like Twitch is almost doing too much of a good thing. Like how I'm just not used to this, you know? Not complaining, just a weird experience. Weird experience for sure. So we see how Stalker's going to be there. Hallucination taking a couple of shots. And so do you have the Robo Facility, the Nexus on the way up from both to get the natural going. And as Blink starts from ShoWTimE, it'll be Nightmare to play the Robo and the Immortals. So a reversal of roles from game number 1. It's very cool to see this Immortal style in PvP become such a consistency, by the way. I feel like for a long time those Immortals were not I feel like for a long time those Immortals and those sort of styles were just like, how do you ever kind of justify playing that instead of just going Blink? Blink is so good, but to actually see people seeing a lot of success with these Immortals has been, like I say, very, very cool. And continue to see a lot more of it as Twilight Council will start from Nightmare. So obviously we'll be behind on that Blink. I guess the question will just be, will ShoWTimE have any timing window with the Blink to make something happen, or will the Immortals just be defensive enough? I think a lot of the time nowadays, these kind of scenarios do just kind of stalemate one another, and so we kind of move through to not a whole lot happening on either side at the end of it all. Put our particular Nexus down. Hey, how about that for Nightmare? Not going to match with Blink, but we're going to go Resonating Glaives instead. That Glaive Immortal combination could be extremely good, so definitely not a bad idea. These two Adepts unfortunately going to get met and killed. Plain and simple. They did not last very long at all, so it's going to be an easy shutdown as Hallucination pops, 3 Sentries and Immortal gathering up on the natural. Again, Resonating Glaives coming up, the Immortal coming through, additional gateways coming by. All of that coming in for the moment. Pops the barriers on both Immortals, going to try and separate one forwards with the force field. Also, the factor that there's no battery here means that you could have maybe actually forced that fight a little bit, right? That's probably why we're looking there as a, hey, can we actually take this? I think we maybe can. In the end, nothing really comes of it, but yeah, I mean, did get some damage on an Immortal, so it's a little bit easier to snipe further down the line, perhaps. Not going to be a huge difference, but little things. This Hallucination scouting through is going to see the Twilight Council working. Just a single gas on the natural as well, so again, you get a good gas count. And ShoWTimE recognized the kind of power at which Nightmare is pushing with, though. ShoWTimE is adding 5 extra gateways right now, but is that just too late? I mean, another Immortal on the way up for him, a Stalker on the way through as well. He's going to realize now what's going on. Can ShoWTimE get defensive? He does not have a battery ready on this third base. 2 Adepts on the natural, going to cancel that Shade as, I mean, Nightmare should just go. First battery has finished up, however. Force Field will buy you some time. Force Fields are very good for ShoWTimE, but he's going to lose 1 center, and he only has 1 center with a little bit of energy left. Buying time is neat and all, but yeah, how much more, or what much more can you do here? Is now we're going to have to blink back already. ShoWTimE going to bring his own Immortal in. Super Battery going to activate. That's when you're going to see Nightmare just back away and not commit to this. So ShoWTimE just buying himself time, but that's about it for the moment. It's a little bit of a fight here. It does have the Super Battery to support during that. Of course, should be able to blink back for a lot of efficiency during this also. Nightmare supply is looking very good. These Immortals from Nightmare just going untouched, and with the Adepts able to tank so much damage against Stalkers, they just aren't dying. And if they aren't dying, Nightmare is going to have enough support for his Immortals to keep on whacking away. And Nightmare is looking as though he is going to take out ShoWTimE for 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Nightmare getting it done on Goes Wither with the Adept Immortal push. And man, I just can't get over it. ShoWTimE looked so good in the groups against some top tier quality opponents. And Nightmare is coming through and saying, no. Let's chill out a little bit as we get ready for our signing here for map number 4. Crimson Court will be map 5 if ShoWTimE gets us there. So, ShoWTimE must win to keep this series alive. I really felt like this was a good bracket for ShoWTimE. I really felt like he could go on a big run. But obviously not if he gets stopped by the PvP of Nightmare here in the quarters. Put the lobby link down. We'll get into this in a sec, guys. Thank you for everyone to join us. ShoWTimE and missing Nightmare for a second. Is Nightmare up 2-1? Can I clean this up, or what is this going to look like? Find out soon. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Again, thank you so much. Coming back to the gifted subs from Bruno Ursa. Thank you so much for the generosity, man. Appreciate it. We're at 691, guys. 691. If you got a Prime, you got a few gifted subs in you. Consider showing some love. Push us up to 700 would be amazing. I am just missing Nightmare. Let's throw him an invite just in case he didn't get it in the chat. I might just AFK for a moment. There you go. Nightmare joined Go-Go, he calls. Just waiting for ShoWTimE to give us the go-ahead as well. Grateful, Sean. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like you've got those Prime subs, guys. They're free to use, and they can support StarCraft 2 tournaments if you use them right here. Thank you so much for the sub. Grateful, Sean. Thank you so much indeed. Counting down into Alcyone map number 4. Once again, ShoWTimE has to bring it back. Each game has kind of been very convincing one way, or very convincing the other. It's not been kind of really a back and forth series. Are You Serious? 23 coming in with a 2-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much. WardiHype is in the chat. Hell yeah, thank you so much indeed. As we dive into Alcyone in the top right corner, our blue Protoss back up against the wall. Can he get it done on Alcyone? It is ShoWTimE. While in the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Nightmare. Well then, guys, here we are. Game number 4 with ShoWTimE again in a must-win situation. Nightmare has officially taken control of this series. Coming up, a couple of assimilators coming through. can see the double gates again. No surprises. These two players are not necessarily players that we expect to see do things that are outside of the double gateways, so that shouldn't come, like I say, as too much of a shock. Goals going through. Island coming in. That's settled for a couple of moments. There's a little bit of aggression from Nightmare. Going to proxy up a Stargate, so going to get aggressive with a Stargate out at the front. Definitely one way to see things get a little bit exciting here as we do have the probes going to get to the front, nibble at the watchtower for a second, just moving through on that. Both Stalkers move out. Stargate again on the way up for the moment. And get that brought into play. And ShoWTimE does know about the Stargate then, so he's going to be aware of what's going on. So if nothing else, information should be key for him. So yeah, a little bit of info there for ShoWTimE. He's actually going to be able to get rid of the pylon, so that is not going to last. That is going to fall. Well, isn't that exciting? No pylon there now is going to be pretty darn huge. And it's just going to be having a couple of Stalkers continue to come across as well. Nexus on the way on both sides. Centering the warp gate coming up as well. It's just going to continue to bring that all out. Well, that Stargate depowered really is kind of sad. Nothing coming of it, and it's a wasted investment early for Nightmare. Not the great start he wanted. Yo, Terranzoid on the YouTube chat with the 10 euros, 700. See, even the YouTube viewers are trying to get the Twitch chat up to 700, guys. Thank you so much, Terranzoid, for another donation today. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you so much. There's a couple of Adepts continuing to ping around. Pylon taking some damage. Our Stalker's coming back the other direction, trying to poke and push through as well. Adept's going to fire up onto that pylon again, trying to find a little bit more on that one. The blink coming up as well. Council building from Nightmare. A couple of probes coming about on both sides. Here, Robothari, my man. How you doing on the 90-month resub? Big one. Thank you so much for the many years of support. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. Stalker Sundry still coming through. Blink's going to be about halfway done. The Robo facility coming up as well. Fion's going to get across. The Depth's going to get chased away. Force Field is going to whiff a little bit there, unfortunately. Going to fight 3 workers going down. Adept's still taking some damage. Stalkers and a sentry going up. Going to get rid of that Adept as well, but 4 probes falling for ShoWTimE. He's got an army supply leads. He heads to Blink while Nightmare heads to that Glaives. He's going to start building Immortals as well. See what ShoWTimE can do when his Blink finishes, because I'm not sure how much there's going to be to really stop ShoWTimE from being successful on an attack here, to be honest. I suppose we will see fairly soon. Stalker's on the move. You see now a couple of Adepts continue to shade around as well. Just going to make their way across. It's going to be seen. ShoWTimE going to get force fielded in a little bit right now, so Nightmare going to make this difficult for him. But again, he does have that Blink to work with. Go a long way to helping out as the Robo facility continues through as well. All probes going down for ShoWTimE. Worker count is actually going to be even after all of that, so despite the harass, things are going to be pretty level here currently. It's very much so anyone's for taking here in this game 4. Again, ShoWTimE is looking to try and bring this back. Tie this up, take us to a game 5 again. This deck from the bracket would have been to 2 game 5s in a row if that's the case. Nightmare looking to just close it out, guarantee himself a slot in those semifinals, and just sit back and wait to see who his opponent's going to be. Fortune gateways continue on up. We've seen a few souls getting over here. They're going to get some probes in return. There was some probes going down on the side of Nightmare, ShoWTimE as well, but he's going to trade out at least, and seems fairly reasonable right now. The Stalkers are still very much so there. However, Nightmare's pushing on the other side, and again, don't forget that his army is very much so one that can be looking extremely scary because of just the sheer firepower. We saw it on Ghost River, and this is going to be very similar as well, so definitely expecting that to be big moment as the third base of ShoWTimE taking damage now. Nightmare never built a third, so killing the third feels like a bare minimum move for him. He's a 30 army supply at the moment, and Nightmare, if you've got a 30 army supply lead, I'm going to go ahead and say that it's going to be very tough for ShoWTimE to win a fight against you, but I mean, sit here and wait to be proven wrong perhaps. It's going to be having our units continue to move around a little bit. We're going to see Nightmare now pushing the issue, so he's not going to hold back, he's not going to wait. He's going to send this, and in we go. Adepts, Immortals, pushing straight on forward. I mean, the Adepts are going to threaten a shade in the main. ShoWTimE says GG's. He just doesn't get it going at all today. I'm very sad because ShoWTimE looked so good in those groups. I mentioned it a few times. Probably sound like a broken record at this point, but he looked so good in the groups. I was really hoping to see something like that from him in the playoffs. I was really thinking of a big run for him. GG's. All right, guys. That sets us up into one of the big matches coming up. It's going to be Clem versus MaxPax. And so we're going to swap on over to the European server for Clem versus MaxPax TVP best of 5. We're going to get this going back to the round of 12. It's only round of 12 matches left for us today. So while Cura Nightmare solidified semi-final appearances tomorrow, now we're going to go back to Clem MaxPax, and then we're going to end the day on Trap versus Gumiho. So those couple matches coming up in just a few. Rodin18, thank you so much for the 19-month resub. Welcome back. We are just going to go to a break screen here, guys, so we'll be back in just a little bit, like I say, for this PVT. Get this underway. I'll see you guys in just a few for more StarCraft 2. We'll see you guys after this. BRB. Welcome back, guys. Thank you. Sorry for a little bit of a longer break as we get ready to go into our next match, which is one I think a lot of people are very excited for. It's going to be Clem versus MaxPax. Just waiting for Clem to join the lobby here, and we'll be good to go. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Very excited to dive on in. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just joined. He readied up. Rio ready as well. Let them know so we can just get into this round of 12 matchup. MaxPax did not have a pretty day the other day. He just about scraped through the groups 2-2. I mean, it was not pretty for MaxPax. 2-1 Oliveira, 0-2 against Cure, 2-0 Young Yakov, 0-2 against Nightmare. It was not MaxPax's best day. But he made it through. He plays against Clem, who's looking kind of, you know, not 100% yesterday himself. He dropped a map to every opponent. Rion, Cristiano, and Trigger beating them 2-1, but then lost 0-2 to Shin. So both these guys maybe not 100% in the group stage, hence in the round of 12 rather than the round of 8, where oftentimes these guys spawn in on the bracket once they've gotten out of groups, because they're oftentimes the group winners. MaxPax Clem, our penultimate series today. After this trap, Gumiho will round us out, as we have got in the top left corner of the map our red Protoss player. This is MaxPax. Bottom right, our blue Terran from Team Liquid. It is Clem. So yes, 2 matches remain today, and then we finish the entire rest of the bracket tomorrow. Looking forward to rounding this one out and crowning ourselves a WardiTV Festival champion. We'll, of course, again have WardiTV Mondays on Monday. We have OSC King of the Hill on Wednesday, OSC Mid-Season Playoffs Thursday, and we might cook up a little something for you guys Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, because you've been so generous to us today. And over the last couple of days in general, actually, so... Kicking off, we got ourselves a Rax on the way up, and SCV coming through and get settled down. We're seeing our barracks popping out, just going to be having ourselves the SCV chasing about. Probably going to take a couple of nibbles. We've seen our Cybercore and Nexus all coming up again. The reaction and the command center coming through as well. Next coming up, Adept on the way, Warpgate coming by. As we just get settled into this, just going to be seeing our probe scan up, just going to drop the Stargate into position. As we do see our first tech choice of this round 12 matchup starting up now. We're seeing a couple of CCs coming online. It's going to be triple command center from Clem. Cyclone and Marines coming up. We do have the Stargate building just from MaxPax. Gateway and the Warp Gate coming up also. Cyclone coming through. Just getting settled for the early stages. The Oracle's coming through. Again, a couple of gates coming about. Cyclone and Marines coming through from Clem as well. So we get all of that on the way. Well, barracks obviously going to mean that Clem can power up into that bio play as well. So we'll just get that ready to rumble. We'll have that Twilight Council finishing soon. A few Marines coming out. 2 additional racks on the way through, and the Cyclone actually going to get locked onto by the Oracles. The Oracle doing the locking onto initially, but then the Cyclone returns fire, and the Oracle takes some heavy hits. The Adept will actually die in the end too. Not super pretty on the side of MaxPax. Oracle activates, another SCV going down. And Blink coming up, Stemming Combat Shield coming through, Marine Marauders continuing to produce right now as we're just going to see Clem. With that triple CC, obviously his economy is fine. Obviously clearing up units and pushing them back and not taking damage means that he's in a pretty good spot. Comes back over. Again, that Blink coming through. Just going to see our Stalker popping. Forge Nexus on the way in. The Oracle will check the main base for a couple of moments as well. Trying to see what's going on. The Oracle back out the front. And again, the Starport already coming through from Clem. So just getting that underway. The Marauder, a couple of more depots on the way up as well here. As we get settled into action against Impact Combat Shields and a couple more Marauders. Continuing to produce. Starport lifts up. We've seen the Stalkers coming up there. The Bio going to fight back. Just going to be seeing a few Marines taking some shots as well. The Stalkers going to take some hits. The Bio Force will be there to push those Stalkers back, though. Just going to take that away, as we do have Stemming Combat Shields still coming through. Alright, coming about, Stalkers gathering. Oh, we're just gonna move over. The Biofighting Stalkers taking shots, just gonna chase away. The Orbital gonna land down onto the third base. I'm just going to dive. A couple of Stalkers going to be grabbed. It's going to be seeing the Bio continuing through. Stalkers taking a lot of damage. +1 attack and charge continuing by as well. Eight Marines and the Medevac coming back over. Marines is going to dive through. A few of those probes going down immediately. 6 workers getting picked. A couple SCVs going down. More of these probes actually getting absolutely dismantled. What a drop from Clem. Oh no. 17! That's huge. Well, Medevac is going to get up to that top left-hand corner. Hey, Fantasy TYTY fanboy, thank you so much for the 43-month resub. 39 straight months to throw my digital money to Wardy's digital wallet. Appreciate it, man. And all of that digital money makes digital Starcraft 2 games like this one happen. Thank you, mates. As Clem is just, honestly, the start was good. Didn't take damage on a triple CC opener. Got to the bio play, and he's just kind of wiping the floor with MaxPax right now, who... I feel like MaxPax has got to start showing me something in this series that he can step up a little bit, because after his group stage performance, I put his group stage performance off to everyone has a bad day, right? If he doesn't start looking good in this series against Clem at some point, I know it's against Clem, but if you don't start looking good at some point, we just got to kind of ask ourselves, like, does this have, you know, is MaxPax just in trouble at the minute? Like, is he just not playing his best stock? Like, what's up with MaxPax? That kind of becomes a question, right? GG is called. Clem takes game 1. I mean, this was just one game, but it's compounded with how he played the other day. And I feel like this was almost just a little too easy for Clem to take this first game off MaxPax, as they will get game 2 going for us in a sec. I don't even have to host because they didn't even tell me the map, so I just sit here and wait for them to host the game. And we'll get into game 2. Kind of nice, because I've been hosting the games all day. No shame in losing to Clem. Nope, that's definitely true. I think it's probably just like recency bias of like, he's really struggled in his group, right? Like, he just didn't look good, and it was a lot of uncharacteristic errors. I said it the other day. I didn't really realize how highly I respected, or how high of a stat I put MaxPax in my own mind, or how good I thought he was in my own head. I didn't realize that until I realized I was disappointed in his play the other day because it didn't look like MaxPax, you know? So, yeah. Probably just recency bias. We'll see what happens going into game 2 here. Get this set off. Get this going. Game number 2 in a couple of moments. Alright, so just waiting for Clem to join us here. MaxPax asking Clem if he's ready, but Clem wasn't even in the lobby yet. That's a good one. Just need Clem to get swapped into the player slot, and we should be good to go into the second game of this best of 5. Oceanborn for our map. You have Trap versus Gumiho after this as well. Alright. In the top left-hand side of the map, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be MaxPax. Down a game in the series, and hoping to see a little bit of a bounce back and a fight back from MaxPax. Because it'd be nice to see this series be competitive and not just a bit of a wash. Bottom right of Clem. And he's got an SCV on the map. Clem going aggressive to start with. Alright, well, Clem bringing the fight to MaxPax with that proxy. Gets that going to the other side here. And there it is, barracks on the upper left corner to get things underway. Paper coming about. Nexus and Cybercore coming through. And we see our Nexus going down. The bunker coming up for a couple of moments here. Reaper gonna bop a little grenade over. Is all gonna come over. SCV gonna get jumped on. SCV Reaper gonna get over. Just gonna make a pick off. Nice little grab. For a moment or two. You obviously have the barracks getting a second Reaper out. Is gonna start with these, there's a doubt. I mean, one Reaper's going to die here using the line of sight blocker. Grenade trying to save the day. Reaper will try and kite, but yeah, Clem loses one Reaper now, trying to still get that adept if possible. So we'll get the Adept in the end. And it's going to be able to outrange, of course, so should be able to get away for a little bit longer there. Nicely done for the moment. Adept coming over, SCV still moving around. And we've seen the SCV taking some shots, a couple Cyclones coming back over as well. CC still delayed from Clem, so needs to get an SCV back down there. A couple Cyclones popping out in a moment. Yeah, Gateway coming up, Robo Facility coming through, Blink coming online. We've seen our Robo Facility about to finish up here. As we do have the couple of Widow Mines coming across. The Clem's going to have Cyclones at the front, then the drop into the natural as well. Potential for some big explosions. It's 2 mines. Might be able to get something done as can go dropping into the natural. And yeah, MaxPax is dealing with the Cyclones. He does pull the probes. Clem will just go for the 2 probes and probably just going to lift up and get away. Loses 1 Cyclone chasing. Stalker's going to kill 1. We'll catch the 2nd. The Reaper will have that kill. Now a 3rd Stalker still just wandering through. We could have blinked to the left and gotten away. Instead, we blink forward and move commanding. It's messy, man. It's messy from MaxPax, and he's going to come across now with some aggression. It's just going to be pushing over. We've seen a Prism still chilling now. A couple Stalkers gathering in as well. We've seen our Stalkers coming over, just going to be seeing a tank firing, a couple of Stalkers still taking shots, SCV's coming back over too. We've seen our Banshee firing, just going to be seeing a couple of probes taking shots. We've seen a couple of Stalkers firing over again. Marines in the siege tank continue through for a couple of moments, just going to get that on the go. Seeing the Marines and the Banshee continue to push back over. Prism taking some shots, Banshee still firing away, Stalkers taking some hits as well. Another Banshee going down. MaxPax still has been the one leaking workers to this harassment, so damage has been done. So we're just going to chill out for a moment overhead. A few Marines going to go grab an observer. Siege tank in the front, a little bit unpositioned, and that does mean that it gets taken out. So that's going to be a little grab. A little nab on that one. Just going to be seeing the Prism still setting in. Stalker coming through. Let's get Marines gathering. Siege tank still coming up. And get that on the way. We have now challenge and a Dark Shrine coming up as well as MaxPax steps into the mid game. Going to try and get those DTs up to try and be a little aggressive and maybe try and do something a little bit over that. Stalker's going to shoot, just going to be having the couple of shots going down. Bio hits coming through for a couple of moments. Going to be seeing how Bio still continue to come around. A couple shots coming through. We've seen a couple of Stalkers going to be hitting Bio. Going to fight a couple of tanks coming through as well. We do have a +1 attack upgrade coming in on the side of Clem. So just going to get that on the go. Let's see how Bionet tanks continue to come through. So that's going to come across. Widow Mine going to get taken out. Widow Mine shot going to fire as well. As you see the Marines able to play a cleanup here though. MaxPax isn't able to really get through any of Clem's defenses so far now. We'll see if the DTs will obviously be able to start finding some more damage with them warping in. Seeing what else can go on. It's going to be seen up by. It's going to go after the rocks. It's going to pick through those a little bit. Do a bit of damage. Let's see, the Widow Mine is going to be firing. A couple of Zealots going down. Still coming across. Still pushing through, and Immortal goes down. Zell getting hit. Stalker's getting shot. 15 SCVs going down for Clem on the other side, but obviously is hoping that this army here can maybe get something done. That tank puts a lot of work in, but it's not going to get rid of the Colossus, and as Clem is still losing SCVs, he doesn't get rid of the Colossus. That means this defense will be made from MaxPax. Clem going to be down a lot of workers, but still up in army. DT slipped into the main. That's a brutal. Dive forward again. You can see this time the Colossus does actually go down, so some damage dealt. DT still swiping away. 24 SCVs being killed. MaxPax is on a supply lead, and Clem, he's going to say GG. He actually has more army supply, but he's just not dealing with the DTs at all. And I don't think he has enough army supply to break through the other side, which is perhaps part of the reason why he says GG. Okay, MaxPax. You know, I was doubting you a little bit, buddy. But you took a map off Clem, so I'm going to stop doubting. Zombie grew up on the 97-month resub. Thank you so much. Paul Wilson TV on the 20-month resub. Welcome back, and thank you so much as well as we head into Game 3 of MaxPax and Clem. Kicking this one off in a moment. Jump into this lobby, and we'll get this on the way. Alright, so MaxPax bringing it back. Got a series on our hands, guys. Very exciting. Very exciting. Alright, let's hop in game. Let's get this one resumed. One sec, guys. Alright. As we have in the top right corner of the map, is going to be the Red Pros player to take the game back. This is going to be MaxPacks. On the top left, our Blue Terran, Team Liquid's Clem, world champion of Starcraft 2. As we get into Game 3. Second last series today, guys. After this, we do have Trap Gumiho coming up as well. Another round of 12 battle. Should it be fun? Hey, 117 Mercury, thank you so much for the 34-month resub. Welcome back as well. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. We're on the way. Moving forward for a couple of moments. And Reaper coming in, Factory coming up. And get this on the way for a couple of moments. Get this all started. Maybe seeing our reactor coming over to the side, putting the reactor down. Coming over, again, reactor coming up, factory coming through, finishing shortly, SCV on the way up as well. Then drop a command center into the main base, just going to drop that straight on through. Reaper will nibble up at that pylon, go for that for a couple of moments as well. Starport's going to be online in just a few moments. We do have our battery, Stargate, a couple probes in the Stalker coming up, Warp Gate continuing through as well. Reaper continues across for now. Going to see Phoenix moving about. Just going to be seeing a Warp Gate coming through. Obviously, Stargate played from MaxPax. Trying to control this early game, shut down some of Clem's potential aggression. It's one of the things that set Trigger off into some great positions against Clem in the group stages yesterday in that Group D. Wouldn't going to fire. A few probes going down. It's going to be seeing the Reaper coming up into the base. We've seen Robo Facility, Phoenix still coming through. Obviously, the Phoenix will get rid of the Medivacs. That's going to be the end of that. 3 mines, 3 probes is honestly pretty reasonable, right? Most of the time, a mine per probe is all right on both sides. It's like kind of the middle ground. You know, the Pros player is kind of happy that it's just gone. The Terran's like, well, it wasn't nothing. You know, maybe it slightly favors the Pros player. Because like I say, the Terran player's like, I wish I could have kept it alive. But against Phoenix, to get a Widow Mine, probe per Widow Mine is honestly pretty decent. Now we're going to use a half-fresh Mule and SCV as well as the Phoenix get involved a little. 3 Marines will actually get some damage back, though. So some shots coming through. And if coming back over again, just going to get a little Marine picked off, and SCV as well. Marines coming up. We are going to see the Rex dropping down into the tech lab. Viking going to be there to push things back around. As we are just going to have still Phoenix being produced, of course. Phoenix Colossus from MaxPax, very typical composition. Playing this small map as well always gives the Phoenix Colossus a chance to come across the map aggressively as well. I see a couple of SCVs going down, 5 workers being picked off. I see a Viking firing, Marines coming through, chasing those Phoenix as well. Some back combat shield +1, all of that coming through. A couple of Widow Mines going to unburrow. Phoenix settling down. And Accidental lands. Phoenix Colossus continue to come up. Twilight Council coming through. Bio continues to gather in the main. Couple shots coming out. Phoenix taking hits. That's going to be seeing how Twilight Council and Forge continue to come by and up. Going to see how shots coming through as well. We've seen our Viking and Marines continue to come through. Phoenix going to be taking some shots. Just going to see them Edivac taking some hits back. I mean, difficult to get across the map when these Phoenix are there. I mean, the Edivac's already hurting. Have double drop over here, but there is a probe on patrol. Unfortunately, that pylon is not going to last long, but we get the cancel out of it, so it doesn't cost you too much. Phoenix still coming over to that right-hand side as well, looking to try and guard this position. MaxPax bullied a little supply block there. Obviously lost the building pylon, just lost another pylon. No pylon in production, so actually pretty hefty supply block that will be sustained for a little while. Clem adds his extra racks on. Second starport, command center number 3, ready to move out in a minute. About 20 seconds or so. Might morph the orbital first. Don't think he's in any sort of position to really commit across the map though. So this game's going to get to the next stage. We're not going to see anyone die early. Coming over again, +1 charge coming up. Temple Archives continue to come about. We've seen that prison coming up, +1 attack coming through. Phoenix just going to jump onto the Viking. Bio coming back across. Couple Vikings going to fire. Ghost Academy coming up as well from Clem currently. And Phoenix moving about. Ghost Academy is about to be done. Vikings on the way. The Nexus and the +2 attack coming up as well. This army going all the way to that left-hand side. So MaxPax on a little bit of a push as a couple of Archons gather together, and we'll just see MaxPax continuing to move around at the left here again. A few Zealots coming up, the Archon and the +2 coming out as well. Bio Forces just going to stim up. I mean, MaxPax is going to get a couple force fields down, lets him get a few more kills. The Vikings obviously would love to get Colossus. The Phoenix are there to try and tank for the Colossus. 3 Colossus still alive as MaxPax decides that this is an army he can continue to push on into, so he's just going to keep moving in. MaxPax sending it, but with that tank there and a few more units still pushing through from Clem, I mean, it's close. The Zealots reinforcing could really do with getting in the front of this and absorbing some of the damage, because we're getting to the stage where the Bio might be able to chase down. Another Colossus falls. Now you're losing the kind of danger part of your army, right? If you don't have the splash damage, the rest of this is really not that terrifying. Archon's turning around to fight the Vikings, but they are going to get melted by the Bio. And now there's no Colossus left, and Clem comes across the map with a 20 army supply lead. The Phoenix turning back around. Viking taking some shots. Zealots retreating back to that right side as well. +2 attack, Blink on the way. Bio's going to turn and fight a few Zealots and the Immortal Stalkers as well, coming back over. A few more Zealots warping in here. A couple more Vikings coming through. The Concussive Shells coming up. Bio goes coming back across. Gonna see a couple snipes coming through. The Zealots gonna have to be good here as the EMPs are gonna obviously take their shields off. Can the Zealots be tanky enough in that scenario? They don't have an armor upgrade. A little scary. Clem armory on the way, so you can start too soon, but that's not gonna be immediately. SCV's going down. Just going to see a Disruptor coming up, Blink coming through. Stalkers now, Mortal Gathering. Vikings is going to get rid of a couple of the Phoenix. EMP going down. You're not going to be seeing just so much bio. I mean, this is the problem. You lost your splash damage. If you don't have splash damage, this Clem army is terrifying with Ghosts involved, and there's no armor upgrades, like I say, for the Zealots. Clem is going to smash through on Ghost River, and we are going to have Clem into a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. So Clem sits a map away from advancing to the quarterfinals tomorrow against Beyond. I've really got in my head that this is a quarterfinal. I've said it wrong multiple times. So yeah, Clem potentially a map away from playing Beyond tomorrow. Wonder if that plays Kira in the semis as well. It could be a TVT section to test Clem across tomorrow's games. As we get ready for MaxPax and Clem Game 4, we go to Alcyone. MaxPax might bring it back still after this guy's trap versus Gumiho. Oh my god. They start this game very quickly. Are we missing anybody? I don't think so. I think we're actually good. Man, they started that so fast. Alright, game number 4. Alcyone coming through. Let's get this on the way as we get this started up. Jump into this as we get ready to rumble. As yo, what's up, Miss SC2? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. MaxPax in the top right corner is down a game and must win now. As in the bottom left, our blue Terran Clem has a map away from advancing. Alright, game number 4. Probe on the map from MaxPax. Heading to the bottom early. Via this watchtower. Are we just scouting here? Or is there something else at play? That probe comes down the bottom left. Let me see our next coming through. Cybercore coming up. We've seen that probe moving over to the side. Obviously, it's not going to do anything too crazy. Just getting some scouting in, figuring out what's going on. We're going to patrol up at the top. Won't get going through. Factory coming about. Command center bunker. Refinery continuing to get settled in. Just have the Reaper sitting behind the natural. And we've seen a couple probes going down, then just having ourselves the Twilight Council coming up as well. Getting that up and running. Factor going to finish up on the barracks. Just going to be seeing the blink coming up, warp gate coming through. Going to settle down as the couple of adepts are going to be there. Helene taking some shots, a couple of Marines popping out. The adepts going to go after the Marine. Just going to jump back in, and we continue to do some damage. 2 Marines jump back into the bunker. So Marines jumping back into the bunker, hiding away for a second. SCV going to take some shots as well. Blink coming up again. The robo facility coming through. The probes are coming by. And so the game is going to get to the next step without anyone taking overly serious damage for now. So we're going to hit the Hellion. I'm just going to be taking a few shots, getting pushed back the other way. Raven is on the way up from Clem. Obviously, MaxPax has not been afraid to introduce DTs in this series, so Raven early can definitely help you with some of that, and it's obviously not a bad unit to have in general. Oh my god, that Stalker was trying to suicide on the probes, dragging that Widow Mine across with it. 3 workers go down here. The medevac alive on the right-hand side as well. Looks like that may get out. There's a blink available in a second. No, medevac's out alive. As the Hellion will go down too. Widow Mines should get cleaned up. They should never fire again. Not bad from Clem, especially getting the medevac out. If that can make it home alive, would be fantastic. So that's definitely a major plus here. If we can just put the finishing touches on that evacuation of the medevac. Stalk's moving up. A few Marines will begin to take some damage. We actually lose an SCV there. Going to now get onto the refinery. Stalker's going to fight again. Marines still taking shots. SCV's going down. Just going to be seeing the Prism loading up and dropping a few of those Stalkers. Stalker's trying to fight. It's going to blink back a little bit. Refinery taking some damage. Gonna move through. We are going to have a Marauder going down. Another refinery gets picked off. Back's about halfway down. Again, those probes getting picked away at as well, but not too many, so we lose 7 SCVs. The Raven doesn't get too many probes. Oh, the blink for a tank instantly, and MaxPax on the front lines is able to start putting some work in, so some damage being done. The Raven here coming back in with another auto turret. There's some low HP probes, so the probe count will start to drop quickly, but Clem needs to stabilize on his natural. He needs to stop these Stalkers right now, because if they blink onto that siege tank, it's going to die instantly, as you can see. And now it's just Marines versus this Stalker world with the Prism to add a little bit of micro back in as well. We are going to have Clem a new tank setting up. SCV's pulled for a little bit. He's only 3-4 workers. He's actually 3-4 workers ahead, Clem. So a few SCVs going down to the end of the world, but that tank is on siege. Stalkers will blink. Yep, that's going to do it. I mean, you just can't have that tank on siege right there. I just don't know what he needed to push it further forward for. If it's sieged here, it still covers this area. So I don't know why we need it here to cover this area. Because it's not like he's trying to defend a bunker here anymore. So I actually think just leaving it here, I mean, okay, maybe here it was blocking the ramp and access down, but for the immediate moment of, like, Stalkers potentially threatening, I actually think here was a better place to have it anyways. As that's going to be MaxPax taking us to a Game 5, so we're going to go the full distance in this series. We've actually had some great matches today. Rogue Creator started off as a lot of fun. Cure Rogue was maybe a bit more one-sided. Nightmare Young was a banger. Nightmare ShoWTimE maybe a bit more one-sided again. Now Clem MaxPax going to go all the way to a 5th game in this series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I feel like there's definitely a caster I'm missing. Who is it? Don't see them in chat. I don't see them on my friends list. Okay. In case we will just resume. And away we go. As we have our game number 4 coming up. So, game 4 coming in here. Sorry, game 5 coming in here. Amphion to round out this series. It's all tied up. Let's see what happens as one player will move on to the quarterfinals against Beyond. The other will be eliminated. Remember that quarterfinal against Beyond would happen tomorrow. Top left-hand side. MaxPax is our red Protoss player as we head into Amphion. Bottom left, our blue Terran from Team Liquid. This is Clem. Did I lose my observer? Is that who's missing? And who's not in here? Ah, pain. Alright. Well, let's see where we go. In this Game 5 final map of the series. And then one more series after this as well. Man, been a bit of a day, guys. 5.5 hours of the stream so far. This is our 5th best of 5, final best of 5 after. It has been a bit of a day. But, some great games along the way. I want to thank you all for joining us here for the WardiTV Festival. It's been a great few days of Starcraft 2. Been live every single day the last few days, and it's been great to have that consistency back a little bit. We'll be taking Tuesday off this coming week, but then we'll hopefully be back most days next week as well. Fingers crossed nothing goes wrong with those plans. As we just have our Nexus coming through, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming up. Reaper going to sit over on the side. Talon on the bottom is going to start up a gateway as well. Get that on the way up. Let's just have a couple gates then from MaxPax going to apply the pressure here. I'm going to go Reaper Hellion, which is not going to be a lot of real good fighting against gateway units, so the fact that MaxPax is not going to spend money teching is going to limit the chance that Clem is going to be able to do anything with the Reaper Hellion for the most part. Except for Shade, but there's no CC on the low ground either, so I mean it's kind of intriguing because Clem does have the high ground potential to defend with. 2 Reapers, 2 Hellions will start to go across the map, but like I say, with 3 gates of warp-ins, hard to imagine they're going to be able to find a way to do much unless they can just run past, dive through, try and find some more action. Seeing the Reaper Hellion just show up then. We are going to go with 3 Reapers and 1 Hellion left, trying to get up this ramp. 3 Stalkers warp in, and yeah, that's where you're just not going to find much more. To be fair, though, we're still going to find 5 workers because the probes have come back down the low ground and letting the Reapers put some work in because they grenade the Stalkers away, hop to the high ground, keep the Stalkers busy a moment or two longer. 1 more grenade and 1 Reaper left, but 7 workers going down. It's actually way more than I ever thought we were going to see on the side of Clem. Did not think he was going to find that kind of damage. I think MaxPax, though, really messed up because he could have left the probes high ground. He didn't need to bring them back so soon. He gave Clem some of these final kills. So we've seen our Cyclone coming forwards. Marines gathering up. Slippery Cyclone coming through. Bunker is about to finish. Stalker's just going to be hitting the Widowmine as well. As we do have the medevac just coming back down the left-hand side. A few Stalkers back into the natural. As the Stalkers come over, SCVs are going to get hit. Just going to be seeing the Bioforce continue to come across with the Stalkers as well. Both probes coming through. The Marines are continuing to fight. Cyclones locking on. The Adepts will be taking a bit more damage. Cyclone's going to fight. The Adept already taking some hits. Again, Blink coming through. Liberator is going to siege in the main base. Going to be able to start getting some probes over there. 2, 3, 4, 5 workers. I mean, so many probes going down. 5 workers already being killed. A couple of Stalkers get warped in as well. Raven in the siege tank coming up on the other side. Marines are continuing to come back over. But yeah, MaxPax just losing too many probes, and he's not making progress here. The Blink is so far off. MaxPax is going to tap out, and Clem is going to take the 3-2 victory. He will set up a string of TVTs on that section of the bracket with the round of 8 against Björn and the round of 4 against Cure. You know, that means a Terran guaranteed in the finals, but it might be a non-mirror matchup depending on this next matchup, because up next we got Trap Gumiho. The winner of that plays Shin, the winner of that plays Nightmare, so unless Gumiho goes all the way, Our finals cannot be a mirror. But maybe Gumiho goes all the way. Because this next matchup coming up is going to be a fun one as well. As you can see, it's going to be the match between Trap and Gumiho. And I wouldn't say that this is really one that we have a favorite in right away. So I think this one should be rather cool. Alright, so we're going to get into that, guys. I'm just going to be a moment or two while we get that sorted. We'll go to a quick break screen. When we come back, it's one final match of the day. You're watching the WardiTV Festival. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider following the channel, subscribing to the channel, etc. Check out if you've got Prime subs available. And also, don't forget, you can also check out the current September Twitch deal, which is that if you get !September, you get... If you buy 5 gifted subs, you get 1 gifted sub free or more than 1 gifted sub free. So... do check that out. We are super close to 700. In fact, 5 gifted subs right now would push us on to 700 subs, which would be incredible. So if you're feeling generous, consider it. Again, we're selling out a little bit because we just want to be able to get some funds to run more Starcraft. So we'll be right back. One more match coming up today. Trap and Gumiho is going to be our finale. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, guys, as we get ready to go into Gumiho versus Trap, our final match of the day. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for joining us. It's been a fun day. We've had some really fun matches. We've got one last series coming on up, and this last series will then lead us to rounding it all out. Again, appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you all tuning in. Some good fun. Looking forward to some very entertaining games as we get ready to kick this off. So, first of all, Johannes Schmidt, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Sinister here, 2 a.m. Still here for the Starcraft. Hell yeah, appreciate the passion. Let's give it to you then, guys. It's one final match today. It's a best of 5. Terran versus Protoss between two top-tier Korean players. Starting up on our signee for map number 1. In the top right, it is going to be our blue Terran from Cloud9. It's Gumiho. In the bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Gen G's Trap. He's been so good since coming back from the military. Honestly, very impressive. Game 1 of this best of 5. As we look to see what's going to happen. Probe coming across the map from Trap early. Now, this is going to sound dumb, but I've not observed all day. I've been using the other guy's cameras, so... this one was played a little bit early on, guys. They played during another series because Gumiho wanted to play the Home Story Cup qualifier, so we let him and Trap play just a little bit earlier. That's why we moved this series to the end as well. We kept Clem versus MaxPax live. So this one is from replays, which means that you're back to some Wardy observing, and it's probably going to take me a game to remember that I'm actually the one observing rather than just waiting for someone else to notice the things while I look at chat and all the other stuff. So, yeah. Man, it's been a good day. It really has been. 5.5 hours, some great matches. Hoping for a banger to wrap things up with. A couple of game 5s came through. We've had a couple 3-1s, a 3-0. It's been a good mix of things, right? You know, sometimes, don't get me wrong, obviously, 5-game series are amazing, but sometimes you get like 6 5-game series and it's probably a little bit too much in the day. But I feel like today's been a good mix. We've had the great series. We have the 3-0s. They've not necessarily been, even a stomp anyways. Like the 3-0 we saw. Well, okay, maybe Kira's pretty good against Rogue. But that first game, Rogue had some chances, though. Let's just have the Cybercore coming up. The Nexus coming through. Nothing really too wild just yet. Warpgate will begin. We wait for the first tech choice on the side of the Protoss player. As the Adept just chrono boosts out. And yeah, Nexus is going to be coming up on the natural expansion. The command center. Just coming online. Probe nibbles at the SCV. Marine just going to go nibbling through. So Probe going to be taking a little bit of damage. Twilight Council is still on the way up. And that Nexus coming by as well. Well, that's that factory coming through from Gumiho. Command center still building. Yeah, Twilight Council is not too surprising, I suppose. We're probably expecting that or a Stargate. In this case, it's that Twilight Council, so we'll be able to get that Blink on the go. And play the Blink opening. We'll see how aggressive Trap wants to be with it, or if he just wants to use that Blink as a way to kind of set up into the 3-base setup. So we'll see what the plan is going to be, as we just have ourselves the second Adept now joining up, and looks as though the first was already skirmishing with the Marine. 2 Adepts now kind of scary, and Gumiho has to go retreat away. First Marine already going down. SCV and Marine together here. Going to be taking some hits. The Adept hit the depot. Doesn't get the SCV then, but we do get the Marines, which means that there's nothing on this low ground anymore. And that's going to be those couple of Adepts continuing to move about. Well, 2 Adepts and Stalker gathering. The Cyclone begins to move out a little bit as well. It's just going to go moving forwards here. 3 additional gates coming through. The Blink is producing. Robo facility on the way. So I asked how aggressive we were going to be as Trap. And Trap says very. 4 gates of Blink Stalkers. Definitely quite a few to work forward with, as we do have our 2 Adepts threatening to shade on top of the Cyclone. More Marines. He's shanking the Liberator all coming up. We've got a couple of Adepts still fighting onto that Cyclone as well. 2 Adepts are going to commit, and that Cyclone goes down. Man, this has been a good start from Trap. He's gotten a whole bunch of unit kills already. If this doesn't set you up with a whole lot of potential going into the next phase with the 4 gates of Blink, I mean, I don't know what does. So yeah, 4 gates of Blink, Prism on the way up. Blink will be done soon. You've killed a ton of units early. 3 Marines in the Cyclone, already a significant amount of army from the Terran shot down. Defense is looking good, though. It's a bunker and a tank in the natural. Obviously, the main base is a little bit barren of defense, and that might just be the target for Trap here in the next few moments. As that blink is about to finish up on the Twilight Council. The Observer coming through on the Robo Facility. Prism coming over with a couple of Stalkers, of course. The numbers will begin to rise up. With blink completed, our first wave of this attack is about to begin. Almost Stalkers warp. It's going to be 10 Stalkers altogether here, as we do have enough to jump on that tank if we want to, but I'm going to think twice about that. Just going to blink Stalkers away from the tank fire, finish off the bunker. Continue to move to the left-hand side. Tank now going to be out of reach. Trap realizing where the reach of that tank is, but another tank going to take position. Probes going down across the map as we have the Liberator showing up, and it's Gumiho to really be the one that gets damage done here. I mean, these 10 Stalkers became 8 Stalkers, so 2 Stalkers died. You lose 5 probes. Gumiho definitely coming out on the better end of the last moment or two, so Gumiho doing a good job of finding some harassment while also, again, again some of the aggression of his opponents. We now blink into the main. I thought this is where Trap was going to focus in the first place, and he will try and find Stim. He doesn't have the DPS, though, with the SCV pull. Good defense continues from Gumiho. Uh-oh. Trap is being trapped, and he's in the main base now with only 4 Stalkers, while 4 can lift into the prison, but that means another 4 have died. And this aggression of Trap is not quite doing what it needs to, as Trap runs into issues here. Sorry, bless me. Just got a sneezing moment. Are we good? Are we good? I think we're good. Stalker's going to hit that depot. Tank will be sieging, a few Marines coming over. Stim pack about to finish, plus 1 attack going to be done. Combat shield on the way up, and that charge building on the Twilight Council as well. The Observer makes its way around. Oh, no! Okay, this game is just... this game is just swings and roundabouts. I mean, my goodness. First of all, I felt pretty good for Trap. Trap's attack really goes badly. Gumiho feels he can drop, and he goes straight into massive blink Stalkers. 2 Medivacs dead. Well, that is, I mean, that's a massive swing once again right there. That is absolutely huge damage, and I'm looking for this one. Look at that army graph. You can see why Trap just kind of got blocked and didn't do much, lost some units, didn't really get himself in a better spot, and then Gumiho, trying to get across the map to take advantage, gets punished massively. And do we just come out evenly after all this? A 9 worker lead for Protoss, oh sorry, 11 worker lead for Protoss. Now it's 9. Gosh, you just stuck with it. Would have looked smart. A 10 worker lead for the Protoss. Yeah, about fine, right? Against double mule, soon be triple mule. That seems pretty respectable on both sides, to be honest. And then the Terran player just moving into +1 armor. Concussive shells coming up. 2 more barracks on the way in the main base as well. Let's look at that refinery coming through. A few Stalkers will unload off the Prism and actually blink into the natural, where a couple of SCVs begin to go down. Out in the south, we have a Nexus coming in as well, just on that 6 o'clock, so getting that put up as well. Please narrate every worker built. Ay. It was just funny because I was like, I said 9, and then I realized it was actually 11. By the time I fixed it to say 11, it was actually 9. Look, I can keep my eyes glued to that work account if you want me to. Don't worry, I'm very good at that. Let's just have a few Zealots, the Stalkers, the Immortal gathering on up. Robo Bay is coming through on the side of Trap. +1 attack is about to be done. Our Stalker's still poking over on the 3rd base. Just a little bio, Medivacs, and a siege tank coming through as well. And the battery is building from Trap as well. It's just going to bring that in. More tanks of Gumiho just going to settle through the 4th base coming up. Rocks go down. Army just going to move up the ramp and going to start to press forward. Here we go, charging in. Tank shot's going to be hitting. Spile going to be there. That's not enough units from Trap to go and capitalize. So you can't take a fight. It's just a gateway force with 1 Immortal mixed in. But he's on his way to making it better. He's taking a 5th base on the gold, and he's getting Colossus productions. So splash damage has been ordered. It should be here in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and that will be where Trap's army looks a lot better again. Not to the kind of, cost of Gumiho, though. He's going to take this time as an opportunity to get Vikings and Ghosts up, and his tech will produce as well and be added onto, so Gumiho's position is getting better as well. St. Thermalance Observer coming through. Gonna be seeing +1 armor on the way up as we have ourselves. Well, a little bit of motion. The Bioarmor Gumiho backs it up a little bit. Again, +2 attack starting, +1 armor's on the way. Map continues to settle down in the center. Hallucination gonna pop up and move to the north already. Try and get some scouting. It's gonna get blown up by a Widow Mine, so that doesn't go very long or very far. As this Brothers Force continue to come through, just having the army of Trap still settling in the middle of the map. Starting to press forward a little bit here. Still got our T2 upgrades, our +1 ship weapons coming in, Vikings in production, the army of Trap settling in the center as our bio tank force up to the top. Just going to find a probe, just going to find a pylon. Tank shot's good to give some of that army away. CC does land. Back around the right, Widow Mine lands onto a Zealot. Just going to see a few more tanks coming back through as well. Army pulling away, a couple of SCVs dropping. As we do see the Zealot active in the main base. 4 SCVs going down for the moment. Just gonna knock onto this set of rocks. So rocks taking some damage. We will see those taken out. Move on to the second set of rocks as well. And Trap is definitely the one who's been aggressive, so it makes sense he wants to open the map up for even more. That's going to be taking some chance to get some heavy hits off onto those Zealots. Disruptor shots. Kaboom, and a missile turret goes down. The Sense Tower there going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Going to be seeing now the Medivacs coming back around that right-hand side. 2 upgrades finishing. Oh, sorry, 2 upgrades finishing from Trap is already on his way to +3 attacks, so he's not wasting any time at all in progressing this army forwards. Zealot Stalker, Disruptor Colossus moving around the edges. There's a few Marines that's going to come through, and those probes taking damage as well. Well, we lose a couple of workers, but I think in general Trap's got an economy where a couple of workers is not going to be that much of an issue for him. We do have a couple of Vikings on the way up as the Prism ends up that right-hand side. Going to drop off into the main in a moment or two, so a few Zealots begin to unload. But that's just not going to do very much. The Prism gets shot down, and if the Prism gets shot down, the rest of this obviously doesn't really have anywhere to go to just yet. Army comes back around the right. We do have the Marines pulling away for the moment. Storm coming up, +3/+3 on the way through. We've got that gravitic booster, so even again the ob speed, Trap can keep scouting at rapid pace. The Zealots taking shots, getting knocked down. The Zealot Stalker Disruptor Immortal Force trying to come through. Big tank lineup on the high ground. Disruptor shot. Oh no, gonna find the bio that's clumped on the force fields. I don't think Gumiho realized it, and Trap, I think, second guessed that Disruptor shot as well. He's like, surely he realizes this one, then I don't know what he was expecting to pull it away to. I mean, Trap loses a lot of supply there. He's actually probably saved a little bit by the Disruptor shots and the damage that they found, which is surprising considering the way that the game has gone. Stalkers blink forward. Bio getting pushed away again. Vikings Medivac having to pull back as the tank's gonna unsiege and gonna pull down to the low ground. Protoss army back over the right, actually going to head upwards, and there's going to be a Widow Mine taken out there immediately. Sense Tower going to go down, missile turret as well, Disruptor shots fire through, double siege tank kill. Hey, we take those. Knocking down tanks and splash damage is going to be able to open up this position for you, right? So definitely not a bad idea. +3 ship weapons. Also that +3 attack upgrade coming in. 3-3, just 3-3-3 coming in from Gumiho. So he's going to be pretty swift on those upgrades. It's definitely notable. The Terrans have been very good at kind of getting ship weapons early in the games nowadays against these Protoss players. As again, Disruptors might be the kings of this one. Gumiho didn't really completely eat the first Disruptor shot, but it was very scary. He is now down 30, 40 supplies, Stalkers, Zealots, and all the rest trying to fight back here. Let's do have a little bit of a pullback for a moment or two. The Ghost production continues in. A whole bunch of additional Marines coming up as well. Disruptor shot's going to aim for those tanks. They will never get siege. I mean, the blink forward was a little aggressive from Trap, but it's going to work out for him, it seems. Looks as though the buy will not be able to stand through this one, and Trap is going to take the first game of our best of 5 in the round of 12. Trap able to get himself to a 1-0 lead in the series. Again, winner of this series plays Shin tomorrow, by the way, in the round of 8. I actually think whoever wins this and plays against Shin is going to be a very fun group, a very fun match. And the winner plays Nightmare. Actually very excited for whoever moves through in this one. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. As we're going to line up into game number 2 here, guys. Just a sec. I do just have to throw invites out. It takes a couple of moments inviting into replays compared to usual. So bear with me. We are in the process of getting this second game set up and ready to begin. It should only be a moment or two, hopefully. Oh, man. Has been a day. Really fun games. It's been a smooth day, though. I think that's what's really been notable to me. It's been smooth. There's not really been many issues. There's not really been any problems, you know. Smooth, chill. Very nice. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who am I missing? I know I lost 2. Oh no, 7's correct. I lost 3 casters over the course of the day. Yes, 7 should be correct. Alright, game number 2 then coming up. And thank you everyone for joining us today. Supporting, subscribing. We're only 5 subs away from 700, which is incredible. I said 700 is the goal because we kind of averaged around 700 a whole bunch a few months ago. Getting back up to that is amazing. Who knows what tomorrow might bring. 750? Maybe getting a little ahead of myself. Alright. Off and away we go as we have in the top left corner the red Terran. Down a map already in the series, looking to bring it back. It is Gumiho. Taking on Trap, our blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand corner. Starting off with a 1-0 lead. Trap and Gumiho. Why do you have a probe over here trying to cause a couple of problems? Trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Cervical coming up, Orbital and the Reaper coming through. Probe actually gets trapped into the main base for the moment. Reaper just continuing around, Orbital command coming through. Again, factory is building, Reaper still coming up. We recall away that probe over there. As our Cybercore will be coming through as well, as just getting that settled in. is about halfway done. The assimilator is still building here from traps, so getting that online. The Reaper of Gumiho heading back down the bottom right-hand side as we go. Except is going to go chasing that Reaper. It's going to take a couple of hits, potentially, but it helps up into the main base. We'll start to hit the probes. Hellion on the way from Gumiho as well with a second Reaper, so a few early game units absolutely would love to capitalize and get some kills. That first probe low, but Reaper low as well. He's going to have to make a bid to escape. However, the exit ramp is blocked, which means the Reaper is going to get killed off by that Adept Shade. Robo Facility, Warp Gate, all continuing in the Stalker building as well. Just having our Reaper continuing to retreat away for now. Oh, there's our starboard coming up. The Reaper and the Hellion down the right. The Adept heads towards the upper left. So our Medevac and our Cyclone building through. It's going to be the Reaper Hellion, though, that will start to do some damage. 2 probes killed. We'll see, we should get 3 here. And, oh, the probe surrounds enough damage to make it not get 4. If the probes didn't do the damage there, the Stalker doesn't one-shot the Hellion at the end, and then the Hellion probably gets 1 more shot to kill 1 more probe, so that was actually pretty neat. The Adept coming across. The Cyclone going to be locked onto that immediately, so unfortunately the Cyclone is going to probably net a kill. Target fires without the lock on there as it gets to the high ground. Now we lock onto a Stalker, however the Cyclone has given itself up, or has it? Medevac evacuation! Yeah, beautiful. That's actually really well done. As now going to have another Cyclone here. This Cyclone drops up and down a little bit. Medevac micro. 2 Stalkers died. Disaster for Trap. Gumiho on the micro. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Gumiho. Gets rid of all of those Stalkers. What a disaster for Trap. He kills nothing. Lost the Adept. Lost the 3 Stalkers. Gumiho on point. Man, these Terran players are getting very good with the Cyclones and kind of lifting them up and saving them and realizing the full potential of the Cyclones, the fights that they can take with them and stuff as well. Interference Matrix and a Raven on the way up. This Barrack's going to swap on over to the Tech Lab. Prism going to drop down, and we are going to try and go for more damage here. Now the Prism is going to try and micro the Stalkers, but it's not quite as impressive as the Cyclone micro was. Move up, SCV taking damage. There goes a Cyclone getting cleaned up as well. Again, Interference Matrix coming through, the Stim Pack on the way. Plus 1 attack coming up as well. More Stalkers and Immortal Gathering, just going to jump them into the Prism, +1. Interference Matrix, Stim Pack, all coming through the Prism. Heading toward the main base, going to move straight in over here. The Immortal obviously packs a punch and has a bit of health on it too, but it's not really going to be able to get through anything there, so that's going to kind of go for nothing. We do have the Raven just going to be heading back down to the south. Move around a little bit itself. Let's try and get into the main base and throw some harassment down. The Prism is still just being deflected on the other side. Let's see what this Raven can do. Expect it to maybe be able to get a probe or two, but there's actually a couple Stalkers already in position. Impact +1, combat shield. We have the Prism over on this other side, moving back on through. Two more sentries just get warped in. We're going to start pushing around to the front. Just going to get that settled. Again, Storm on the way up. Again, Stimpack, combat shield, and +1 all continuing through. The engineering bay getting going. Bit next is a trap. Will also be coming in here. All those extra gateways continue up. Our army still pressing across. The Prism escapes to the top side as well. Out to the south, Mortal Sentry Stalker. I'm going to go running across as well. I'm just going to be backing up out of here. Concussor shells on the way. Marine Marauder coming out. The command center and more barracks being built also. Pushes over. Zealot. Gonna get grabbed. Scan coming through. Army still moving over. Fire just gathers. Just gonna be seeing the prism. Just gonna jump in. He's Zealots into the main base. Feels like every time Trap's tried to fight in this game, it's really not gone that well for him. This was kind of mediocre as well, right? A couple Zealots, a couple SCVs, nothing major. Doesn't really pull many units back. Gumiho's still on the map. Couple Vikings, the Marine Marauder coming through. Ghost Academy's about to finish up as well. We don't mind halfway done. This bio of Gumiho continues out down to the south, so continues to make its way across. Gonna get a probe there straight away. It's gonna be able to grab that right off the bat. Bio will get here. A couple probes go down. Medivacs will load up, and we're gonna jump into the main base. So into the main we go. We're actually gonna recall some units here to try and deal with this. Is Trap trying to deal with this aggression? Now here's the deal. Trap has Storm, and Storm could be a very good way of him getting back into this, because I feel like Trap has not exactly had the greatest game so far. Resource loss isn't too badly in Gumiho's favor or anything, but it has just been, like I say, a little bit Gumiho this and Gumiho that. He's got the map control. Like I say, Storm, a couple of good ones of those. You know how quickly that can, will all come tumbling down for Terran play. We've seen it many a time. As our army of Trap comes towards the upper left, Bio and the Medevac's going to move across. So then get that SCV. Blink is about halfway done, +2 attack. Chrono boosting on the Forge. It's coming over. Prism still chased out of there. Zealot, Stalker, Archon coming about as well. Prism will unload. Just gonna see a snipe coming down. Another Zealot gets picked off. Gonna see these Medivacs. I mean, did we forget about these? Well, Storm comes in as the units are dropping. Immortal trying to fight, but it's not in range of the Super Battery. This High Templar's actually supporting so much damage. It's kind of crazy. At the same time, Trap is fighting over here. Gumiho's supply is disappearing. 25 SCVs going down. That drop was kind of weird. I mean, the fact that this didn't do much is kind of incredible, because there wasn't really anything there. 2 High Templars and Immortal just fought off 3 Medivacs units, and we lose the 3rd base. Gumiho. No. This game was okay for him, and it's all going wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong. This army is still here, this drop is still going, but obviously they should have done way more, way sooner, I think is the point that we're looking at. As that Bioforce continues in, Zal's going to continue to get knocked down. More Marines going down as well, Bioforce, Ghost, Medivacs, all coming back towards the upper left. Just going to see the Stalker Zealots coming back through as well. Gumiho's flown his main base to the 3rd location. That's when you know you're down bad. Mortal coming up again. Medivacs, Ghosts, Marines all coming through the army of Gumiho to that right side. Let's set up. Just going to get a little bit of a push toward this base. Depth's getting picked away at. Stalker's taking some shots. The Zealot's still coming through. A little EMP comes down, chasing the Prism away a little bit too. Storm goes in there as well. Widowmine shot is decent. And we are just going to have ourselves a Stalker and Mortal Force continue to fight. Gumiho's army is just not good enough. It's not large enough. Stalker's blinking forward. It's the 2 Immortals I'm worried about. I actually don't know if there's damage to really deal with those. We had a Storm left as well now. An Archon morphs in. Another Medivac dies. I mean, this is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. GG is going to be called, and Trap is going to take a game number 2. 2-0 lead from Trap. This felt like a good start from Gumiho as well. So that went wrong a little bit. A little bit of a shame. Kind of sad, actually. Jeez. All right, let's get into game number 3, then I guess it's going to come down to Gumiho trying to bring it back in this series. As we're going to go to Oceanborn for our third and potentially final map of the day, depending on how this goes, obviously. Let's throw the invites out. We'll head into this ASAP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're just missing a couple of casters now. There's 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, with this man, we are good. Heading into game number 3 of Gumiho and Trap here in the round of 12 of the WardiTV Festival. Again, tomorrow, the day will begin with Bjorn versus Clem. Following that, we'll have Shin versus Trap or Gumiho. Obviously, right now, looking as though that may be Trap. We'll then pop back up to the top side of the bracket for Kira versus Bjorn or Clem. Nightmare waits for the winner of Shin, Trap, Gumiho. And then the grand finals after that means for 5 best of 5s tomorrow, guys. A little bit of a shorter day than today, but should still be a whole bunch of fun. In the bottom right, our Red Terran. Can he turn this around? It's Gumiho. Felt like that last game was a good start, but it just went so wrong so quickly. As in the top left, our Blue Protoss is Trap. Probe coming up. I'm just going to get Corona boosted along. Getting the Assimilate going through. Racks and the gases coming up. Probe, SCV, continue to come about as we get settled in. And this probe of Trap heads down to the bottom right hand side. A couple of refineries will continue to come about as well. Probe pops into the main. We'll have ourselves the SCV coming over. Probe gonna get nibbled. And the Reaper on the way up, as we'd kind of expect in these early stages as well. It's just gonna bring that through. Get that underway. Ribbon coming up, factory coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the probe continuing over. Side core is about to finish. Probe going to be wrapping up. We've seen a Stalker and a Warp Gate coming through. It's going to be seeing the Twilight Counts coming up. And we have ourselves the Reaper actually fighting and battling with this Adept a little bit right now. Adept coming by. Stalker, Twilight Council, Warp Gate continuing in as well. See the cycle locking on, some shots coming through. I mean, Adept is going to get away there. We have a triple CC from Gumiho. So he's going to play this triple commence, and we've seen success from that from Clem today. It's definitely a fun addition a lot of the time. And a couple CCs coming up. We get this settled down. Blink on the way up. Warp Gate coming through. Stalker and the Adept is going to get there. Reaper going to get picked off. Command Center morphing into the orbital. As those Cyclones come through, they're going to have to be the defense while you're playing this triple CC. Trap. 2 more gateways coming up as he gets into the blink play. So not as aggressive as that first game with the 4-gate blink. Just going to be playing this 3-gate blink at the moment. Still aggressive, but like I say, not as aggressive as it could be. Kind of a fun middle ground here. Let's just have the Stalkers chilling for a couple moments as well. So just going to get that going. Probe facility about to finish up. Stalker's going to gather. Blink still Corona boosting along. Cyclones and the Raven going to move out a little bit as well. Interference Matrix, a couple of Hellions, but still making. I want to see if this is going to be a factory. Yeah, I was going to say this almost feels like we're heading in towards playing some mech here as Gumiho. You know, many Cyclones, now Hellions. Stalker's going to get to the middle. Obviously, Stalkers can blink away and not take losses. The Raven will get the Observer, thanks to, the Raven will provide vision for the Observer. There's a couple factories come through. The Cyclone and the Raven still coming up. The Stalker's coming back over as well. Stalker's back in the center. I mean, this is where it's going to be interesting, because Gumiho's not just playing mech, but he's playing 3cc mech. This feels extremely greedy. But I guess if you get through these early stages, then the Terran player should be in a pretty good position. However, Cyclones are going to struggle against the Blink Stalkers. I do think this is one of the better builds you could have gone up against here as Trap. If he'd gone Phoenix or so, I'd be a bit more worried for him. But the fact he's got Stalkers, he can trade so effectively. Currently only 3 Cyclones out. A couple more on the way even may not make much difference. Stalker's going to blink back, being great and blink micro so far from Trap. Has only lost 1 Stalker in the game, maybe now a second as that one goes running. Stays alive for now. Cyclone in the front going to go down. Oh my god, we're just one-shotting Cyclones. And Gumiho's just going to say GG. This build clearly is not made to deal with any sort of Stalker pressure. Rip. Rip. GG's, my friends. Trap is going to take it 3-0. A little bit of a... maybe one of the more one-sided series of the day right there. Yeah, maybe one of the more one-sided series of the day right there. As Trap just 3-0s Gumiho. That really is, yeah, a little bit brutal. GG's. Alright, guys. Well, it was a great day of games. We maybe saved the worst for last, unfortunately. But sometimes it be like that. That does set us up for tomorrow. Beyond versus Clem, Shin versus Trap, Cure and Nightmare already in the semi-finals, and then the finals after that as well. Alrighty, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate you all tuning in. It's been an amazing day. We had a ridiculous amount of subs today. We're sitting at 695. A lot of people making use of that September gift 5, get 1 or more free deal. So, amazing. I'm sure we'll be able to finish up 700 tomorrow. So, thank you so much if you supported today. We've had some love on the YouTube channel as well. So, thank you so much if you've been watching on YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed the stream over there. I will be back on YouTube again tomorrow for the live stream as well. I'm going to go get some rest, guys, because I definitely was feeling a little bit tired towards the end of the day. So, going to go and, yeah, rest up, wrap it up. And then we'll be back tomorrow for the next day, the playoffs, the final day. All right, guys, you guys have a great rest of your day. Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you all. And I will see you guys tomorrow to round out the WardiTV Festival. You guys have a great one. I'm going to host you guys over to Roddy because he's currently running the Home Story Cup qualifier. So you guys can watch that if you want some more Starcraft 2 tonight. You guys have a great one. Bye. I'm going to reserve ads first before I host someone though. So 3 minutes and then I'll send the raid over. Appreciate it if you watch the ads because it really does help support the stream. Bye.